Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After breakfast, Lin Zhengran took Jiang Shuili to the new location of the music studio by taxi. While waiting for the car, Jiang Shuili scrolled through the message from Wang Lan that had been sent to all the studio singers. Hey Zhengran, did you know? Our studio seems to have moved. Sister Wang sent a group announcement 2 days ago, saying the old studio was rented out and they changed locations. And they even changed the name. Now it's called Zhengshi Music Company Limited. Sounds a bit fancier now. The name, it sounds nice, but I feel like something's a little off. I just can't put my finger on it. Her instincts were sharp, but since Jiang Shuili never thought to connect Zheng and Shi with Lin Zhengran and Jiang Jingshi's names, she couldn't figure out what was strange. A taxi pulled up in front of them, and Lin Zhengran opened the door. I know about the rental. Didn't Sister Wang's studio run into some issues 2 weeks ago? So now it's merged with Jiang Jingshi's studio. Oh wait, what? Jiang Shuili followed him into the car, still in shock. Sister Wang's studio merged with Jiang Jingshi's? So, our studio got bought out. No, a buyout would mean Sister Wang has no shares. A merger means she still has a stake in the company. It's just that since she doesn't have many resources right now, her shares are smaller than Jiang Jingshi's. So Sister Wang is working under Jiang Jingshi now. The taxi drove off, disappearing into the city. At nearly the same time, Han Wenwen and He Qing walked out of the school gates. The two best friends crossed the street hand in hand, drawing plenty of attention from passing boys. Pretty girls always attracted stares. Wenwen, did you hear? He Qing said. Some classmates were saying there's a new snack shop that just opened on this street. Apparently, they have a ton of variety. Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes sparkled. Of course, I heard. Why else would I come out for breakfast today? I came just to check out the new shop. This time, it's on me, Qing Qing. He Qing checked her phone. No need. You treated me last time. I still have some money left. Han Wenwen peeked at her screen. Only 20 yuan left. She was shocked. You only have 20 left? How'd you spend it so fast? Didn't Annie just send you money a few days ago? He Qing gave her a knowing smile. That's not the point. My wallet might be empty, but I just need to ask Zhengran for a little, and I'll have enough for next week's meals. Han Wenwen looked confused. You're asking Lin Zhengran for money? You guys are pooling your money together now. He Qing answered as if it was the most natural thing in the world, her face blushing slightly. Of course. Lin Zhengran is my boyfriend, so of course he keeps the money. Now, whenever my mom sends me money, I transfer it all to him. And my leftover prize money too, it's all with him. If I need to buy something, I just ask him for a little. Saying that, He Qing sent Lin Zhengran a message. He Qing, Lin Zhengran, I want to buy some snacks. There's a new snack shop near the school gate, but I don't have much money left. Can you send me 100 yuan? I'll send you pictures after I buy them. I promise I won't waste it. Not long after, Lin Zhengran sent her 100 yuan. Lin Zhengran, no need to send pictures. It's not like I don't trust you. He Qing, hee, I'll send them anyway. Girls should always report to their boyfriends about what they buy. Do you want anything? I can get some for you too. Cute sticker. Lin Zhengran, no need, you go ahead. I haven't been craving snacks lately. He Qing, oh, okay. After chatting, He Qing waved her phone in front of Han Wenwen with a bright smile. See, Wenwen, Zhengran sent me another 100. That should be enough for next week's expenses. Han Wenwen blinked her fox-like eyes, filled with envy. But she suddenly remembered that back in middle school, when she tried giving money to Zhengran Gij, he wouldn't accept it. So why was he taking He Qing's money now? No, this needed to be addressed. She needed to find a time to talk to Zhengran Gij about this. She also wanted to give him all her money and ask him for spending money like He Qing. That was how couples were supposed to be, right? What was the point of a girl keeping money herself? Only when a boy spent recklessly, or when a girl didn't trust him, would she hold onto the money. Normally, the one in charge of the household should keep it. Wenwen, What are you thinking about? Why so quiet? He Qing asked, noticing Han Wenwen spacing out. Han Wenwen snapped back to reality and smiled. Nothing, nothing. Just thinking. You and Lin Zhengran sure are getting closer. Even your wallets are combined now. She spoke with clear admiration. He Qing grinned. It's just that I'd waste money if I held on to it myself. I don't trust myself with it. But if he's holding it, I feel at ease. Han Wenwen let out a slightly displeased sigh and made a mental note of this. Let's go find that shop. The two snack-loving girls walked ahead excitedly until they spotted the store. Fenshuba. Hand in hand, they eagerly ran inside. Just as Lin Zhengran had guessed, these two went crazy at the sight of the snack shop. Unlike Jiang Xueli. Earlier that morning, he and Jiang Xueli had agreed to buy a bag of chips to try after breakfast. But as soon as they left, they completely forgot about it. It wasn't that they didn't like snacks, but their interest in them was pathetically small. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, the taxi had been driving for over 30 minutes, moving away from the city center. They finally arrived at the entrance of an extravagant two-story music company. Before, Wanglan Studio had looked like just another storefront from the outside, only feeling slightly more spacious after stepping in. But this place, even from the outside, it screamed luxury. It didn't feel like a studio at all. Though only 2 stories tall, it had a massive footprint with grand height and width. There were even security guards and a surrounding courtyard wall. It looked completely professional. As they stepped out of the taxi, Jiang Xueli stood beside Lin Zhengran, gazing up at the impressive building. On the courtyard wall, large characters gleamed under the sun. Zhengshi Music Media Company, Ltd. Jiang Xueli sighed in awe. This new place is so fancy. Although Lin Zhengran had already been here a few times 2 weeks ago, he was still surprised. In just half a month, the name, entrance, and even the walls have been renovated, making it look even more official. And this was just a branch company. It wasn't even the main headquarters. He couldn't imagine how much money Jiang Jingshi had invested in this within just 2 weeks. She was really serious about this new company. Fortunately, Lin Zhengran had already planned ahead. As long as he personally trained the staff and managed the company well, they would earn back the investment within a year. The two of them walked up to the gate. The security guard was a young man, probably a university student. Do you have an entry pass? Jiang Xueli pulled out her phone. No, I used to be with Sister Wang's studio. It got merged, right? I'm here to check in. The guard glanced at the information and nodded. All right, you can go in. What about him? Lin Zhengran instinctively said, I came with her. With her? Weren't you a former member of the studio? Sorry, but I can't let you in. This place is strictly for internal personnel. Before the young security guard could finish his sentence, a woman in her 30s suddenly rushed out from inside the company. She had short hair that reached her neckline, not the type to give off a strong corporate presence, but more of a mature academic vibe. She had a high-class appearance and wore a women's suit. Lin Zhengran had seen her before, during the previous meeting with Jiang Jingshi, Sister Wang, and that young male artist in the office. This was the woman who had poured tea for everyone. At that time, Jiang Jingshi hadn't even let her pour tea for herself. If you remember correctly, this woman was Jiang Jingshi's secretary or assistant. President Lin, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you'd be here this early. I was caught up with something just now and got delayed in receiving you. Truly my apologies. She approached quickly, speaking as she jogged over. The title President Lin didn't immediately register with anyone, including Jiang Xueli, so she was still stuck on what the young security guard had just said. She insisted, he can't enter? Of course he can. He's always accompanied me before. If you don't believe me, I can call Sister Wang right now, and you'll hear for yourself. The young security guard, seeing the woman arrive, didn't pay much attention to what Lin Zhengran or Jiang Xueli were saying. Instead, he nodded toward her. Sister Pan, you're here. The woman's full name was Pan Lin. She treated Lin Zhengran with great respect, afraid he might not have heard her explanation, so she quickly clarified why she was late. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. President Jiang told me you'd be here at 9, so I thought I had more time. I didn't expect you to come before 8. My poor reception, truly sorry. Pan Lin seemed a little flustered, clearly nervous about arriving late. Lin Zhengran didn't mind. It's fine, I did come earlier than planned. Pan Lin glanced at the security guard, who still looked a bit confused, and waved her hand, signaling him to continue his post. The meaning was clear. She would personally handle President Lin's reception. The young security guard nodded. He didn't understand much of what was going on, but he knew enough to follow orders. Returning to his post at the entrance, he couldn't help but glance back at Lin Zhengran, wondering who exactly this young man was. Wasn't Sister Pan President Zhang's secretary? Even Sister Wang was polite to her in the company, yet she was so deferential to this young man. Could he be some big boss's son? But that didn't seem right either. He looked even younger than himself. Just who was he? Pan Lin continued. President Lin, let me take you inside first. President Wang is still in a meeting with the members. She probably didn't expect you this early. Otherwise, she would have come to greet you personally. Lin Zhengran could tell her nervousness was making the atmosphere awkward. He nodded. All right, but there's no need to be so formal. There's no need for everyone to come and greet me. Jiang Xueli, listening from the side, was utterly confused, her head filled with question marks. What was with all these president titles? And who was this woman? She'd never seen her before. None of this made any sense. As the three of them walked into the company, Jiang Xueli whispered to Lin Zhengran. Zhengran, who is she? Pan Lin seemed to notice Jiang Xueli's confusion. She recognized her. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Pan Lin, President Zhang's secretary. She had something to do this morning and won't be back until noon, so she left me here to temporarily receive President Lin. Oh, I see. So this woman was Jiang Jingshi's secretary. Jiang Xueli quickly greeted her. I'm Jiang Xueli. Hello, sister. Pan Lin smiled and nodded. Hello, I know you. I've been keeping up with the Little Star rankings recently. You're our company's most outstanding singer. Jiang Xueli grinned sheepishly, feeling a bit unworthy of the praise. Not really, then she hesitated. But President Lin, who exactly is she talking about? Zhengran. Pan Lin hadn't expected her to ask this. Did this girl not know? President Lin is President Lin. Who else could it be? It really is Zhengran. Jiang Xueli stared at Lin Zhengran. What's going on? Lin Zhengran smiled at her. It's a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you properly later. Jiang Xueli was even more confused. She had been with Zhengran almost every day, going to and from school together. Except for the 2 days he had taken leave the previous week, she had seen him constantly. But now, it felt like she had been missing from his life for years, like something major had happened, and she was the only one left in the dark. They walked a few steps further into the company. As soon as they stepped through the entrance, the sensor doors slid open. Jiang Xueli's bright, clear eyes widened in shock. The spacious lobby had sleek, high-end, and modern decorations on the walls. Not only were there elevators on both sides, but also a grand spiral staircase, along with various soundproof music rooms and large posters. The entire setup was on a completely different level compared to the old studio, like night and day. It felt like they had walked into the ultimate dream music base. At that moment, in the far end of the first-floor lobby, a long line of singers stood neatly in formation. There were at least 100 of them, all standing silently. At the front, Wang Lan, Sister Wang, was addressing them. You've all been here for over a week now, so I'm sure you've gotten familiar with the environment. According to, hearing the door open, Wang Lan turned her head, seeing Lin Zhengran. Her face instantly filled with surprise and a hint of panic. She hadn't expected him to arrive so early. After what had happened last time, Wang Lan was now very aware of Lin Zhengran's current status. Without hesitation, she paused the meeting, telling the singers to wait for a moment, and then quickly jogged over. President Lin, why are you here so early? I didn't know you'd arrive this soon. So sorry. Lin Zhengran sighed. Sister Wang's attitude had completely changed since last time. She had always been kind to him before, but now there was unmistakable respect in her tone. Pan Lin, noticing Wang Lan's anxious expression, felt a similar panic earlier. If she didn't handle Lin Zhengran's reception properly, President Jiang would definitely be furious. Not just a little, but extremely angry. After all, anyone who worked closely with President Jiang knew that Lin Zhengran and Jiang Jingshi's relationship wasn't just business partners or simple friends. President Jiang even referred to him as her fiancé from time to time. Enough said. Pan Lin explained, I originally planned to come and wait for him at 8, but I didn't expect President Lin to arrive even earlier. So as soon as I saw him outside, I rushed over. Lin Zhengran smiled. It's fine. So, Sister Wang, you were in a meeting? Yes, it's the weekend, so I was holding an early meeting. Since I knew you and President Jiang were coming today, I want to set aside time for you. Throughout their conversation, it seemed no one had paid much attention to Jiang Xueli standing beside Lin Zhengran. When Wang Lan had rushed over, Jiang Xueli had quickly greeted her, but Sister Wang had been so nervous that she didn't even hear her. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Xueli started feeling something was off. Was Sister Wang's status actually lower than Zhengran's? Back in the studio, she hadn't treated him with this much respect. As soon as that thought crossed Jiang Xueli's mind, Wang Lan happened to greet her. Lily, you're here too. Haven't seen you in 2 weeks. Jiang Xueli responded. Morning, Sister Wang. Last week, I saw the announcement in the group chat about the studio's restructuring, so I didn't come by. Since I had time this week, I decided to drop in. She glanced at the rows of singers standing in formation in the distance and asked quietly, should I go line up too? I wasn't part of the meeting. Wang Lan and Pan Lin both looked toward Lin Zhengran. With him here, Wang Lan knew she had to defer to him first. Lin Zhengran said, Sister Wang, Lily doesn't need to join the meeting, right? After all, she's mainly here today for a separate discussion. Wang Lan quickly nodded. Of course, Lily doesn't need to attend. Jiang Xueli blinked at Wang Lan, then at Lin Zhengran, then at this new acquaintance, Sister Pan. Why did it feel like they were all listening to Zhengran? What the hell was going on? Lin Zhengran said, Sister Wang, go ahead and continue your meeting. We'll wait for Sister Jiang to return before discussing official matters. All right, then you two go rest in the office. I'll find you once the meeting is over. Pan Lin added, perfect timing. I'll take President Lin to see his new office. Lin Zhengran nodded, and Wang Lan returned to the singers to continue the meeting. Among the 100 or so singers, many of them recognized Lin Zhengran. They were former artists from Wang Lan's previous studio and knew that he was Lily's boyfriend. He had often come by when she was recording. But now something felt different. Even though they couldn't clearly hear the conversation just now, the way the three interacted didn't make Lin Zhengran seem like just an ordinary guest. Aside from Wang Lan, Pan Lin, and Lin Zhengran, nearly everyone else was completely baffled, their curiosity about this young man growing. As Lin Zhengran, Jiang Xueli, and Pan Lin made their way upstairs, Wang Lan finally clarified to the gathered singers. You all saw President Lin just now, right? This afternoon, he will be conducting a comprehensive training session for all of you. It'll be a long session, so don't schedule anything else. Make sure you're prepared. It'll be extremely beneficial to you. Upstairs, Pan Lin opened the door to Lin Zhengran's office. While his expression remained calm, Jiang Xueli froze at what she overheard. Zhengran was going to train everyone. Why? The amount of new information was overwhelming. What was happening? Why did she know nothing about any of this? Inside, Lin Zhengran's office was similar to Jiang Jingshi's. A sofa, coffee table, desk, and filing cabinets, simple yet high-end, with a nearly identical interior style to Jiang Jingshi's. The only real difference was that the feminine touches had been swapped out for a more masculine design. Pan Lin introduced, This is President Lin's office. It's right next to President Jiang's. As for the headquarters office, it's still under renovation. President Jiang said she'd personally take you to see it once it's ready. I can't disclose the layout details here. Jiang Xueli, still in a daze, stammered, Headquarters? What did she mean by headquarters now? Pan Lin smiled. I'll go prepare some tea for President Lin. You two can rest here for a while. With that, she left the office, gently closing the door behind her. Finally, only Jiang Xueli and Lin Zhengran were left in the office. Lin Zhengran examined the office layout, then sat down in front of the computer, booting it up to check various files. The company's artist profiles had already been uploaded. Before he could go through them in detail, a certain someone suddenly grabbed his arm and started shaking him violently. Her voice came out stammering, trembling, as if her brain had turned into a tangled ball of yarn. Zhengran. Zhengran, what the hell is going on? Tell me everything right now. What's happened? She was shaking him so hard his brain felt like it was being scrambled. Even his hand on the mouse wobbled unsteadily. Jiang Xueli, like a machine gun, rattled off question after question. Why are people calling you President Lin? Why do you have your own office? What does headquarters even mean? Why are you giving them training? Why is Sister Wang suddenly so respectful to you? Hurry up and explain what's going on. Lin Zhengran exhaled a long breath, raised his hand amid her violent shaking, and, smack, flicked her forehead. Jiang Xueli yelped in pain, jerking her head back, finally calming down a little. She stopped shaking him. Clutching her forehead, she complained, "That one really hurt. What was that for?" Lin Zhengran turned to her. "Why are you panicking? You nearly shook my brain loose. Isn't it obvious? I'm now one of the—" He paused, choosing the right term. "One of the people in charge here, along with Sister Wang and Sister Jiang. That's why they call me President Lin." "What?" Jiang Xueli completely forgot the pain in her forehead. "What do you mean, one of the people in charge? Are you saying that this company," she stretched out her arms dramatically, "this huge, fancy company, has you as part of it? You're a boss now, like a real boss who gets annual dividends?" Lin Zhengran nodded. "Pretty much. Any profits the company makes, I get a share." "No way. But where did you get the money to start a company? Isn't that super expensive?" Regarding the money issue, Lin Zhengran had actually discussed this with Jiang Jingshi in detail. Right now, practically all the funding was coming from her, and it was a huge sum. Compared to her, the money he had was insignificant. He was just contributing his presence. But for some reason, Jiang Jingshi insisted on giving him a major stake in the company. So, he made her a promise. Lin Zhengran had personally guaranteed that within 6 months, he would increase the company's profit by at least 60%. If he failed, Jiang Jingshi had covered his mouth before he could even finish, already knowing what he was about to say. "Zhengran, you're not allowed to say anything negative about yourself. I trust you completely. When you trust someone, you trust them fully. If we lose money, I'll bear it myself. You're still the boss. And if we profit together." For Lin Zhengran, making money with a platform like this was incredibly easy. He had only said 6 months to be conservative. It wouldn't even take that long. In a way, his promise was simply a way to acknowledge how much Jiang Jingshi believed in him. Even so, he was still surprised at the extent of her trust. So at the time, he had simply replied, "Then I won't say anything else. Sister Jiang, just wait and see in 6 months." Jiang Jingshi had smiled warmly and nodded. Now, he explained to Jiang Xueli, "I didn't invest money, just myself. I promised Jiang Jingshi that within 6 months, I'd increase the company's profits by over 50%, which is why I became an investor." Jiang Xueli's jaw nearly dropped. "Over 50%? How much is the company making now?" Lin Zhengran asked. "Do you mean individually or combined?" "What does that mean?" "Well, Zhengshi Company is structured as a headquarters model. Just now, you asked what headquarters meant, right? This is what it means. Currently, Zhengshi Company owns 3 subsidiaries: Zhengshi Sports, Zhengshi Music, and Zhengshi Streaming. We're in the music division now. So are you asking about?" "Wait." Jiang Xueli's eyes widened as she practically screamed. "You mean this company is only a subsidiary? There are 2 more. And then there's a headquarters on top of that." Lin Zhengran couldn't help but flick her forehead again. She winced. "Keep your voice down. Good thing the music company's glass is soundproof. Otherwise, you'd be screaming everyone's ears off. Yes, this is one of the subsidiaries. There are 2 more, making 4 companies in total. Then how are you supposed to meet that promise? That's insane. You think I can't?" Lin Zhengran chuckled. "Since I dared to make the promise, of course, I have a plan." Jiang Xueli looked into his eyes. Though she felt this kind of promise was a bit exaggerated, she had always believed in Lin Zhengran. She had never been wrong following him. Suddenly, she laughed. Then if you succeed, Zhengran, how much will you be making in a year? How would I know? It's based on dividends. If I fulfill my promise within 6 months, my earnings will be based on my shares after that. Jiang Shuili racked her brain. I get it now. So that's why you're giving everyone a unified training session later. Because this company will be yours in the future. That means you're my boss now. For now on, we can train here, but I'll still train you one-on-one. The others will get group training. After all, I've personally trained you since we were kids. You're different from them. For a music company to make money, it mainly needed to focus on nurturing just 3 or 4 key artists, or even just 1 or 2. Spreading resources too thin wouldn't bring in profits. In fact, in the future, Jiang Shuili alone might end up contributing over half of the company's earnings. Just as she was about to say something else, Pan Lin returned, carrying a tray with freshly brewed tea. President Lin, Lily, the tea is ready. Jiang Shuili instinctively straightened up and replied nervously. Now that she understood the situation, she suddenly felt a bit excited. If Zhengran was now the boss, didn't that mean she was technically the boss's wife? And in the future, all the money she earned would practically be going into her own household. Zhengran would also be making a ton of money. Lin Zhengran got up to grab his tea, glancing at Jiang Shuili, who was still lost in thought. He smiled at her. Jiang Shuili, a little flustered, smiled back. Then she followed him to sit on the couch. Pan Lin placed the tea in front of them. President Zhang's driver just called. She's already on her way back and should arrive in about 10 minutes. Please wait a little longer. Got it. I'll go tidy up President Zhang's office. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be right next door. With that, she exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Jiang Shuili let out a breath only after Pan Lin left, then exchanged looks with Lin Zhengran. Lin Zhengran curiously gazed into her bright, sparkling eyes. What's wrong? More questions. Jiang Shuili shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying. She grinned. Nothing, just thinking that you suddenly became so impressive. And not just a little impressive, very impressive. It's not really sudden. It was bound to happen eventually. Didn't I tell you before that signing you with the studio was just a temporary step? In the end, I always planned to keep you by my side. Jiang Shuili beamed and nodded. A few moments later, Wang Lan finished the meeting with the singers downstairs and headed up to discuss business with Lin Zhengran. At the same time, a Rolls-Royce pulled up at the company entrance. The security guard immediately lifted the barrier and greeted the passenger. Good day, President Jiang. Jiang Jingshi smiled, and in the distance, Pan Lin hurried over to meet her. President Jiang, you've arrived. She promptly opened the car door for her. Jiang Jingshi asked, Zhengran is already here, right? What time did you receive him? Pan Lin, feeling extremely on edge, cautiously recounted the morning's events. She knew this wasn't something she could gloss over. If she tried to cover it up and Jiang Jingshi found out later, it would be much worse. President Jiang, President Lin arrived at 8 this morning. I thought he'd be coming at 9, so when I was busy downstairs at 8, before she could finish, Jiang Jingshi's elegant brows furrowed, her expression gradually darkening. What did you say? Didn't I tell you to go down early to wait for him? Why did I leave you here if not for that? I'm sorry, President Jiang. She knew Jiang Jingshi would be upset, but she hadn't expected such a drastic change in her expression. I promise it won't happen again. He wasn't upset, was he? No. President Lin is very kind. He was very polite to me. I figured Zhengran wouldn't get angry over something so small. But don't let it happen again. Learn from this. Pan Lin nodded carefully. Understood, President Jiang. With that, she followed Jiang Jingshi into the company. She felt slightly relieved now, but one thing was clear. Compared to everyone else, Lin Zhengran definitely held a special place in Jiang Jingshi's heart. After all, when Jiang Jingshi had her investigate things, she had discovered that Jiang Jingshi and Lin Zhengran had known each other since childhood. Childhood sweetheart connections were no joke. Jiang Jingshi entered the building and headed straight to the second floor, where she found Lin Zhengran talking with Wang Lan in the office. Zhengran, Sister Wang, sorry for being late. As soon as she entered, Lin Zhengran, Jiang Xueli, and Wang Lan all stood up to greet her. President Jiang, Sister Jiang, President Jiang. The last greeting came from Jiang Xueli. Jiang Jingshi walked over to them, but her eyes landed on Lin Zhengran first. Have a seat, she said before turning to Jiang Xueli. Lily, you're here too? Then let's get. Since everyone was present, Jiang Jingshi got straight to the point. The three of them first discussed the new benefits system for the singers after the company merger. Jiang Jingshi felt that since Wang Jie's artist had transitioned from a small town to the city, their daily commute was a hassle. She believed they should at least arrange shuttle buses and provide additional subsidies for those traveling long distances. There were also other benefits that needed improvement. Lin Zhengran had no objections to this. Jiang Jingshi had enough experience in these matters. Sister Wang also shared her thoughts. Afterward, the three of them discussed the formation of new music groups. The company had decided to establish 3 music teams, with Jiang Xueli's girl group as the top priority for resources. They planned to push her new MV, organize a press release for her song, promote it through video platforms, and schedule interviews. With the unexpected popularity boost from the Little Star rankings, as long as Jiang Xueli's new song maintained its quality, it would be easy for her to blow up. On top of that, Jiang Jingshi brought good news. She handed over a contract. This morning, I spoke with a fairly well-known director. He wants to use Lily's original song, Whale, as the ending theme for an upcoming movie. I watched the movie myself. It's well made. Zhengran and Sister Wang. If you're interested, I can introduce you to the director so you can add him on WeChat. Even though an ending theme doesn't get as much exposure as the main theme, given Lily's current level of fame, this is still great publicity. Lily, what do you think? Take a look at the contract amount. How does it sound? If you're willing, we can finalize the deal in a few days. Jiang Xueli had been listening to the conversation, but felt like everything they were discussing was way too high level. She was just a student. How had she suddenly gotten involved in company affairs? Now that Jiang Jingshi was asking her opinion, she had no idea what to say. Me? She turned to Lin Zhengran, not even registering the money part. Zhengran, what do you think? I'll listen to you. Lin Zhengran skimmed the contract and nodded at Jiang Xueli. I think it's a good opportunity. As long as the movie isn't complete garbage, there's no downside. Jiang Xueli smiled and nodded. If Zhengran says it's good, then it's good. Jiang Jingshi observed their dynamic and smiled. Then it's settled. That wraps up everything, right? All that's left is Zhengran's training session this afternoon and Lily's MV shoot today and tomorrow. Jiang Xueli was caught off guard. The filming starts today. Yes, this is your solo MV. We'll begin today with indoor scenes, then shoot the outdoor segments tomorrow. Next week, once Zhengran picks the right team for you, we'll plan the rest. After wrapping up the meeting, Wang Jie took Jiang Xueli backstage for makeup and a wardrobe change. The indoor MV shoot would happen in the afternoon, followed by the outdoor shoot on Sunday. Lin Zhengran had volunteered to accompany her for the outdoor filming. As Jiang Xueli and Wang Jie left, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Jingshi stood at the office door, watching them go. Pan Lin was also standing nearby. She noticed Jiang Jingshi looking visibly exhausted. Clearly, she had been working herself to the bone lately. As a highly perceptive secretary, Pan Lin offered, President Jiang, your office hasn't been tidied in a few days. I'll go clean it up. Let me know if you need anything. Jiang Jingshi glanced at her and hummed in agreement. Go ahead. Pan Lin nodded, intentionally giving Jiang Jingshi and Lin Zhengran some alone time. After all, if she was busy cleaning the office, President Jiang had the perfect excuse to stay here instead of returning to her own office. It was likely what Jiang Jingshi wanted too. She didn't seem inclined to go back and rest. After Pan Lin left, Jiang Jingshi noticed Jiang Xueli looking back at them while heading downstairs. Lin Zhengran waved at her. Jiang Xueli smiled brightly in response. Jiang Jingshi turned to him. Zhengran, you really dote on Lily, huh? Even following her to the MV shoot tomorrow. Lin Zhengran didn't deny it. She's been with me since childhood. If I'm not there, she'll probably feel nervous. I could tell. When we mentioned filming outdoors, the moment you said you'd be there, she visibly relaxed. You're really important to her. Jiang Jingshi's expression was subtle, carrying a hint of jealousy. Lin Zhengran didn't comment and instead glanced at her, noticing how fatigued she seemed. Since Sister Pan is cleaning your office, why don't you rest here for a while? I already noticed you looked tired during the meeting. Jiang Jingshi smiled gently. I'm fine. I just want to make sure Lily's first collaboration went smoothly. That's why I had the movie contract reviewed by our lawyers this morning. I only came back after confirming there were no issues. The two of them returned to Lin Zhengran's office and shut the door. Jiang Jingshi sat on the couch and glanced down at her heels. Lin Zhengran noticed. If you don't mind, I can lock the door, and you can take off your shoes to relax. Jiang Jingshi hesitated but then chuckled. Then I won't keep up appearances in front of you, Zhengran. She really was exhausted. She pulled out her phone and messaged Pan Lin. Shortly after, Pan Lin brought over a small, fluffy footrest. Lin Zhengran took it from her, locked the door, and handed it to Jiang Jingshi. Her face flushed slightly as she removed her high heels. Her feet, still clad in sheer stockings, slipped out of the red-bottomed heels. Jiang Jingshi had small, delicate feet, accentuated by the stockings, looking almost like a piece of art. She rubbed her sore ankle before placing both feet onto the footrest, letting out a satisfied sigh. Lin Zhengran, sitting beside her, remarked, "You've worked hard, Sister Jiang. I know you've been running all over to handle the company's paperwork. If you hadn't, everything wouldn't have come together this quickly." Jiang Jingshi gazed at him with her soft, peach blossom eyes and smiled. "Why so formal, Zhengran? This company belongs to both of us. Of course I'm going to give it my all. That said, it's not a big deal. It's just a matter of walking around, signing papers, making calls. Eventually, the paperwork will be done. You, on the other hand, have to train and mentor all these singers. That's the real hard work. I don't think it's that bad. These singers won't be so easy to train," she reminded him. Lin Zhengran simply smiled. Most people might struggle with training them, but for him, it was a different story. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly furrowed her brows and looked down at her ankle. Lin Zhengran was surprised. "Does your ankle hurt?" Jiang Jingshi massaged it lightly. It's been acting up for the past few days," Lin Zhengran suggested. "If you don't mind, I can take a look? You know how to check injuries?" Lin Zhengran knew everything. His mastery was comprehensive in every field. "I know a little. Sister Jiang, move to the edge of the couch so I can examine it properly." She nodded and adjusted her position. Lin Zhengran knelt in front of her, his expression serious. Jiang Jingshi, watching him from above, felt her cheeks grow warm. "It's probably not an injury. What should I do?" she asked, her voice slightly flustered. Lin Zhengran reached out, gently grasping her foot through the silk stocking and placing it on his knee. "You don't have to do anything, Sister Jiang. Just relax." The moment his hand touched her sole, Jiang Jingshi bit her lips slightly. It was a little ticklish. Jiang Jingshi's foot felt incredibly soft to the touch, though her ankle was slightly stiff from walking too much. Lin Zhengran gently pressed around her ankle, testing for sensitivity. "Does it hurt here?" Jiang Jingshi winced slightly and furrowed her brows. She nodded. "Right there. Be a little gentler." "Got it." Lin Zhengran observed carefully. "It's just fatigue. There's no major issue for now, but if you keep pushing yourself, it could lead to real damage. I can already feel the changes, especially with high heels making it worse. I'll massage it a bit, and it should feel much better right away. Tonight, make sure to soak your feet. It'll help speed up lactic acid breakdown and improve circulation." "Looks like you've already applied some medicine." "Yes, but it didn't help much. Medicine is just an aid. What you really need is rest. Otherwise, this will turn into a bigger issue soon." As she felt Lin Zhengran's hands kneading her sole and ankle, Jiang Jingshi, though slightly embarrassed, couldn't help but admit it felt really good. His technique was incredibly professional. "It's not that serious, right?" Lin Zhengran glanced up at her, his expression serious. Jiang Jingshi rarely saw him look this stern. "I'm not joking. High heels alone She didn't hear the rest of what he said. She was too focused on his expression, somewhere between a warning and mild scolding. Her fingers, resting on the couch, curled slightly. In that moment, a long-buried memory surfaced. The first time she met Lin Zhengran when they were little kids. He had looked at her exactly like this back then. Strict, almost intimidating. Even though it had been so many years, and she had only realized much later that the boy she met in the supermarket that day was him, the overlapping familiarity of the scene made her feel a little nervous. "I get it," she mumbled softly. "Big sister will listen to you." Lin Zhengran looked up, noticing the slight change in Jiang Jingshi's expression, different from her usual demeanor. He was a bit surprised, but still nodded. As long as she took his advice, that was what mattered. After finishing the massage, Lin Zhengran sat at his desk, reviewing the personal profiles of all the company's singers. He listened to samples of their songs to assess their skill levels in preparation for the afternoon meeting. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingshi remained on the couch, as Lin Zhengran had told her to rest. She had nothing else to do, so she simply sat there. Her face was still a little flushed from the massage, as if lost in thought. Occasionally, she would glance at Lin Zhengran working at his desk, her lips pressing together wordlessly. Before lunch, Lin Zhengran left to find Jiang Shiwei. At the filming studio, he watched as she finished shooting the MV for You Are My Star with the help of the production crew. Jiang Shiwei quickly noticed him, standing nearby. The moment she saw him, she froze mid-action and was immediately reminded by the director. "Lily, focus. Don't get distracted." Jiang Shiwei snapped out of it, flustered. "Got it." She hurriedly continued singing and following the instructed movements, her heartbeat racing as she forced herself not to look at Lin Zhengran again. Otherwise, she'd get too nervous. Once the morning shoot was over, she walked over to him with her hands clasped behind her back. "Well, Zhengran, how was it? Not bad, right?" Lin Zhengran nodded thoughtfully. "Aside from the times you spaced out, the rest was pretty good." "What do you mean, spaced out?" "I only." Jiang Shiwei's face turned red, and she averted her gaze. "Of course I spaced out. You were watching me. How could I focus?" "What was that?" Lin Zhengran asked. Jiang Shiwei shook her head rapidly, like a little rattledrum. "Nothing, nothing. Let's go eat lunch. I heard that the cafeteria here has a menu supervised by Sister Wang, and the food is really good. They even provide meals here." Sister Wang's old studio never did that. As they walked toward the cafeteria, Lin Zhengran explained, "Back then, Sister Wang was running everything on limited funds. The studio wasn't making much, so covering meals wasn't feasible. Now, the management has changed, and the company has money, so meals were added." Jiang Shiwei was once again reminded that Lin Zhengran was the boss now. Walking beside him, she was still trying to wrap her head around the fact that he had become a business owner. The gap in status was overwhelming. One morning wasn't enough to fully process it. But as they left, neither of them noticed that Jiang Jingshi and Pan Lin had been standing near the entrance of the studio. Jiang Jingshi had come here personally to invite Lin Zhengran to lunch since he hadn't returned to the office. But the moment she arrived, she saw him chatting with Jiang Shiwei, the two of them laughing and heading off to eat together. Pan Lin, naturally, saw this as well. She blinked, slightly surprised, then glanced at Jiang Jingshi to gauge her reaction. Sure enough, Jiang Jingshi's once cheerful expression subtly shifted. Her usually warm peach blossom eyes now carried a faint sense of disappointment. She silently watched Lin Zhengran and Jiang Shiwei walk away. Wanting to smooth things over, Pan Lin softly said, "Maybe President Lin just wanted to try the employee cafeteria since it's his first time here." Jiang Jingshi glanced at her. Pan Lin swallowed nervously. Perhaps she had spoken too much. But Jiang Jingshi simply responded with a smile. "Is that so?" She didn't show any signs of anger. Instead, she said lightly, "Let's go back to the office for lunch." Pan Lin quickly nodded. "All right, I'll get your meal for you." Jiang Jingshi turned and headed back upstairs. Pan Lin watched her walk away. She had been working for Jiang Jingshi for years, witnessing her moments of anger, sadness, and excitement. She had seen all kinds of emotions. But this particular micro-expression, it was new. It wasn't obvious, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of quiet loneliness. At lunch, everyone, including Jiang Shuili and the other singers, had a well-balanced meal of 3 dishes and soup, generous and filling. Jiang Shuili, sitting across from Lin Zhengran, marveled, "The food here is amazing." She took a bite and exclaimed, "It's way better than our school cafeteria." "Zhengran, try it." Lin Zhengran took a few bites and had to admit, it was much better than the food at school. Clearly, Jiang Jingshi had put a lot of thought into the finer details. After lunch, Jiang Shuili continued filming the indoor MV, while Lin Zhengran headed to the main hall. By the time he arrived, over 100 singers were already seated, along with Sister Wang. He began the meeting, announcing that he would be providing a structured training session for everyone that afternoon, followed by individual guidance to address each singer's vocal weaknesses. His goal was to elevate the overall skill level of the company's artists in the shortest time possible. Meanwhile, just as Jiang Jingshi was about to head downstairs to observe the training, she received an urgent call from Jiang Corporation. They needed her back at the company for an important meeting. She had wanted to decline. After all, Lin Zhengran was only here for 2 days this week. But the issue seemed serious, leaving her no choice but to go. Before leaving, she went to find Lin Zhengran. "Zhengran, something came up at Jiang Corporation, so I have to head back. I won't be able to stay with you this afternoon." Lin Zhengran nodded. "Go handle it, Sister Jiang. Just don't forget what I told you earlier. Get some rest." Jiang Jingshi smiled warmly. "Of course, I'll remember." After a few simple exchanges, she and Pan Lin left, while Lin Zhengran officially started the training session. On the way back to Jiang Corporation, Pan Lin thought about how little Jiang Jingshi had eaten at lunch. She had barely touched her food. She had even helped tidy up the private dining area in the office, which made it clear Jiang Jingshi's original plan had been to personally prepare lunch for Lin Zhengran. But he never came back. Instead, he had gone to watch Jiang Shuili's filming session. Sitting in the front seat, Pan Lin glanced back and hesitated before asking, "President Jiang, should I buy you something to eat after the meeting? I don't think you ate enough at lunch." Jiang Jingshi gazed out the window, then turned to look at her. "I'm not that hungry right now. I'll see after the meeting." "All right." Just as Pan Lin was about to leave it at that, Jiang Jingshi suddenly said, "Wait. After the meeting, buy me a cup of instant noodles. I'll eat it in the car." Pan Lin immediately nodded. "Got it, President Jiang." The Rolls-Royce drove toward Jiang Corporation. Pan Lin accompanied Jiang Jingshi upstairs for the meeting. By the time they returned to the car, more than an hour had passed. Jiang Jingshi settled into her seat while Pan Lin, who had arranged for the purchase earlier, handed her a steaming cup of instant noodles, Master Kang's braised beef flavor. It was the only flavor President Jiang ever ate. In the past, she would only have one every few months. But lately, she had been eating it every week. A while ago, Pan Lin had curiously asked, "President Jiang, what's so good about this brand of instant noodles? You always buy the same one." At the time, Jiang Jingshi had simply replied, "It just tastes good. I've been eating it since I was a kid. It's a habit." Pan Lin hadn't thought much of it then. But about a month ago, she finally understood. Why would a CEO worth billions suddenly develop a fondness for the cheapest fast food? Sitting in the back of the Rolls-Royce, Jiang Jingshi quietly unwrapped the noodles and poured in the hot water. She sprinkled in half of the salt packet, along with all the vegetable and sauce packets. As soon as the hot water was poured in, the steaming instant noodles immediately released a rich, enticing aroma. Jiang Jingshi pierced the lid with a fork to trap the heat. Then, she placed the cup of noodles to the side and began the long 5-minute wait. During those 5 minutes, the world around her fell into an eerie silence. Neither the driver nor Pan Lin dared to speak. Jiang Jingshi simply stared at the thin wisps of steam escaping from the lid's edges, her thoughts drifting away. And unknowingly, she was pulled back into a memory. Back to the very first time she met him. She was 8 years old and in the 2nd grade. At the time, the Jiang family was rapidly expanding its business, but Jiang Corporation had yet to be officially established. One day, 8-year-old Jiang Jingshi got food poisoning at school. After being excused from class, she went to the hospital for a checkup. Her parents were too busy with business meetings to pick her up, so her aunt, who worked as a kindergarten teacher nearby, came to get her. The doctor confirmed it was nothing serious and prescribed some medicine. Little one, does it still hurt? Young Jiang Jingshi, with her neatly tied ponytail and budding peach blossom eyes, held her aunt's hand and nodded softly. Not as much anymore. I just went to the restroom, and it feels better. I'll prescribe you some medicine. Take 2 pills, and if your stomach still hurts in the afternoon, come back for a recheck. Her aunt thanked the doctor and bought the medicine. Since she had only taken a short leave, she called her supervisor and then took Jiang Jingshi back to the kindergarten. Before heading to class, she instructed her, Jingshi, stay in my office. Don't wander around, okay? Your mom will come to pick you up after work. Jiang Jingshi nodded obediently. I understand, Annie. She had always been well-behaved and never caused trouble for adults. Once they arrived at the kindergarten, she was settled in her aunt's office. The other teachers liked her and complimented her on her looks, asking which school she attended and what her name was. At that moment, another teacher handed her aunt a class roster. Sis, here's the list for your class. That kid, Lin Zhengran, has amazing grades. Most kids his age just play around, but he already knows arithmetic. Her aunt recalled the boy in question. He had always been different from the other children, detached yet outstanding. Whether it was music practice or simple math games, he was always the best. There are always a few exceptional kids every year. She took the list and reminded Jiang Jingshi, Jingshi, I'm going to class now. Stay in the office, all right? If you need to go to the restroom, you remember where it is, right? Jiang Jingshi nodded like a little adult. Yes, Auntie. Out the door and to the right. Her aunt patted her head. Good girl. I'll be back later. Once her aunt left, Jiang Jingshi sat quietly in a corner of the office, motionless, behaving perfectly. But after some time, a dull ache in her stomach made her frown. She got up, holding her belly, and walked toward the girls' restroom. After relieving herself, she sighed in relief. Just then, the kindergarten's break bell rang. Jiang Jingshi knew the younger kids would be coming soon, so she decided to leave before the restroom got crowded. But as she was about to step out, she suddenly heard a loud voice from outside. Hey, everyone, come look. This girl peed on her arm. She's washing it. She's washing her clothes. A boy's voice, full of mean-spirited amusement. The hallway quickly became chaotic. Curious, Jiang Jingshi peeked outside. A small girl stood there, trembling, her eyes red-rimmed, her arms soaked. The surrounding children only gathered closer, whispering and giggling, as if watching some grand spectacle. Jiang Jingshi was taken aback. She felt bad for the little girl and hesitated, wanting to comfort her. But before she could take a step, a boy suddenly barged through the crowd, storming over with fierce momentum. He shoved his way past the gathered children and went straight to the crying girl. What happened? He demanded. The little girl stammered out a response. And then he scolded her. How do you not know who bullied you? Then he turned and glared at the crowd. Who said that just now? What's your problem? Come out. His shout startled even Jiang Jingshi, a big kid. After all, he was just a 5-year-old boy. But his eyes, his expression, were terrifyingly sharp. He questioned the crying girl again, pressing for the culprit's name. Once he identified the boy who had started it, he marched straight over. So, it was you who bullied He Qing. Why didn't you come out when I called you? Grabbing the boy's arm, he added, Come on, we're going to the teacher. If the teacher won't do anything, then we'll settle this outside. The boy burst into tears, clutching his face and wailing apologies. The surrounding children, who had been entertained just moments ago, suddenly grew uneasy. Even Jiang Jingshi, watching from the side, felt a strange sense of awe. This kid's temper is scary. But once the troublemaker had apologized, the boy didn't push further. After issuing a stern warning, he led the frightened girl away. A group of girls nearby started whispering, That boy is so fierce. I think he looks kind of cool. If I got bullied, I want someone to stand up for me like that. Yeah, me too. Listening to their murmurs, Jiang Jingshi followed their gazes toward the boy. She happened to lock eyes with the rescued girl. who turned back for one last look before leaving. That afternoon, Jiang Jingshi's mother came to pick her up. She left with her mother. At the time, she never imagined she would meet that boy again, and certainly not just a month later. One Saturday, though she no longer remembered the exact date, Jiang Jingshi accompanied her mother to visit her grandmother. Halfway there, her mother received an urgent business call. After a brief conversation, she turned to her daughter. Jingshi, I need to meet a client. Stay in the car, all right? I'll lock the doors. Don't wander off. Jiang Jingshi nodded. She was used to her parents being busy. Her mother, knowing her daughter was mature for her age, parked outside a residential complex, locked the car, and left to handle business. At first, Jiang Jingshi sat quietly in the car. She thought her mother would be back within an hour. But time dragged on, from morning to afternoon. At first, she had been calm, but the longer she waited, the more uneasy she became. She began anxiously pressing her face against the glass, peering toward the complex. Why isn't Mom back yet? After what felt like forever, hunger gnawed at her. Finally, she decided to get out and look for her mother. But halfway to the complex entrance, she hesitated. What if I get lost? What if Mom comes back and I'm not there? She turned back, but as she tried to retrace her steps, she realized every intersection in this complex looks exactly the same. Little Jiang Jingshi panicked as tears welled up in her eyes. Completely disoriented, she ran aimlessly like a headless fly, unable to find her way back. In her frantic state, she suddenly spotted a road in the distance. Thinking it was the exit, she hurried toward it. But when she arrived, the scene before her was unfamiliar. Mom! The words slipped out in a whisper, but the tears could no longer be held back, streaming down her face. Her naturally quiet nature made her sob in small, stifled cries. At that moment, a boy happened to walk past. He initially ignored the crying little girl, but after a few steps, he stopped and sighed, turning back. What's with little girls in this world? Why are they always like this? He could have just walked away. It had nothing to do with him. But after being reborn, he found that ignoring these troublesome little kids didn't sit well with his adult conscience. So he turned around and approached her. Did you lose your mom? Hearing the voice, Jiang Jingshi blinked her teary eyes open, startled to find a boy standing close to her. She instinctively stepped back. Wasn't this the same boy from kindergarten? You. Her lips quivered as if she was about to cry again. Lin Zhengran frowned. Stop crying. His sharp tones startled her, making her recall how fierce he had been back at kindergarten. She was so scared that she immediately stopped crying, sniffling instead. Lin Zhengran asked again, You got lost? Jiang Jingshi sniffled and nodded. Since she was a little older, she was able to explain how she had gotten lost and why her mother had left. Lin Zhengran sighed in relief. At least this girl had some logic. She could clearly explain what happened. Much better than He Qing, who had just stood there, too scared to say a word. He pointed into the distance. If you're not mistaken, you're at the other entrance of the neighborhood. The place you came from should be over there. Jiang Jingshi turned to look where he pointed, but hesitated. She had already gotten lost once. What if she got lost again? Lin Zhengran seemed to understand the hesitation that came with her age. With a sigh, he figured he might as well go all the way. I'll take you there. Okay. She sniffled again. Lin Zhengran frowned. What are you still crying for? Jiang Jingshi quickly wiped her eyes. I wasn't crying, just wiping my tears. Lin Zhengran had no choice but to lead her back to the other entrance. The moment she saw her mother's car, her face lit up with joy, and she immediately ran toward it. Even though her mother wasn't there, just finding the car made her feel safe again. She turned back to Lin Zhengran. Thank you, my name is... Lin Zhengran waved his hand dismissively. No need to tell me your name. I'm not interested. You found your car, so just stay put next time. Your mom is probably busy, and if you wander off again, you'll just get lost. Little Jiang Jingshi nodded obediently. I'm leaving now. Otherwise, my mom won't be able to find me. He turned to go, but just as he was about to leave, he heard the unmistakable grumble of a hungry stomach. Jiang Jingshi immediately clutched her stomach in embarrassment. He looked back at her. She looked even more embarrassed. Not far away, There was a small supermarket in the neighborhood. "Does your mom keep money in the car?" he asked. Jiang Jingshi hesitated. I don't know." Lin Zhengran opened the car door and rummaged through possible storage spots. Luckily, paper currency was still common at the time. He managed to find a few loose bills in the glove compartment. Without another word, he walked over to the small supermarket and bought a cup of braised beef instant noodles. He also borrowed some hot water from the cashier and handed the steaming cup to Jiang Jingshi. "Eat this. When your mom comes back, just say you bought it yourself. Let it sit for a few minutes before eating." "Okay, I'm leaving now." This time, he really left without lingering. For Lin Zhengran, moments like this were too numerous to count, so insignificant that they didn't even leave an impression in his memory. But for little Jiang Jingshi, as she held the cup of noodles and watched his figure disappear into the distance, this scene, without her realizing, etched itself into her mind. The heat from the noodles transferred to the cup, burning her fingers slightly. She quickly set it down. By the time she looked up again, Lin Zhengran was already gone. She blinked, then softly muttered, "Thank you." A few minutes later, she dug into the noodles. They tasted better than anything she had ever eaten before, slurping up the delicious yet scalding noodles in small bites. Her mother finally hurried out from the residential complex, flustered. "Jingshi, Mom is late. Were you getting anxious?" "I was so caught up in business negotiations that I didn't even realize it's already past noon." Jiang Jingshi's mother glanced at her daughter eating instant noodles, slightly surprised. "You bought this yourself?" Jiang Jingshi chewed and swallowed her noodles, remembering Lin Zhengran's reminder earlier. "Yeah, Mom, are you done with work?" "I was hungry, so I took money from the car's glove compartment and bought it." Her mother stroked her head, praising her. "Jingshi is so capable. Seeing you eat makes me hungry too. I'll go buy a cup as well. Let's eat together in the car." With that, her mother also went to the store, got a cup of instant noodles with hot water, and the two of them sat in the car to eat. As they ate, Jiang Jingshi's mother spoke excitedly. "Mom just closed a big deal. Your dad is going to be so happy tonight. Our family might just get wealthier and wealthier." Little Jiang Jingshi smiled softly. But in the middle of eating, she looked out the window in the direction where Lin Zhengran had disappeared, blinking those budding peach blossom eyes. That single blink spanned over 10 years. Although she never forgot this childhood memory, it had never held much significance to her. She never paid much attention to who that boy was or what kind of person he grew up to be. She only knew that a small episode from her childhood made her develop a fondness for instant noodles. Until a few months ago, fate unexpectedly revealed to her that there was a boy in her younger sister's class who was far more talented than her sister. Then, by sheer coincidence, she ran into Lin Zhengran at the supermarket, over a cup of instant noodles. After their conversation in the car that day, Jiang Jingshi had a dream about Lin Zhengran that night. She unexpectedly dreamed of that boy from her childhood. In the dream, their faces blurred and overlapped. The moment she woke up, she was so shaken that she immediately instructed her secretary, Pan Lin, to investigate which kindergarten Lin Zhengran had attended and where his family lived. She wanted to verify if this was all real. And to her shock, it really was. That fierce little boy from back then turned out to be her younger sister's deskmate, Lin Zhengran. So when she met him again at the taekwondo competition, at the music contest, and then learned that her childhood engagement was actually with him, at that moment, Jiang Jingshi, who was home with her sister and grandfather, held his personal file and murmured, "He was mine all along. It was just a twist of fate that made him my sister's childhood fiancé. Now, it's time to return him to me." "President Jiang? President Jiang, your noodles are ready." At the entrance of Jiang Corporation, Jiang Jingshi was snapped out of her thoughts by Pan Lin's voice. She blinked back into focus. "What's wrong?" Pan Lin glanced at the instant noodles that were nearly oversoaked. "Your noodles have been sitting for 7 or 8 minutes. Any longer, and they'll be inedible." Jiang Jingshi turned to the noodles beside her, responded with an and quickly picked them up, peeling back the lid. She gave them a quick stir with her fork, still fine. Pan Lin saw her spacing out and exchanged a glance with the driver. The driver, an old employee, tactfully stepped out of the car, knowing when not to eavesdrop. Once he was gone, Pan Lin lowered her voice. President Jiang, why don't you go home and rest for a bit? You seem really tired today. Jiang Jingshi took a bite of the noodles. 10 years had passed, yet the taste remained unchanged. I already rested for a while in Zhengran's office just now. I feel much better. I'll finish this, then head back to Zhengshi Music. I want to see how Zhengran runs his meetings. Pan Lin gave a helpless smile. She knew President Jiang just wanted to take another look at Lin Zhengran. All right, but you've never worked this hard before. Lately, you've been much busier than before. I'm really worried about your health. Even Lin always tells you to rest more, doesn't he? Bringing up Lin Zhengran was indeed effective. Jiang Jingshi replied, I'm fine. But you're right. I won't stay at the office tonight. I'll go home and rest. Jiang Jingshi took a few more bites, chewing thoughtfully. Pan Lin. Yes, President Jiang? You think? She stared at the noodles and suddenly asked, do you think a girl being 3 years older than a guy is a big deal? Pan Lin chuckled. Not all. Don't they say, a woman 3 years older is like holding a golden brick? A guy dating an older woman is perfectly normal, completely normal. In fact, I'm a year older than my husband. He always says he wishes I were 3 years older instead. Who says stuff like that? It's true, President Jiang. I'm not making it up. And besides, you're still so young. Jiang Jingshi took a few more bites. Do you believe in fate? Pan Lin chuckled softly and answered honestly. To be honest, President Jiang, I haven't personally experienced it. But I do believe in fate. And what I do know is you and President Lin definitely have it. Jiang Jingshi lifted her gaze to her. Pan Lin felt a chill down her spine, suddenly nervous. Pan Lin, I mean it. Otherwise, after all these years, how could such a coincidence happen? Even if President Lin doesn't fully remember yet, fate is fate. It's unbreakable. Jiang Jingshi said nothing but smiled gently. It's normal for him to forget. I only remembered recently myself. By the way, you've been working overtime with me a lot lately, haven't you? Jiang Jingshi, the new year is coming up. I'll add an extra month salary to your year-end bonus as an extra reward for you. She set down her noodle cup. Let's go back to Zhengshi Music. Pan Lin beamed. Thank you, President Jiang. She noticed Jiang Jingshi glancing toward the car window and caught sight of her earrings. A realization struck her. She suddenly understood why President Jiang wanted to go back to Zhengshi Music today. Those earrings, she had changed into them that morning. And lately, she had been wearing earrings of a very particular style. If she wasn't mistaken, weren't these the ones President Lin had picked out for her? The driver got back in, and the car turned toward Zhengshi Music. At the same time, in the lobby of Zhengshi Music. That afternoon, Lin Zhengran had been explaining some practical knowledge to everyone. At first, the employees had serious doubts about him. He was too young and had no real influence in the music industry. No one had ever even heard of him. But as he spoke, their opinions shifted dramatically within minutes. Doubt turned into admiration, even though much of what he said wasn't entirely new. After all, music knowledge only went so far. Somehow, the way he explained things made everything click. His words resonated deeply, making complex concepts easy to understand and allowing them to quickly identify their own singing flaws. One by one, they went from being skeptical to utterly shocked, realizing that a true boss was someone who had real ability. After covering the main points, Lin Zhengran proceeded to give each person a few minutes of one-on-one guidance, pointing out their individual weaknesses. With the speech just now, everyone eagerly lined up, waiting for Lin Zhengran's guidance. As expected, everything Lin Zhengran said was genuinely useful. No empty talk at all. In fact, the results were immediate. A song that some had struggled with for a long time, after just a simple correction from Lin Zhengran, became much easier to master. His precise guidance allowed them to instantly grasp the pronunciation techniques, leaving the singers in awe. They couldn't help but admire this young CEO. His skills were truly remarkable. Even Sister Wang, standing off to the side, found herself repeatedly clapping in astonishment. She had long known how capable Lin Zhengran was. After all, Jiang Shuili had been personally trained by him. But since he had never formally taught anyone before, his true level remained a mystery. Now, with just a few casual instructions, Sister Wang was certain this young man was a once-in-a-million genius. It was no surprise that he and Jiang Corporation's Jiang Jingshi were a couple. Ordinary people simply couldn't match up. Before long, a Rolls-Royce pulled up outside the company. Jiang Jingshi and Pan Lin, seeing Lin Zhengran conducting one-on-one coaching, Jiang Jingshi and Pan Lin slowed their steps to avoid disturbing him. Wang Lan walked over to greet them. "President Jiang, you're back." Jiang Jingshi nodded and raised her hand slightly, and Wang Lan immediately understood. The three of them quietly watched Lin Zhengran, listening as he passed on his techniques to the employees. During a brief moment when Lin Zhengran paused to take a sip of water, Pan Lin remarked, "President Lin really is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. If he ever decided to step onto the stage himself, I feel like no one else would even stand a chance." Her words were a bit exaggerated, but they reflected exactly what both Wang Lan and Jiang Jingshi were thinking. After all, neither of them had ever seen a 16-year-old who had completely mastered all theoretical knowledge, could teach others, and even tailor improvements to each individual's weaknesses. Wang Lan noticed Jiang Jingshi standing for a long time and softly reminded her, "President Jiang, have a seat. President Lin is probably going to be at this for a while." Jiang Jingshi replied that she was fine. It wasn't until Lin Zhengran turned around, noticed Jiang Jingshi, and smiled at her, pointing to the sofa beside him, that she finally nodded at him and took a seat along with the others to wait. Finally, around 4 p.m., Lin Zhengran wrapped up his one-on-one coaching. As he stood up, Jiang Jingshi and the others approached. "Zhengran, you really teach well. I've been listening in for so long, and even I've learned quite a bit." Lin Zhengran didn't boast, only responding politely, "Sister Jiang, are you done with your work? It was just a meeting. Once it was over, I came straight back." Wang Lan chimed in briefly before excusing herself to handle other matters. Hearing that only the two of them were left talking, Pan Lin figured that President Jiang and President Lin wouldn't sit down for a deep conversation today. It was already getting late. She glanced at Jiang Jingshi's earrings, thinking of a way to subtly remind President Lin about them. Before she could, Jiang Shuili had already finished filming her MV, changed in her casual clothes, and walked over. "Zhengran." Pan Lin's hopes were instantly crushed. With Jiang Shuili here, this was... But to her surprise, Lin Zhengran suddenly brought it up himself in the middle of their conversation. "Oh, right, Sister Jiang. I forgot to ask this morning. These earrings you're wearing, aren't they the ones from the picture you sent me last time? They look great." Jiang Jingshi was slightly taken aback, and Pan Lin immediately focused her attention on them. Hearing this, Jiang Jingshi lightly touched her earrings, delicate, refined, designed like scattered stars falling from the sky. Subtle yet intricate. That's the one. You said before that this style suited me, so I bought it." Lin Zhengran complimented, "Sister Jiang, this kind of fine earring really does look beautiful on you. It suits your aura perfectly." Jiang Jingshi's cheeks flushed slightly. Being praised by someone you care about feels completely different from being complimented by just anyone. Her expression softened, and she was clearly delighted by the small detail. "Really? Yeah, I mean it." Seeing Jiang Jingshi's happiness, Pan Lin smiled as well, thinking that President Jiang had finally gotten what she wanted. Jiang Shuili walked up and greeted Jiang Jingshi, mentioning that she had just finished recording her MV. Lin Zhengran then said his goodbyes. "Sister Jiang, if there's nothing else tonight, I'll be heading back. Lily has been filming all day too. She needs to rest, or tomorrow's outdoor shoot won't go well." Pan Lin asked, "President Lin, are you taking Lily home?" Her words carried a different meaning. Even though he was still a student, Lin Zhengran wasn't an ordinary one, and at their age, being alone together at night was... Fortunately, Lin Zhengran answered, "Yeah, I'll drop her off." Pan Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Jingshi, staying polite, said, Then get some rest early. Do you need me to arrange a ride for you? No need, Sister Jiang. We'll just take a cab. We're leaving now. Don't forget to rest too. Jiang Shuli also politely bid farewell. Goodbye, President Jiang. With that, the four parted ways. Lin Zhengran and Jiang Shuli left Zhengshi Music, while Jiang Jingshi and Pan Lin stood in the lobby, watching them go. Jiang Jingshi replayed his compliment in her mind. She couldn't help but touch her earring again, smiling to herself as she instructed Pan Lin. Pan Lin, didn't I order some? Yes, a few of them were ones you'd been wanting for a while. You said you really liked them, she replied. Jiang Jingshi didn't hesitate. Switch all of them to fine earrings. Cancel the medium ones for now. Pan Lin couldn't help but think, just because of that one sentence from President Lin? Got it. I'll contact the stores tonight and have them exchange all the medium-sized ones. After speaking, she followed Jiang Jingshi's gaze, looking in the direction Lin Zhengran had left. From a distance, he seemed to be chatting and laughing with Jiang Shuli. Even if she didn't want to admit it, Pan Lin knew. Sometimes the things that seemed the easiest to obtain were the hardest for President Jiang to get. For example, Lin Zhengran. Far away, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Shuli took a cab back to the city. In the car, Jiang Shuli excitedly clenched her little fists, eagerly chatting about funny moments from the MV shoot that afternoon, like how she messed up some shots, or how she couldn't hold back a laugh even when she was supposed to stay serious. She had no idea how the final cut would turn out. She also brought up the team situation. Zhengran, if I have a team, does that mean I'll always perform as part of a group from now on? Lin Zhengran explained. Of course not. Even though we're selecting a team for you, 90% of your performances will still be solo. The main purpose of forming a team is to have backup singers who can complement you during group performances, which helps promote both you and our company. But fundamentally, you're still a solo artist. Jiang Shuli leaned back against the taxi seat. Oh, I thought it was going to be like a girl group. Lin Zhengran shook his head. You're overthinking it. Girl groups are professional teams where all the members' skills are evenly matched, so they perform as a unit. But your skill level is way above the others in our company, so there's no way to form a proper group with them. And I never planned for you to go that route anyway. Jiang Shuli nodded in understanding. What about the other girl groups in our company? Lin Zhengran said, they're actual professional teams. But you're a special case. You're different from them. Jiang Shuli grinned. Well, whatever Zhengran tells me to do, I'll do it. She patted her chest confidently. No matter what performance, I won't mess up. Lin Zhengran asked, by the way, after we get her hair done, are you going back to the dorm to sleep or heading home? Jiang Shuli thought for a moment. I'll go back to the dorm. If I go home, it'll be too late, and my parents have work tomorrow. They won't get a break even on weekends. I don't want to disturb them. All right, either way is fine. Jiang Shuli glanced at her phone to check the time. It was still early. She remembered that the girls' dorm usually locked up at 10 p.m. on weekdays and 11 p.m. on weekends. Getting a haircut and heading back should be fine. So, the two of them stopped by a restaurant to eat first. After finishing their meal, they headed straight for a nearby hair salon. Since it was the weekend, the salon was packed. They checked out several places, but each one was full of young people getting their hair cut. With no other options, the two of them finally sat down in one of the salons, waiting patiently. The sound of scissors snipping filled the air as hairstylists trimmed their clients' hair. Jiang Shuli ran her fingers through her twin ponytails, which reached down to her hips. After waiting for nearly an hour, it was almost her turn. Zhengran, I shouldn't cut it too short, right? She was worried that if she asked for it too short, the stylist might just chop it all off. Without her twin ponytails, would she still be Jiang Shuli? Of course not. They were her totem, her very identity. Lin Zhengran, just cut it to your lower back. My lower back. Lin Zhengran reached out and lightly tapped her waist. Here. The moment his fingers brushed against her, Jiang Shuli's body trembled slightly. Then, she suddenly heard a faint snapping sound from behind her. Something seemed to have broken the instant he touched her. A clasp. It snapped. Jiang Shuli panicked, immediately crossing her arms over her chest, blushing as she bent forward. Luckily, she had been sitting against the wall, with Lin Zhengran blocking her from view. Plus, the salon was noisy, so no one else seemed to notice. Lin Zhengran looked at her sudden movement and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Jiang Shuli bit her lip, dumbfounded. What? How did it break? What was she supposed to do now, out in public like this? Lily. Lin Zhengran called her again. This time, as he glanced at her back, he immediately noticed that after she bent forward, there was no clasp visible on the back of her outfit. His eyes flickered. He realized what had happened. Jiang Shuli mumbled, "Zhengran, come outside with me for a sec. There are too many people here." Without a word, Lin Zhengran took off his jacket and handed it to her. "Put this on. Zip it up." Jiang Shuli's flushed face turned toward him. She was already wearing a coat. It was winter, after all, but still, she shyly hid behind him, taking his jacket with a soft, "Thank you." She hurriedly put on and zipped it up. Lin Zhengran's jacket was huge, making it look extra loose on her. Since she already had her own coat underneath, nothing appeared out of the ordinary once she stood up. But the embarrassment was still there. Lin Zhengran led her out of the salon, taking her to a quiet corner in the night. Jiang Shuli crouched down again, hugging herself in embarrassment. It broke. What do I do? Lin Zhengran, seeing this situation for the first time in his life, was at a loss. This can actually happen. I didn't expect it either. Jiang Shuli peeked up at him, her face still red. By the way, how did you even know? I saw it from behind. When you bent forward, there was no clasp on your back, so I figured it out. Jiang Shuli's blush deepened as she bit her lip. Why are you looking at everything? Don't just say it out loud like that. Weren't you the one who asked? She fell silent. Fine, let him look. He's my boyfriend anyway. After a moment, she asked in a small voice, "Is there a lingerie store nearby? I wasn't paying attention earlier, but I need to buy a new one." Lin Zhengran pulled out his phone and searched. "Looks like there's one nearby. I'll go buy it for you." The store wasn't exactly close. It was at least a street away. Lin Zhengran figured she probably wouldn't want to walk that far in her current state. Wait, what? You're going to buy it? You're going to buy lingerie? For me? Lin Zhengran. What else should we do? He glanced at his phone. The store isn't that close. If I don't go, are you going to walk all that way like this? No one else will notice, but you'd probably feel really uncomfortable, wouldn't you? Jiang Shuli struggled to explain. That's true, but still, it's lingerie. A girl's lingerie. You can't just. Her face turned redder and redder, her voice stammering and trailing off. Lin Zhengran, yeah, I know it's lingerie. So what? Jiang Shuli looked at him in disbelief. So what? You're a guy. If you go buy it, people might think you're a pervert. Aren't you embarrassed? Lin Zhengran was completely unfazed. You're my girlfriend. Why would I be embarrassed? And even if you go, I'd have to go with you anyway. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting you go alone. That would just slow us down even more. That's different. If we go together, people won't misunderstand you. Jiang Shuli was flustered. She knew Lin Zhengran was a straightforward person, but in this situation, her lips parted, then closed again before she finally muttered, I don't want people to misunderstand you. Lin Zhengran sighed, looking down at her. It's fine. Even if they do, who cares? Besides, if I'm going to buy lingerie for you now, chances are, in the future, you'll have to buy boxers for me. If my underwear ever rips, you wouldn't refuse to buy me a new one, would you? That kind of thing wouldn't just rip out of nowhere. Anything's possible. Just look at what happened today. Jiang Shuli's breath hitched. She looked up at him, her wide eyes trembling slightly. Her small hands gripped the jacket tightly as she lowered her head and whispered, If that ever happens, I'm your girlfriend, so of course I'd buy them for you. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? He crouched down to get a closer look at her embarrassed face. Jiang Shuli turned her head away. What now? What else do you want to say? Lin Zhengran continued. Then what if, when you go buy boxers for me, someone calls you a pervert? What would you do then? Jiang Shuli squeezed her eyes shut, even more flustered. I just tell them I'm buying them for my boyfriend. And what if they don't believe you? Jiang Shuli instinctively shouted in embarrassment. They can believe whatever they want. What does it have to do with me? Lin Zhengran let out a long sigh. See? You already understand perfectly well. But Jiang Shuili looked up at him, gripping her jacket even tighter. It's not the same. I don't care if people misunderstand me, but I don't want them to misunderstand you. She tried to stand up, but Lin Zhengran suddenly said, "Stay put." She flinched, looking at him with wide, panicked eyes. "Why are you being so stern with me?" Then, bonk, she got a flick to the forehead. "Ow, that hurts." Lin Zhengran, stop overthinking. It's just buying lingerie. Stay here and wait. Jiang Shuili didn't dare argue anymore. When Zhengran got serious, he was kind of scary. "What's your size?" he asked. Jiang Shuili hesitated for a moment, then quietly told him. Lin Zhengran was slightly surprised. It wasn't an A. It was the second size up. Jiang Shuili, still nervous, asked in a small voice, "What's wrong?" Lin Zhengran shook his head. "It's fine, I'll go buy it." As he was about to leave, he suddenly asked, "By the way, I gave you my jacket. Aren't you cold?" Without turning around, he replied, "Not cold. Come back soon, okay? I'll be back in a minute." "Don't worry, you won't be waiting long." Instead of taking the main road, Lin Zhengran chose a shortcut through the alleys so he could move faster without being seen. That way, Jiang Shuili wouldn't have to wait anxiously. Jiang Shuili watched him leave, her mind replaying what he had just said. Her face slowly turned red, burning hot. A boy buying lingerie for a girl. Even though Lin Zhengran had looked completely unfazed, Jiang Shuili was sure he must have been dying of embarrassment inside. Anyone in his place would be. But just like he said, if his underwear ever ripped, she would buy him a new pair. If people called her a pervert, it wouldn't be a big deal. Boys cared about their pride when they were out in public, yet he still went to buy it for her. How much does he have to like me to do this? She felt like she should treat him even better in the future. But she already liked him with all her heart. If she treated him even better, how was she supposed to do that? She pulled out her phone to check how far the lingerie store was. After searching, she was shocked. It was nearly a kilometer away. If he walked, it would take at least 10 minutes. Why is it so far? Just as she said that, Lin Zhengran appeared at the entrance of the alley, holding a bag. "Here." "Huh." Jiang Shuili stared at him in disbelief. "That fast? Isn't it a kilometer away?" Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean a kilometer?" Jiang Shuili showed him her phone. "It says the nearest lingerie store is a kilometer from here. How did you come back in under a minute?" Lin Zhengran hadn't expected her to check. He casually made something up. "Oh, I was heading to that store at first, but then I saw another one much closer, so I just went there instead." Jiang Shuili didn't think too much about it. "Oh, I see." She took the bag from him and checked the lingerie inside. Simple but nice looking. She crouched down and said, "Turn around while I change. Also, keep an eye out for people." Lin Zhengran turned and stood at the alley entrance, watching the surroundings for her. Only then did Jiang Shuili quietly unzip her coat in the darkness, removing the broken one and replacing it with a new one. After she put her coat back on, she held the damaged lingerie in her hand and let out a relieved sigh. She walked back to Lin Zhengran, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Zhengran, I'm done." Lin Zhengran turned and glanced at the lingerie in her hand. "As long as you're changed, just throw that away." But before that, Jiang Shuili pulled out Lin Zhengran's jacket. Instead of handing it back, she helped him put it on directly. Lin Zhengran gave her a confused look. Jiang Shuili said, "What's wrong?" "I'm helping you put on your jacket. I can wear it myself." Jiang Shuili, acting all proud, said, "Why should you?" "I refuse to let you. You've been so good to me, so I'll help you put it on." But as she tried to dress him, her hands were all over the place, struggling with the sleeves and collar. Clearly, she wasn't good at this. In the middle of fumbling with the jacket, the lingerie in her hand slipped and fell. Lin Zhengran instinctively caught it. And then, without thinking, he muttered, "This thing is actually really warm." Jiang Shuili's face instantly turned bright red. Don't touch that." "And what are you even saying?" Jiang Shuili snatched the damaged lingerie from his hand, stuffing it against her chest. Her face burning hot like steam was about to rise from her head. Of course, it would be warm. It was something worn close to the body. Seeing her acting so tsundere, Lin Zhengran found it amusing as he finished putting on his jacket. This clumsy girl was clearly not as meticulous as One when it came to helping someone get dressed. Stop being embarrassed. Let's go. Throw that away, and I'll take you back to get your hair cut. We were next in line just now, but because of this, you'll have to wait all over again. Jiang Shuili pouted, mumbling, I don't mind waiting in line. It's not like we have anything else to do tonight anyway. If anything, it just meant she could spend more time with Zhengran. As they walked over to a nearby trash bin, Jiang Shuili tossed the lingerie in. But for some reason, she felt uneasy. What if some pervert picked it up? Or worse, what if a stray cat or dog dragged it off? Just imagining the scene made her shudder. So, she picked up a stick and carefully poked at the trash to make sure it was properly buried. Better safe than sorry. Lin Zhengran commented, That's pretty thorough. Jiang Shuili glanced at him. It was fine when you touched it, but no one else can. On their way back to the salon, Jiang Shuili clasped her hands behind her back and asked softly, Zhengran, when you went to buy the lingerie, did the shopkeeper say anything? There weren't any other women in the store, right? Just thinking about it makes me embarrassed. Lin Zhengran recalled the experience. Keeping it simple, he said, Funny you mentioned that. When I walked in, there were actually quite a few girls browsing. The store owner even asked me what I was looking for, and a bunch of people looked at me. Jiang Shuili's face turned even redder. Huh, really? What did you say? Lin Zhengran answered as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Obviously, I said I was there to buy lingerie. And then, Jiang Shuili asked nervously, They didn't call you a pervert, did they? Lin Zhengran stroked his chin, pretending to think. Wait, for real? Seeing his hesitation, she thought he was too embarrassed to say it. She clenched her fists anxiously and continued, If that's the case, I have to go over there and explain. I need to tell them I'm your girlfriend, that you were buying it for me. Otherwise, they might get the wrong idea. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. But I'm already back. Wouldn't that be pointless? Jiang Shuili spoke with conviction. How is that pointless? You're my boyfriend. This happened because of me. I can't let you get scolded because of me. She grabbed his sleeve and started dragging him toward the store. No way. I need to set the record straight. Tell me which store it was. I won't let anyone talk badly about you. I'll stand up for you. Jiang Shuili knew she had a bad temper, but if people were out there talking badly about Zhengran because of this, what kind of girlfriend would she be if she let that slide? She could handle being misunderstood, but no one was allowed to treat Zhengran unfairly. Lin Zhengran looked at the anxious girl, tugging on his sleeve, then gently held her hand. Relax, don't worry. No one said anything like that. Jiang Shuili turned to look at him. Really? Lin Zhengran smiled. Of course. Besides, in real life, who actually calls someone a pervert to their face? That only happens in dramas. Unless someone is really upset, and even then, they'd say damn pervert, not just pervert. Jiang Shuili thought about it and realized he had a point. So what had happened in the store? You're acting like I went on some kind of adventure. I was just buying lingerie. Seeing that she was still anxious, he explained. When I walked in, I told the store owner I needed lingerie in your size. She looked at me, and then the other girls in the store looked at me. Then, Jiang Shuili repeated after him. Then, Lin Zhengran continued. Then, I guess the owner thought I didn't look like a pervert, so she suddenly started praising me. She said I was a great guy for buying something like this for my girlfriend. She even asked if it was my first time buying lingerie. When I said yes, she got really enthusiastic about helping me pick one out. Jiang Shuili was stunned. And what about those girls who looked at you? Did they say anything? Lin Zhengran said casually, while I was shopping, some of the girls started chatting, saying guys like me are rare. And then, when I walked out of the store, a few of them actually asked for my WeChat. They said they wanted to be friends. Jiang Shuili's jaw nearly dropped. At first, she thought his story sounded ridiculous. But then she realized she had completely overlooked something important. Zhengran was insanely handsome, and his aura was incredibly strong. With his looks and presence, it didn't matter what he was buying. No one would think he was a pervert. Only those guys who acted all sneaky and shifty-eyed would raise suspicions. She suddenly muttered under her breath. If I'd known, I never would have let you go. Now, it was Lin Zhengran's turn to be surprised. Why? Didn't everything go smoothly? Jiang Shuili clenched her fists, speaking quickly in a jealous huff. Her large, watery eyes glared at him. But some girls asked for your WeChat. You didn't give it to them, right? You already have a girlfriend. Actually, 2 girlfriends. You can't have any more. Lin Zhengran, I didn't. Are you sure? You're not lying to me, are you? You better not have added them. Zhengran, you cannot add more girls on WeChat. You don't trust me? Of course I trust you. I believe everything you say. But when it comes to girls, I know you're a total playboy. Ugh, I should have never let you go alone. I didn't even think about the fact that some girls might like you because of this. Seeing her growing even more dramatic, Lin Zhengran turned toward the salon. Stop making a fuss. Let's go get your hair cut. Jiang Shuili hurried to catch up with him. Was she pretty? Lin Zhengran gave her a bored glance. That Sundara Jiang Shuili knew she couldn't keep pushing, or else she'd get smacked. Still, she pouted and huffed, thinking, next time, I'm definitely going with you. I can't let you go alone. On the way back to the salon, Jiang Shuili's small hand quietly reached for Lin Zhengran's. She pretended to look elsewhere, still acting jealous. Lin Zhengran had no choice but to hold her hand. Only then did the sour expression on her face soften a bit. She muttered, "It was my mistake letting you go to a place full of girls alone this time. But thanks for buying me the lingerie." You're thanking me. Jiang Shuili's face turned red again. For a girl, a guy buying her feminine products, whether it was sanitary pads or lingerie, wasn't a small thing. Most guys who didn't genuinely care wouldn't do something like that. Well, I was really touched by what you did today. So if you ever get sick or can't do anything by yourself, I'll take care of you. For a lifetime. Lin Zhengran had no idea how this girl's mind worked. How did she even get there from this? They waited in line for over an hour before it was finally Jiang Shuili's turn. After the female assistant washed her hair and she sat down in the chair, the hairstylist suddenly commented, "Miss, your face shape and hairstyle would suit dyed hair really well. Have you ever considered going blonde?" "Huh? I'm a student. My school doesn't allow dyed hair. I know you can't dye it now, but I just think it'd suit you so well. In my 30 years of experience, I've never seen a girl as perfect for blonde hair as you." Jiang Shuili looked at the hairstylist in the mirror. "Sis, you don't look a day over 20. The hairstylist waved her hand with a grin. "Don't worry about that little detail." She picked up a color swatch and a dye chart, showing them to Jiang Shuili. "Look, this shade right here. You can't dye it now, but I highly recommend it for when you graduate. Blonde twin ponytails would look amazing on you." Jiang Shuili stared at the golden shade in the picture. For some reason, it really did look nice. Maybe after university. I'll ask Zhengran about it then. With that thought, the hairstylist began snipping away, trimming Jiang Shuili's hair to her lower back. What she failed to notice, however, was that it was already 9:40 p.m., and the girls' dormitory would soon. After getting her hair cut, Jiang Shuili felt completely refreshed. She turned her head left and right in front of the salon mirror, her newly trimmed twin ponytails swaying gently at her shoulders. Even the hairstylist sighed in admiration. "Miss, you're really gorgeous. Honestly, even without dyeing your hair, you already look great. But with some color, even better." Jiang Shuili's cheeks flushed, and she stayed quiet. She did feel like the new cut looked good, but someone had to say so for it to really count. After all, girls only dress up for the ones they like. She turned to Lin Zhengran expectantly. "Zhengran, what do you think?" Lin Zhengran glanced at her neatly trimmed twin ponytails, reaching out to gently run his fingers through them. She looked even more lively than before. "It looks good." Of course it looked good. It was just a trim. Nothing major had changed. Still, Jiang Shuili beamed at his praise. After paying, the two of them left the salon and headed back to school. On the taxi ride back, Jiang Shuili pulled out her phone and started searching for images of blonde twin ponytails. To her surprise, there were quite a few results, but most of them were from anime. There weren't many real-life examples, which was a little strange. Still, she thought the hairstylist was onto something. Black twin ponytails looked cute, but blonde ones felt more energetic, more her. As she scrolled, she suddenly came across a picture of a guy holding onto a girl's twin ponytails from behind. Her face immediately turned red, and she quickly swiped past it before asking, "Zhengran, do you think blonde hair would suit me?" The hairstylist said it would, but I've never dyed my hair before, so I don't really know. Seeing her eager expression, Lin Zhengran instantly understood what she wanted to hear. "It'll look great," he said, humoring her. "Really?" She lit up. "Of course. I also think you were practically born for it." Jiang Shueli pursed her lips, looking at him with bright eyes as she absent-mindedly combed her fingers through her ponytail. "Then should I dye it as soon as I graduate from high school?" she asked in a small voice. Lin Zhengran smiled. "Sure. I'll go with you when the time comes." "It's a promise, then?" Jiang Shueli stared at her phone again, imagining how she'd look with blonde hair. It would definitely be pretty. But then she happened to glance at the time. It was already past 10. She quickly reminded the driver, "Mister, we'll make it back before 11, right?" The driver, casually shifting gears with one hand while speeding through the city, reassured her, "No problem. It's only a short distance. It's just past 10 now. I'll get you there in 15 minutes, easy." Jiang Shueli relaxed. 11 o'clock was plenty of time. But then, the driver asked, "But why are you still going back to school at this hour?" "Huh? To sleep, obviously." The driver glanced at them through the rearview mirror. He couldn't help but think, young couples these days sure know how to act innocent. "It really takes me back to my own high school days." Chuckling, he said, "Sleep? The dorms lock up at 10. It's already past 10. How are you getting in?" Jiang Shueli froze. She waved her hand dismissively with a forced smile, but sweat was starting to form on her forehead. "Mister, you must be mistaken. The girls' dorm locks up at 11, not 10. I double-checked a few days ago." "Right, Zhengran." Lin Zhengran, still looking out the window, answered truthfully, "The boys' dorm locks at 10. It's never been 11. As for the girls' dorm, I'm not sure." The smile on Jiang Shueli's face stiffened instantly. She turned into stone. "Huh." Her lips parted in shock as she turned to Lin Zhengran in horror. "Are you serious? The boys' dorm locks at 10. Yeah, that's the rule." The driver laughed. "Miss, you must have misremembered. Your school's dorms all lock at 10. I've been driving taxis for years. I was just dropping students off around 9, and now at 10, you'll notice there aren't any students outside anymore." Jiang Shueli glanced at the streets. Sure enough, there weren't any students around. Her brain short-circuited. Then full panic mode set in. She turned to Lin Zhengran and the driver, her voice growing loud and frantic. Then what do I do? If the dorm is locked, I can't get in. Where am I supposed to sleep tonight?" The driver barely held back a chuckle. "There's always a way." Jiang Shueli turned to Lin Zhengran. "Zhengran, if the boys' dorm is locked at 10, how are you getting in? Are we seriously going to have to sleep on the streets?" "I wasn't planning on going back to the dorm tonight," Lin Zhengran said casually. "I was going to find a place to shower and stay at a hotel nearby." "A hotel?" Jiang Shueli's panicked mind came to an abrupt halt. Her pupils dilated slightly. And then, after a brief pause, a deep blush spread across her pale face. Her gaze wavered. She suddenly realized why the driver had sounded so knowing earlier. She clamped her mouth shut, sitting up stiffly in her seat. Her head lowered slightly, her legs pressed together, and her hands curled into fists on her lap, her entire face burning red. A hotel. Was Zhengran hinting at something? Had he known all along that the dorms locked at 10? Was this his plan from the start? Did he want to do that kind of thing tonight? Her heart pounded violently against her ribs. Wasn't it too soon? Some of their classmates might have already done it, but she and Zhengran had only held hands so far. They hadn't even gotten to that stage yet. But then again, Jiang Shueli clenched her hands tighter. She bit her lip. She suddenly remembered something her friends often said. Boys at this age crave certain things. Zhengran was probably the same. He never showed it, but deep down, he must have wanted to do that thing adults do. Tonight. All right, we're here. Ah, Jiang Shueli barely registered the words. Had the driver just teleported them here? He had said 15 minutes, but her brain had been running wild, and time had completely slipped away. Lin Zhengran got out of the taxi. Still dazed, Jiang Shueli followed him out. The driver drove off, leaving her standing there, her small hands clenched tightly as her heart raced. Zhengran. But before she could spiral any further, Lin Zhengran said, "Don't worry. I'll talk to the dorm supervisor and get them to let you in." "Ma." Jiang Shuli looked up at him. "You're planning to send me back to the dorm?" Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. "What else would I do?" Jiang Shuli felt both embarrassed and confused. She couldn't figure out what Lin Zhengran was thinking. Was he playing hard to get? No way. Would Zhengran even do something like that? "But didn't you say you were getting a hotel room to shower or something?" "Yeah, I am." He actually had a vague idea of what she was thinking. He leaned down slightly, closing the distance between them, looking straight into her blushing, flustered eyes. Then, with a completely serious expression, he asked, "What's on your mind? Were you thinking of coming with me? Do you not want to go back to the girls' dorm?" Jiang Shuli's heart started pounding. She panicked and shut her eyes, using her little fist to weakly punch at him. "What are you even saying? How could I think something like that?" After hitting him a few times, she suddenly crouched down, covering her face with her hands. "I wasn't thinking about that. Not at all." Lin Zhengran straightened up. "Then that's settled. Let's get you back." But just as he was about to step forward, Jiang Shuili gently tugged at the hem of his pants. "Zhengran, wait." Her voice was soft. She hesitated for a moment, her face still burning, before mumbling, "If I go back this late, I'll probably wake up my roommates. Maybe it's better if I stay out with you. I don't want to go back." Her gaze was locked on the ground, her entire face flushed red. At this point, even she didn't know what she was saying anymore. And Zhengran lowered his head to look at her. After a brief silence, Jiang Shuili, not hearing a response, quietly raised her head to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked. Jiang Shuili's face turned redder by the second until she suddenly stood up, flailing her arms in a flustered attempt to explain. "No, that's not what I meant. I'm not saying that I plan to do that kind of thing with you tonight. She looked away. "I've been busy all day too, and I just want to take a shower and sleep comfortably. If I go back to the dorm, I won't even be able to take a proper bath." "That kind of thing? What kind of thing?" Lin Zhengran deliberately emphasized the words. Jiang Shuili was a loss for words. She suddenly bit her lip, trembling, and when embarrassment reached its peak, it turned into tears. She squatted back down, covering her face with both hands. "Wah, stop asking already. I didn't mean it that way." As she cried, she shouted, "You big idiot! Why do you always bully me? You obviously understand everything. I just think it's already so late, and since you're not going back to the dorm either, what's the point of me going back alone? It'd be like I'm intentionally leaving you outside. Can't we just find a place to sleep? It's just resting, that's all. I just want to stay with you." Lin Zhengran couldn't help but laugh at her antics. He reached out and patted her head. Jiang Shuili was still sobbing. "Lily," he called her name. Only then did Jiang Shuili slowly lift her head, eyes glistening with unshed tears, though she wasn't truly crying yet. "What, you big idiot?" Lin Zhengran extended his hand. "Get up. Since you don't want to go back and want to stay with me, then come with me, unless you're scared." Jiang Shuili looked up at Lin Zhengran's handsome, gentle expression. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly placed her hand in his, stopping for a brief second before gripping his palm. "Scared of what?" She let him pull her up. "I've known you for so many years. If I were scared of you, then I'd be scared of everything." Lin Zhengran let out a soft chuckle and led her toward a nearby hotel. Even though Jiang Shuili had just claimed she wasn't scared, being led by a guy to stay overnight outside, especially her childhood friend, felt a little strange. She was also curious about what he meant earlier. What did he mean by, "unless you're scared"? As they walked past an adult store, Jiang Shuili bit her lip, her face burning. She stopped in her tracks. "Zhengran, HM, what's wrong?" Jiang Shuili didn't know how to say it, so she cautiously pointed at the unstaffed store. "Maybe we should buy a box just in case, that thing." Lin Zhengran followed her gaze. Without hesitation, he flicked her forehead. Jiang Shuili held her forehead, looking aggrieved. "What was that for? Why did you hit me again?" Lin Zhengran sighed. "What are you thinking? Weren't you the one who said we were just sleeping? If it's just sleeping, Why would we need that? Jiang Shuili avoided his gaze, feeling deeply embarrassed. I just meant, just in case. She muttered to herself. So Zhengran really didn't have any such intentions? If he didn't even consider buying one, did that mean he truly had no thoughts about it at all? But then Lin Zhengran casually added, there's already some in the room. Huh? Her eyes widened in shock. Lin Zhengran kept walking, pulling her along. Jiang Shuili panicked, her voice trembling. Zhengran, why you? Another flick to the forehead. I was joking, he said. What's going on in that head of yours? Do you think sleeping together always has to mean that? Don't you have things to do tomorrow? Are you planning to ditch all your responsibilities? Jiang Shuili rubbed her forehead. How is this my fault? Isn't it common knowledge that guys in puberty have their heads full of, that stuff? Yellow waste. Lin Zhengran kept walking, looking exasperated. He wasn't even in puberty anymore. Sure, hormones still had an effect, but he was a full-grown adult now. That may be true, but I actually care about you guys. And let me guess, you were just thinking that if I really wanted to do that, you'd have no choice but to go along with it, right? Jiang Shuili blushed furiously and couldn't bring herself to respond. She really had been thinking that. She felt like it was part of her duty as a girlfriend, even if it was a bit early. Besides, a lot of her classmates had already, so if Zhengran really insisted, she wouldn't have minded too much. Lin Zhengran didn't turn to look at her, but he spoke seriously. Other things don't matter much, but something this important, especially the first time, shouldn't be decided just because you want to go along with me. If you're really ready, you should be the one to come to me. Huh? You mean, I should be the one to ask to do that? She was flustered. That's impossible. No way I'd ever take the initiative for something like that. You think it's impossible? I mean, now that you ask me like that. Lin Zhengran glanced at her. What are you really thinking? Jiang Shuili lowered her head, her face bright red, and mumbled. Maybe one day. I want to take things slowly, step by step, holding hands, hugging. If the time comes for that, maybe I'll take the initiative. But I was afraid you wouldn't think the same way. We've only just held hands. The rest is still far off. Lin Zhengran looked straight ahead again. Jiang Shuili's voice became even quieter. Actually, I wanted to take the second step tonight. Oh, then let's take the second step tonight. What? Oh, really? For real this time? That kind of thing is too early, but the second step is fine. Jiang Shuili's heart pounded. The second step? Hugging. But was hugging in a place like this really okay? They chose a decent hotel. Since it was right outside the school, the owner seemed used to students staying there. ID cards. Lin Zhengran handed over both his and Jiang Shuili's. The owner entered their information into the system and gave them their room key. Room 307. Lin Zhengran took the key and pulled a completely flushed Jiang Shuili upstairs. This was the first time Jiang Shuili had ever been to a place like this, and with Zhengran, no less. Looking at her surroundings, she realized it wasn't quite like what she had seen in dramas. It felt surreal. Even though she knew Zhengran wouldn't do anything to her, her heart was still racing, so fast it felt like it would leap out of her throat. With a beep, they swiped the card and entered the room. Jiang Shuili suddenly asked, Zhengran, how do you know how to book a hotel so well? You seem so experienced. Lin Zhengran replied, casually, I stayed at one before with my parents. A simple excuse. Jiang Shuili didn't think much of it at all. Her trust in him was too high. He inserted the room card to turn on the lights. In front of them was a large bed with a neatly arranged white duvet. When Lin Zhengran shut the door behind them, Jiang Shuili instinctively shuddered. Seeing how nervous she was, he changed into slippers. Didn't you say you wanted a shower? Go ahead, I'll go after you. Jiang Shuili glanced at him, taking off his jacket and sitting on the bed. Her heart was still hammering. Oh, okay. She walked into the bathroom and found it quite nice, clean and more upscale than the school facilities. But as she glanced around, she realized something. Zhengran, there's no shampoo or body wash here. How am I supposed to shower? Lin Zhengran, looking at his phone, replied, there should be disposable one somewhere on the wall. Check again. Jiang Shuili searched but couldn't find them. She hesitated before poking her head out of the bathroom. Big idiot. Lin Zhengran looked up. Realizing her slip, she quickly corrected herself. Zhengran, help me find it. I can't find anything. I've never been to a place like this before. Lin Zhengran let out a long sigh. Seriously? You're helpless. I'll find it for you. Lin Zhengran stepped into the bathroom and found a set of disposable toiletries. 2 sets, to be exact, on a small ledge. He handed one to Jiang Xueli. Jiang Xueli looked at the neatly packaged items in her palm. Oh, so they're this small. I thought they'd be the big ones. Lin Zhengran asked, do you need anything else? Jiang Xueli appeared to be thinking, but in reality, her mind was a chaotic mess, completely short-circuited. Need anything else? No, nothing else. All right then, go ahead and shower. I'll reply to He Qing and that little fox. Fox! Lin Zhengran sat down on the bed. Han Wenwen. Jiang Xueli blinked her big, bright eyes. Had Zhengran ever called Han Wenwen that before? Sure, she did look a bit like a fox, but after all these years, he had never referred to her that way. Besides, why was Han Wenwen messaging Lin Zhengran? Was it because of He Qing? She didn't understand, nor did she dwell on it too much. She turned and walked into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. I'm starting now, she called out from inside. Lin Zhengran responded lazily. Go ahead. You better not peek, Zhengran. You locked the door. How would I peek? At most, I can only listen to the sound of you showering. He casually teased her while scrolling through his phone. Jiang Xueli turned bright red, swung the door open, and shouted, Zhengran, you pervert. Then, with a loud slam, she shut the door again. Lin Zhengran didn't even look up, just leaned against the headboard and first replied to He Qing's messages. She had sent them in the morning, but he hadn't had time to reply until now. He Qing, Zhengran, look at the snacks I bought today. I even took pictures for you. There's a bag of chips, 2 pieces of bread, 3 packs of spiced meat. Lin Zhengran glanced at her detailed list, complete with various pictures, and replied, Lin Zhengran, no need to be so detailed. He Qing, Zhengran, you're finally done being busy. Of course, I have to be detailed. That way, you'll know how much money I spent. A boyfriend should always know how much his girlfriend spends. Lin Zhengran, how much did you eat today? He Qing, carrot square root carrot. I ate everything. The new snack shop is amazing. I want to go again next time. Lin Zhengran, He Qing, but I saved some for you. Look, she sent a picture. These are the ones I thought were really good. I left some for you to try. Lin Zhengran, you don't have to save any for me. Just eat them yourself tomorrow. He Qing, you really won't eat them? Lin Zhengran, no. He Qing, and how about this? Next time, if you want some, I'll take you to buy them. I memorized all the good ones. Such a true foodie. He Qing, what were you up to today? After chatting briefly with He Qing, he opened Han Wenwen's messages. As always, this little fox was as straightforward as ever. Han Wenwen, Zhengran Gij, remember, other than Lily, you're not allowed to get too close to any other girls. Otherwise, I'll transform into a little fox and watch you from the shadows. Lin Zhengran replied with a few brief words before putting his phone down. At this point, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Jiang Xueli had started showering. Inside, Jiang Xueli removed her outerwear and clothes, placing them to the side. She loosened her twin ponytails, letting her hair cascade over her shoulders. As she turned on the shower head and listened to the water flowing, a sudden thought hit her. Was Lin Zhengran outside, listening to the sound of her showering? Her face burned. Zhengran really was still a guy, after all. So perverted. But the conversation they had earlier on the street resurfaced in her mind, making her heartbeat quicken. She squeezed some of the shower gel from the small packet into her palm. Since there was no loofah to foam it up, she could only rub it between her hands before applying it to her smooth, jade-like skin. If she were to take the initiative, how exactly would she do it? She had never talked about this kind of thing with anyone before. But she had accidentally stumbled upon those kinds of videos online before. Just once, or maybe a couple of times, or maybe more than a couple of times. She bit her lip, her watery eyes shimmering. Boys were truly terrifying. She used to think that only had one way to be done, but it turned out there were so many different methods. Her thoughts ran wild, and she crouched down in embarrassment. Then, she quickly shook her head, scolding herself for thinking too far ahead. Tonight was just about hugging. But even hugging, Jiang Shuili found it hard to picture. She couldn't imagine Zhengran, who was always so serious, actually knowing how to properly hug a girl. Where she hugged him, and he just stood there stiffly, arms hanging awkwardly by his sides. Wouldn't that completely ruin the mood? Come to think of it, Zhengran might be a bit of a flirt, but compared to other boys, he's actually not that perverted, right? She murmured to herself. After all, my classmates always say that guys at this age can't control themselves like wolves. But Zhengran doesn't seem that way. He probably hasn't even watched those kind of things before. Unlike her, who had secretly sneaked a peek now and then. Suddenly, from outside the bathroom, Lin Zhengran's voice rang out. What are you muttering about in there? Jiang Shuili froze. Wait, had she just said all of that out loud? She shot to her feet, almost slipping, and flailed her arms in panic. Her entire face turned red as steam. What? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Lin Zhengran didn't respond from outside. Jiang Shuili finally breathed a sigh of relief. But her thoughts only became more certain. Zhengran probably didn't know much about these things. She'd have to teach him later. Half an hour later, after finishing her shower, Jiang Shuili pulled down the towel to dry her hair. Outside, Lin Zhengran heard the water stop and reminded her, Lily, don't wrap yourself in the towel when you come out. I still need to use it. Oh, she suddenly realized. You still need it? Then what am I supposed to do after you use it? What do you mean? Just use it like normal. Why do you think I let you shower first? So you could use the towel first. Jiang Shuili looked at the towel in her hands. Wait, you mean you're going to use the same towel after I just used it? We're sharing one. Lin Zhengran, hearing her overreaction, replied matter-of-factly, Of course. I checked earlier, and there's only one. What? Am I supposed to walk out dripping wet after I shower? This. Seeing her panic, Lin Zhengran casually raised his hand and knocked his fingers against the wooden headboard. Tap! The sound reached the bathroom, and Jiang Shuili instantly felt as if she had been smacked on the head out of nowhere. PTSD triggered. She had been knocked on the forehead by Zhengran so many times that now, just hearing the sound made her instinctively cover her head and quiet down. Lin Zhengran sighed. Calm down. That's just how it is here. And if you can't wrap yourself in the towel, then wear your clothes, duh. Jiang Shuili thought about it. He was right. Since Zhengran still needed the towel, she had no choice but to get dressed. But even so, the thought of him using the towel she had just used, it felt so intimate. After all, she hadn't just dried her hair with it. Blushing furiously, she turned to grab her clothes, only to freeze in place. Her pants and top were sitting on the toilet lid, completely soaked, dripping water onto the floor. Jiang Shuili blinked in disbelief. She bent down, picked up her drenched, heavy clothes, and finally realized what she had done. My clothes! She cried out, eyes wide in horror. It was a habit. Whenever she showered at home, she instinctively washed the clothes she had worn that day and changed into a fresh set. So she had just carelessly placed them aside without even thinking that she still needed them for tomorrow. Zhengran, and my clothes are completely soaked. What do I do? Lin Zhengran, lying on the bed, frowned. What was this girl doing in there? Why was she always so troublesome? What do you mean your clothes are soaked? Where did you put them? On the toilet lid. Who puts their clothes there? Who puts the clothes they need for tomorrow on the toilet? I wasn't thinking. I always change into fresh clothes at home. I totally forgot. Now what do I do? They're completely wet. Yeah, even my socks. I can't wear any of it. Lin Zhengran. He was so done. A moment later, he unbuttoned his shirt, took it off, and walked to the bathroom door. Here, wear this for now. Jiang Shuili cracked the door open just enough to slip her arm out, her pale, slender fingers blindly searching the air. Lin Zhengran had to push the shirt into her hand. Thanks, she murmured, pulling her arm back in and locking the door again. She looked down at the shirt in her hands and hesitated. Zhengran, is this all you're giving me? Just a shirt. There's also my jacket. Why do you shut the door so fast? He sighed. Oh. She unlocked the door again, and Lin Zhengran handed her his jacket. Jiang Shuili took it, then hesitated again. What about pants? I don't have any extra. What do you want me to wear if I give you my pants? Lin Zhengran explained, the shirt is oversized for you. Just wear it and tie my jacket around your waist like a skirt. Jiang Shuili wanted to argue, but she had to admit he was so smart. Not surprising. He had been a top student since they were kids. Not surprising at all. It was Zhengran, after all. But tonight had been a total disaster for her. Her brain just wasn't working. Fine, whatever. Don't rub it in. I'll change now. Go ahead. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Shuili slipped into his white button-up shirt. As soon as she put it on, she was engulfed in Zhengran's familiar scent. Her face grew even redder. She quickly tied his jacket around her waist, using the sleeves as a makeshift belt. Surprisingly, it worked pretty well. Aside from her thighs being a little exposed, everything else was properly covered. She looked at herself in the mirror and, after confirming that everything was decent, took a deep breath. Nothing I can do about being braless. She opened the door. Zhengran, I need to dry my hair. You can shower now. Lin Zhengran turned to look at her and paused. Jiang Shuili also froze. She had just walked out of the bathroom, her long, damp hair cascading over her shoulders. Lin Zhengran, on the other hand, was now shirtless since he had given her his clothes. The two stared at each other for a brief moment. Lin Zhengran casually noted that this girl really was growing prettier, though in many ways she was still the same as when they were kids. Jiang Shuili, on the other hand, was screaming internally. Zhengran's abs. Her heart pounded wildly. You actually look pretty good without the jacket, too, Lin Zhengran commented. Jiang Shuili blushed. This isn't the time for compliments. Lin Zhengran brushed past her and entered the bathroom, closing the door behind him. Jiang Shuili shivered slightly, feeling inexplicably relieved. But then she realized she hadn't heard the sound of the door locking. Concerned, she called out, Zhengran, you forgot to lock the door. There's no need. It's not like you'd peek, right? Since you won't, there's no reason for me to lock it. His reasoning was flawless. Jiang Shuili blinked, finding his logic somewhat convincing, but still, after hesitating for a moment, she slowly reached for the doorknob, gently twisting it open, and peeked her head inside. At that exact moment, Lin Zhengran turned around. Their eyes met. The next second, Lin Zhengran strode over and knocked her forehead with his knuckles. Are you a pervert? Were you really trying to peek? Jiang Shuili let out a startled yelp, realizing too late what she had done. I didn't think you actually left it unlocked. I thought I just didn't hear the sound of the lock clicking. Lin Zhengran was speechless. Get back on the bed. Jiang Shuili, utterly mortified, covered her face. Okay. Lin Zhengran sighed. This girl was hopelessly dense. He locked the door this time. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Shuili started overthinking. Would Zhengran misunderstand her intentions? She really was just curious if he locked the door. Then she heard the sound of running water. He's already showering? That was fast. She looked down at her bare thighs. While standing, her outfit had looked fine, but once she sat down, the illusion shattered. Panicked, she clutched the jacket tied around her waist, pressing her legs tightly together and angling them inward. This isn't working. Everything's still visible. Meanwhile, water dripped from her hair. Normally, she would wrap a towel around her head to absorb the moisture, but that wasn't an option tonight. She grabbed the hairdryer, plugged it in, and started blow-drying. However, it wasn't very effective. Ugh, my hair is still too wet. At least it's shorter than before. Out of nowhere, Lin Zhengran's sharp voice rang from the bathroom. Jiang Shuili. She jumped, almost dropping the hairdryer. What? Lin Zhengran was staring at the damp towel in his hands. What the hell did you do to this towel? Why is it completely soaked? Jiang Shuili answered matter-of-factly. Of course, it's wet. I used it, didn't I? And since you're going to use it after me, I had to wash it first. Lin Zhengran was utterly exasperated. At least wring out the water, can't you? I did wring it out. Lin Zhengran squeezed the towel. Though it wasn't dripping, the moment he applied pressure, water pooled in his hand and trickled down. A vein popped on his forehead. Did she want to get smacked? You sure? I could wring out half a bucket of water from this, and you're telling me it's dry? I try my best. I don't have that much strength. Lin Zhengran didn't respond immediately, probably too frustrated to even argue. Realizing she had caused another problem, Jiang Shuili tried to fix it. If the wet towel bothers you, my shirt is still in there. I think only half of it got wet. You can use the dry part to wipe off instead. It's not like I can wear it tomorrow, anyway. Lin Zhengran sighed. Forget it. I'll just wring this out myself. Jiang Shuili hunched her shoulders, already anticipating another forehead flick when he came out. She continued drying her hair. Barely 2 minutes passed before Lin Zhengran finished a shower and stepped out. Jiang Shuili turned in shock. Already? That wasn't even 5 minutes, was it? Lin Zhengran responded, more like 10. I washed everything I needed to. Jiang Shuili glanced at him, fresh out of the shower, pants on but shirtless. His toned abs and chest muscles still carried a slight sheen of moisture, making them way too eye-catching. She immediately turned away, continuing to blow-dry her hair as if nothing happened. I knew guys showered fast, but I didn't think it'd be that fast, she muttered under her breath. Right on cue, Lin Zhengran walked over and flicked her forehead. Ow! Jiang Shuili yelped. She had been waiting for that. At this point, getting smacked was routine. How much longer do you need to dry your hair? He asked. Jiang Shuili held up the hairdryer, the buzzing noise filling the air. This thing isn't very powerful. Probably another half hour since my hair is so wet. Half an hour? I could dry my whole head twice over in that time. How about I go first, then I'll help you after? You're going to dry my hair? She turned to look at him, then immediately turned away again because her eyes automatically drifted to his abs. Flustered, she shoved the hairdryer into his hands. Fine, you go first. Lin Zhengran took it. I'll be quicker than you. Go sit on the bed and wait. I'll just get under the covers. Suit yourself. Jiang Shuili carefully climbed into bed, touching her still damp hair. I've been drying it for so long, but it still feels wet. Lin Zhengran, meanwhile, swiftly dried his short hair, movements efficient and crisp. Jiang Shuili, lying under the covers, couldn't help but sneak glances at him. His sharp-side profile and well-built frame were simply too attractive. Even though they always bickered and fooled around, she had to admit, Zhengran was ridiculously good-looking, and his physique was flawless. Any girl would fall for a guy like this. A few minutes later, Lin Zhengran finished drying his hair and walked back to the bed, noticing that Jiang Shuili was deliberately staring out the window. What are you doing? Jiang Shuili stiffened. Nothing. Just admiring the view. It's so dark tonight. Lin Zhengran ignored her excuse. Closed the curtains. Oh. She bit her lip and sat up slightly to pull the curtains shut. When she turned back, she saw that Lin Zhengran had also gotten into bed right next to her. She freaked out. Zhengran, why are you so close? Can you stop being so paranoid? How else am I supposed to dry your hair? And because you insisted on staying here, I have to sleep with pants on. Jiang Shuili understood, but still, I'm not wearing anything under this shirt. Lin Zhengran gestured. Come here, I'll dry your hair. Okay. Blushing, Jiang Shuili turned toward him. The hairdryer hummed as Lin Zhengran gathered her silky strands in his hands. Jiang Shuili clenched her fingers, biting her lip as she felt his fingers running through her hair, the warmth of the air flowing through it. Lin Zhengran noticed how tense she was. Are you nervous? She jolted, her grip tightening. Of course I'm nervous. We're alone in bed together. And not really, Lin Zhengran smirked. And to think you were imagining all sorts of things earlier. If we actually did something, you'd probably start crying. Jiang Shuili, completely humiliated, shot back. I am not that weak. Her mind suddenly flashed to the image of a guy tugging on twin ponytails. Her face went bright red. I just feel embarrassed, okay? Any girl would feel shy in this situation. Stop teasing me, you big idiot. You always bully me. Ever since we were kids, all you've ever done is bully me. The angry Jiang Shuili lightly tapped Lin Zhengran's stomach with her little fist. But the gesture was clearly more like an act of affection than actual hitting. She didn't want to strike him, and she certainly didn't have the strength to do so. Lin Zhengran, while drying his hair, saw that she was being honest and stopped teasing her. The only sound in the room was the blow dryer, and the atmosphere felt even more awkward. But now that Lin Zhengran had stopped talking and teasing her, it seemed like Jiang Shuili wasn't too happy about it. She stared at the muscles on his stomach and found a topic to break the silence. Zhengran, why aren't you saying anything? I thought you told me not to tease you, so I'm not talking now. Is that okay? Jiang Shuili bit her lip. I said not to tease me, not that you can't talk. When you don't say anything, the atmosphere gets so weird. Lin Zhengran gave her a light tap on the head, and she quieted down, though this time he didn't hit her, since his hands were busy with the blow dryer. Zhengran, what now? Jiang Shuili actually wanted to ask him why he still wasn't speaking, but before she could, she changed the subject. She tried to act casual. Do you often work out at home? Your body is in such good shape. Occasionally. As for building muscle, I guess I've just been lucky. Lucky? The more nervous Jiang Shuili became, the more likely she was to say something silly. She giggled. You think that's luck? She looked up at him. Sometimes I think you're just dumb. Your head doesn't seem to work. Lin Zhengran glanced at Jiang Shuili, whose body was cute but far from toned. He thought, if it weren't for luck, there was no way to explain Jiang Shuili's figure. So, he was right about the luck part. Seeing Lin Zhengran's slightly mischievous expression, Jiang Shuili, still holding her upper body, questioned him with a glare, What are you staring at? Lin Zhengran didn't bother to respond. Jiang Shuili, however, noticed how seriously he was drying her hair. Though she didn't say anything, she was secretly moved. After all, her feelings for him had been building up for years. She tentatively reached out and touched Lin Zhengran's hair. He was curious about what she was doing. Jiang Shuili scrutinized him. Big fool. I don't want to compliment you, but how come you're so good-looking, so handsome? Even your hair. Even when I mess it up, it still looks good. She made his hair fly up with a playful motion, then quietly chuckled to herself. Lin Zhengran warned her, Jiang Shuili, are you looking for trouble? Jiang Shuili, startled, quickly fixed his hair back to its original style. I won't mess with it anymore. No need to get angry. After finishing the front part of her hair, Lin Zhengran said, Turn around. I'll do the back. Okay. Jiang Shuili shifted in the bed, turning her back to him. Lin Zhengran gently held her long hair. Though it was thick, it didn't have the same density as Han Wen's hair, but it was very smooth to the touch. Zhengran, how far have you and He Qing gone? We've held hands and linked arms. Jiang Shuili half turned her head in surprise, but quickly received a warning from Lin Zhengran to stay still. She turned back to face the curtains, blinking her large, watery eyes a few times. She thought, that big fool really hasn't watched those kind of things, has he? After all, He Qing was much sweeter than herself. If she were a guy in a relationship with He Qing, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from getting physical. But Zhengran didn't do anything like that. Though this was Lin Zhengran showing his care for her, it also proved that he was really quite innocent. So, you've never hugged her? Jiang Shuili asked. Not yet, Lin Zhengran answered. I've only hugged one certain fox, and I might have done it a little too many times. Jiang Shuili suddenly laughed, confirming her own thoughts. So, he's a bit of a flirt, but still pure? She puffed out her chest, suddenly finding a strange kind of courage. With one hand proudly over her chest, she closed her eyes and spoke confidently. I'm telling you, don't think I'm like this, but I actually know a lot about certain things. If you don't know, let me teach you how to hug girl. Otherwise, you big fool might make a fool of yourself when you try to hug someone later. Lin Zhengran looked at her curiously, but didn't refuse. All right, but why do you know so much? Well, Jiang Shuili hesitated, then answered proudly, I'm a girl, and I'm also a singer. Singers are very attentive, so I understand a lot about relationships between men and women. That's it. Wow, you're impressive. Lin Zhengran complimented her. Jiang Shuili bit her lip, trying to hide her satisfaction. Well, once your hair is done, I'll teach you how to hug. There are different ways. Okay. The silly girl, Lin Zhengran thought to himself. He was curious to see what tricks she had up her sleeve. Once the hairdryer was set aside, Lin Zhengran spoke. All right, Hair's done. Now you can teach me. Jiang Shuili took a deep breath, then turned back around to face him. In this atmosphere, she still felt nervous. Let's turn off the lights first, she suggested. Lin Zhengran used the remote to turn off the lights, and the room immediately fell into darkness. He couldn't help but smile in the dim light, but quickly composed himself. And then, Jiang Shuili, remembering the things she had seen before, although those works were not suitable for children, only the pure love aspect stayed with her. So hugging was always a necessary part in those works. Then, we'll move closer, and I'll do it myself. She shifted her position a little. Jiang Shuili could feel her heart pounding fast, almost like it was going to leap out of her chest. Open your arms, she instructed. Lin Zhengran complied. Jiang Shuili continued. I'll teach you the first method, how a guy should react when a girl hugs him first. She looked at Lin Zhengran's upper body. I'm going to hug you now, but don't talk or get nervous. Don't be nervous, okay? Seeing him nod gently, Jiang Shuili cautiously touched Lin Zhengran's skin with her small hand. She pulled back a little in surprise, but maybe it was the role she was playing as a teacher that gave her courage. She gritted her teeth and made a bold move. She directly wrapped her arms around Lin Zhengran and buried her face in his chest. Luckily, the room was dark, or Jiang Shuili's face would have been entirely red by now. Her ears even turned bright red. Her forehead rested against Lin Zhengran's chest, and she could clearly smell the unique scent that belonged to him. Her hands, trembling and nervous, tightly clung to the firm muscles on his back. Lin Zhengran didn't speak at first, but noticed how fast her breathing was. She was so close that he could feel her breath clearly against his chest. She had just washed her hair, and the scent was intoxicating. Jiang Shuili's voice became small and cautious. Now it's the girl's turn to hug you. How do you feel? Tell me your thoughts. Lin Zhengran actually took a moment to feel it, and then answered seriously. It feels pretty good. You smell nice. When your breath hits my chest, it feels a little ticklish. And your face feels a bit hot against me, but it's warm. But my arms are getting sore from holding them up. Embarrassed, Jiang Shuili quickly said, No, don't go into such detail. Just a simple comment is fine. A simple comment? Then I'll just say it's nice. Okay, then you need to respond to me. When a girl hugs you first, the guy can't just stay still. He needs a hug back too. Try putting your hands on my back like I'm doing. Oh, I see. Let me give it a try. Jiang Shuili nodded slightly. Then Lin Zhengran placed his hands on Jiang Shuili's back. As soon as she felt his hands there, Jiang Shuili was about to ask how it felt, but then she suddenly noticed that Lin Zhengran had applied a bit more force, pulling her fully into his embrace. Zhengran, she gasped, startled. Lin Zhengran was curious. What's wrong? Didn't you say I should hug your back? I haven't done anything else. What comes next? I need to think, she mumbled, her brain short-circuiting from how close they were. Let's just stay like this for a while. Let me think if there's anything else I should remember. You can take your time, no rush. Everything grew quiet. Jiang Shuili could clearly feel how Lin Zhengran was holding her, and it felt oddly comforting. There was a slight sense of urgency mixed with security, as though she was needed by him. It was an indescribable feeling, and it was really comfortable. Lin Zhengran's muscles were solid, and being held by him felt much better than she had imagined. At that moment, all Jiang Shuili could think was that she wanted time to stop and stay in this moment forever. She closed her eyes and hugged him tightly, her mind filled with memories of their time together. She wasn't sure how much time had passed. Lin Zhengran noticed that Jiang Shuili was smiling with a peaceful expression, not saying anything. He leaned in close to her ear and asked, Still haven't remembered? Startled, Jiang Shuili jumped and opened her eyes. She quickly responded, You idiot! How could it be so easy to think of? It'll take a while. Why are you so impatient? Don't you think holding me like this is nice? Why are you asking so many questions? It is nice, but don't you think we look a little awkward like this? Your legs are straight, but your body is tilted and your waist is twisted. Normally, hugging should feel comfortable, right? Is it? Jiang Shuili hadn't even noticed that. She lowered her head and smiled awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. Not bad, big fool. You're starting to get it, but how about we lie down and hug? That way our bodies won't be twisted. Good idea. Let's do that. There was a sound of them lying down on the bed, but hugging while lying down felt completely different from sitting. Jiang Shuili lay on the bed, looking at Lin Zhengran's face, which was now just a hair's breadth away from hers. The strange atmosphere made her shy all of a sudden. She didn't expect that just changing positions would create such a big difference in how it felt. Wait, Zhengran. Let's not lie down yet. Let go of me first. She pushed his hand away. Lin Zhengran couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Shuili's eyes widened in panic. She didn't see any curiosity for knowledge in his eyes, only the mischievous glint of someone teasing her. Zhengran, you want me to? Just as she was about to speak, he pulled her even closer. Jiang Shuili's face was buried in his neck. Lin Zhengran chuckled. Want you? I'm just not very good at this. Keep going. Liar, you think I'm stupid? Jiang Shuili bit her lip, her voice suddenly tinged with a little sadness. I really hate you. You're the person I hate the most in the world. She finished saying that and wrapped her arms around his back again. The night was far from over. It was already past 1 a.m. Jiang Shuili's eyes were barely open, just a slit. She couldn't fall asleep in Lin Zhengran's arms because her mind was racing with thoughts. Her smooth, youthful legs shifted slightly. Lin Zhengran, eyes closed, spoke up. Aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Shuili flinched, panicked. Zhengran, you're not asleep either? Lin Zhengran, still with his eyes closed, replied, What do you think? You keep moving your legs, one moment this way, then the other. How am I supposed to sleep? She froze her legs in place. That's because it's your fault. You asked me to, and then you stopped talking. Forget about that now. How can you fall asleep? Jiang Shuili pressed her face against his neck. At home, I always sleep with my legs wrapped around a pillow. If I don't have something to hold, I can't sleep. So, you want me to be your pillow? Her face turned red. I didn't say that. You said first, and I don't mean anything else. It's just a habit. Can you understand? No need to explain. Here you go. Lin Zhengran extended one of his legs. Jiang Shuili hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. She blushed and closed her eyes. After settling in, she suddenly smiled. All right, this is good. Time to sleep. Good night, Zhengran. Good night. At 2 a.m., Jiang Shuili suddenly panicked. All right, Zhengran. My clothes. I don't have anything to wear tomorrow. How am I going to go out? Lin Zhengran couldn't hold back and gave her a tap on the head. Jiang Shuili winced in pain. Lin Zhengran sighed. I'll send someone to get your clothes from the dorm tomorrow. Go to sleep. You've got the MV shoot tomorrow, and I still have to head home in the afternoon. You're going home tomorrow afternoon? What for? It's nothing. My mom wants me to meet someone. I'll be back by night. Don't worry about it. Ah, okay. This time, the night really passed. The next morning, even before the sun had fully risen, Lin Zhengran woke up around 6 a.m. His energy was different from most people. Just a little sleep made him feel completely refreshed. Even if he didn't sleep for a few days, it didn't bother him. But Jiang Shuili, having stayed up late last night, was still completely out of it. However, once she fell asleep, she was much more well-behaved than a certain fox. She was exactly the same after falling asleep as she was before. Lin Zhengran decided to try pulling his leg out from under her, only to find that she was holding onto him tightly with her legs. After some struggle, he finally pulled his leg free, only to hear her mutter in her sleep. Big fool. I'm not Sundara. I'm not a failure. I'm a winner, right? Lin Zhengran tried to get up but found her hugging him tightly. Zhengran, you tell me. I'm not a failure, am I? Say it. Say that I'm not a failure. That Shuili is not a failure. Or I'll cry. Lin Zhengran sighed and replied, Yes, you're not a failure. You're a winner. Jiang Shuili smiled slightly and continued to sleep. Zhengran, I like you. Lin Zhengran slowly lifted her hand that was wrapped around his back and gently patted her head. I'm going to get your clothes. You keep sleeping. He got up and headed to the bathroom. As he brushed his teeth, he realized a key issue. He didn't have a shirt. The shirt was on Jiang Shuili. There was no way he could go to the girls' dorm without a shirt. right? If he did, he'd probably make headlines again at school. So, Lin Zhengran grabbed his phone and called someone. He opened the chat with He Qing and Han Wenwen. Without much thought, he dialed Han Wenwen's number. The phone buzzed for a while before Han Wenwen, still half asleep in the dorm, answered groggily. "Hello? Who is it?" Lin Zhengran, with his toothbrush still in his mouth, responded, "Wenwen, it's me." Her drowsiness evaporated as soon as she heard his voice. The morning light was still dim outside. "Zhengran ge." Han Wenwen pulled the phone away from her ear and glanced at the bed across the room, where He Qing was still asleep. The little fox covered her head with the blanket, glanced at the time, and answered softly, "Zhengran ge? Why are you calling me so early? Miss me?" Her voice turned suddenly sweet. Lin Zhengran replied, "Actually, I miss you both no matter when." Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes blinked seductively. "Really? I didn't know that. Then, should I get dressed and meet you downstairs in secret?" Lin Zhengran raised a finger. But before that, I need a favor. Can you go to Xueli's dorm and bring me a set of her clothes?" Han Wenwen was confused at first. Then Lin Zhengran clarified, "I spent the night with her, and her clothes got wet when she showered." So, before she could respond, he hung up. Lin Zhengran looked at his phone and thought, this fox has no shame. She's the only one who would hang up on me so boldly. But no one could outdo Lin Zhengran. 3 seconds later, the phone rang again. Han Wenwen was furious. "Zhengran ge, you shameless jerk. You spent the night with Xueli." Her voice was a mixture of pouting and anger. Lin Zhengran quickly tried to explain. "It's not what you think, actually. Well, maybe it is. It's hard to explain over the phone, but bring me the clothes first, and I'll explain everything when we meet." Han Wenwen, still upset, grumbled, "Where should I meet you? I'll send you the address. How long will it take?" Han Wenwen looked at the location and found it was at a nearby hotel. "Half an hour. I'll get ready. But once I get there, Zhengran ge, you have to explain everything clearly. You can't leave anything out." "I know. Bye, Zhengran ge. Bye." She hung up, and Lin Zhengran finished brushing his teeth and washing up. Meanwhile, Han Wenwen, still stewing, glanced at the address sent to her on her phone. A hotel room. Sneaking around was normal, but this was too much, wasn't it? The little fox quietly got out of bed, making sure not to wake He Qing. She grabbed a basin and the necessary toiletries to brush her teeth, then quickly got dressed. Once ready, she went to Jiang Xueli's dorm, knocking softly on the door. She knew someone was there over the weekend. She woke up Jiang Xueli's roommate and found a set of clothes under the bed. After packing them in a bag, she hurried out of the dorm. About half an hour later, Han Wenwen called Lin Zhengran. "What room? Tell me." Lin Zhengran responded, 307. Han Wenwen then headed to the 3rd floor. Lin Zhengran opened the door for her before she even reached the room. When Han Wenwen saw Lin Zhengran shirtless, her mind nearly short-circuited. And then she saw Jiang Xueli still sleeping in bed. Her eyes widened. Lin Zhengran quickly gestured for her to come in and closed the door behind them. In the narrow bathroom, Han Wenwen, full of jealousy, stared at Lin Zhengran. She could smell Xueli's scent lingering on him. Before Lin Zhengran could speak, Han Wenwen squatted down and puffed her cheeks, holding the bag with Xueli's clothes. "Zhengran ge, just get angry with me. Let me be your jealous little fox. You're trying to make me lose my mind, aren't you?" Lin Zhengran squatted down too, eyeing Han Wenwen's lips, slightly glossy from lip balm. Curious, he asked, "Did you put on lip balm?" Han Wenwen, irritated, snorted. "How could I meet you without making myself presentable?" She looked at the floor. "Hurry up and hug me. Otherwise, I'm not speaking to you for a minute. Hurry up." Lin Zhengran saw the little fox pouting and stretched out his hand. Han Wenwen looked at Lin Zhengran, but didn't shake his hand. Instead, she half rose and threw her arms around his neck, pulling him into an embrace. She whispered in his ear, her voice dripping with allure. "At least you have a bit of a conscience, Zhengran ge. But tell me, what did you two do last night?" Her tone carried a hint of interrogation, and her warm breath brushed against Lin Zhengran's earlobe. "Why were you at a hotel?" Lin Zhengran, still holding the little fox, didn't immediately answer. Instead, he gently petted her head. Han Wenwen, with her fox-like eyes fixed on him, finally leaned her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes. Her voice softened as she asked, "Was there some kind of surprise?" Lin Zhengran explained, "There was no surprise. Last night, I just helped her with her haircut, then bought some lingerie for her. The dorms were closed, so we stayed at the hotel. Nothing special happened." The information was a bit much for the little fox to handle. She opened her eyes, her mouth slightly agape, and pulled back just enough to look at him, frowning. "A haircut, I understand, but buying lingerie? What do you mean by that?" Lin Zhengran chuckled lightly and continued, "It's actually a bit of a strange story. We were at the hair salon last night, and while we were there, she ended up needing some lingerie. So I bought it for her." He explained last night's events in simple terms, all the while noticing Han Wenwen's increasingly jealous gaze, which was completely devoid of any other emotion. After taking a few deep breaths, Han Wenwen spoke again, her voice a little sharper. "You bought lingerie for Xueli? Zheng Range, do you realize how important this is for girls? You've never bought me anything like that, not even sanitary pads." Lin Zhengran asked, "Isn't this a special situation? Besides, when we were together, you never had to worry about running out of sanitary pads." "True, but that's different. For a girl, something so personal like buying lingerie is something that's very meaningful. When a guy does that for a girl, it's touching. It's a big deal." Lin Zhengran hushed her, signaling her to lower her voice. Han Wenwen, hearing his words, was even more jealous, her fur bristling like a little fox in a rage. She bumped her head into Lin Zhengran's face, which, from an observer's perspective, might have looked like a fox nuzzling its owner. She applied a little more force than usual, though. This made Lin Zhengran laugh. "What are you doing? Bumping into you. Can't I bump into you because I miss you?" Han Wenwen buried her face in his shoulder, her voice small as she murmured, "I don't care. Zhengran Ge, you have to buy me something. You promised me that you'd spoil me the most, and you can't go back on it. Now." "Of course not now." As soon as Han Wenwen heard that Lin Zhengran was being nice to another girl, she didn't mind that he was a bit of a flirt, but it always felt like something was missing in her heart. It felt like someone was trying to take her most treasured possession. She clung to her Zhengrangu even tighter, her voice continuing, "Right now, asking you to go buy it for me would be unreasonable, wouldn't it? Even if I'm jealous, I won't make things hard for you. A little fox like me wouldn't bother her own master. But next time, when it's just the two of us and we pass by an underwear shop, I'll wait outside, and you'll go inside and buy me lingerie and sanitary pads. You buy everything. I'll pay for it." She gently poked Lin Zhengran's face with her finger, her tone sweetening as she continued, "And as a bonus, I'll buy you underwear, shaving cream, and all sorts of personal things. What do you say? Do you agree?" Lin Zhengran, helpless, could only smile. Han Wenwen had an undeniable talent for acting cute. He nodded slowly. "All right, next time we pass by an underwear store, I'll buy it for you." Han Wenwen's lips curled into a victorious smile, and she bit her lip happily. She retracted her hand and, this time, asked with less jealousy, "So, last night, you stayed in the hotel because you got back too late to the girls' dorm?" "Yeah." Han Wenwen blinked her fox-like eyes and, sounding reasonable, asked, "Then why did you book a big bedroom? Why not a twin room? You could sleep in a double bed, too." "Right, I forgot about that." Han Wenwen clicked her tongue. "Zhengrange, be serious. I don't believe you forgot. Only Xueli and the others think you're a fool when it comes to these things, but I know better. Your mind is full of all kinds of stuff. You know that." Han Wenwen tilted her head, confidently answering, "Yeah, last time we were in that rented apartment, I knew something was up when you wrapped your arm around my waist. I can read people's eyes. I may not fully understand what you're thinking, but I can pick up on things sometimes." She placed her hand over Lin Zhengran's lips and continued, "I can tell that you're just being careful with us because you care about us. You don't want to rush into things, but it doesn't mean you're clueless. It's like how wolves raise sheep, fattening them up before they eat them. I know the truth. When the time comes, Zhengrangu will make sure to devour us three, leaving nothing behind. Lin Zhengran, taken aback, replied. Why are you making me sound like some kind of villain? As for the twin room thing, last night, I just casually suggested a big bedroom. I didn't think much about it. Han Woman raised an eyebrow. So, you're a natural-born bad boy, huh? Lin Zhengran asked, pretending not to understand. What? Han Wenwen turned away and snorted. I said you're a natural, warm-hearted guy. So warm that it's unbearable. Lin Zhengran chuckled and reached out his hand. Now, can you give me Xueli's clothes? We've been talking about this forever. Han Wenwen handed him the clothes. Here you go. But why aren't you wearing a shirt? Lin Zhengran blinked and responded. Because her clothes got wet last night. Suddenly, Jiang Xueli woke up groggily in the bed. When she saw that Lin Zhengran wasn't in the bed, she became a bit panicked, as she was in an unfamiliar environment. Zhengran? Where are you? Zhengran. She sat up. In a bathroom. Lin Zhengran quickly covered Han Wenwen's mouth. He shouted loudly, Is Xueli awake? I'm in the bathroom. Jiang Xueli heard his voice and relaxed. Oh, what time is it? 7 o'clock. Don't worry, you can sleep a bit more. Jiang Xueli was still a little disoriented from staying up late last night. It's still early, but how long will you be? I need to use the bathroom, too. Han Wenwen, eyes wide, seemed to ask what to do now. Lin Zhengran looked at her and silently mouthed, I told you to keep your voice down. Han Wenwen furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, I didn't even mean to be loud. After all, Zhengrangu wore Xueli's clothes, and now they're both getting too close, aren't they? Lin Zhengran, seeing her panic, deliberately spoke louder. Yeah, I'm almost done. Xueli, you can come over now. Han Wenwen immediately panicked, thinking, what do I do now? Jiang Xueli heard footsteps and got out of bed, walking barefoot toward the bathroom. Since she had spent the whole night in Lin Zhengran's jacket, it had been crushed under her all night, and now it seemed like she wouldn't be able to wear it today. Inside the bathroom, Lin Zhengran pointed at the door. The little fox, quick-witted as always, understood what he meant and hid behind the door. A moment later, the bathroom door cracked open, and Lin Zhengran, still shirtless, stood there. When Jiang Xueli saw him like this, her face turned slightly red as memories of the previous night rushed back. She stood in the doorway, while Lin Zhengran stood facing her. They stared at each other for half a minute. In unison, they spoke. Lin Zhengran, come in. Jiang Xueli, you go out. Jiang Xueli paused, then added, wait, how am I supposed to use the bathroom if you don't leave? If Lin Zhengran left, Han Wenwen, who was hiding behind the door, would be exposed. The little fox was lucky she didn't have a tail in real life. Otherwise, her tail, along with her waist and hips, would have given her away. Lin Zhengran shrugged and said, you come in first, then I'll go out. Jiang Xueli blinked. What a strange way of doing things, she mumbled, but still stepped inside. Lin Zhengran gently turned her around by the shoulder, but when he noticed the mirror, he realized they might get caught, so he just embraced Jiang Xueli instead. Suddenly being held in his arms, in the morning flustered Jiang Xueli. Her face buried in his chest, she stuttered, Zhengran, what are you doing, you big fool? Lin Zhengran gently held her head, not allowing her to look up. I'm not doing anything, just wanted to hold you for a bit. Behind the door, Han Wenwen watched the scene, her eyes wide, completely stunned. Lin Zhengran then gave her a meaningful glance, signaling her to leave. What are you waiting for? Go now. With a resentful sigh, Han Wenwen bit Lin Zhengran's arm in a playful manner before silently slipping out of the bathroom and out of the room. Lin Zhengran let out a breath of relief. Jiang Xueli, her face still red from being held, slowly placed her hands on Lin Zhengran's back. Didn't we already hug all night? Why are you still hugging me? Really? I don't understand you. Just as she was about to return his hug, Lin Zhengran suddenly loosened his grip. All right, the hug's over. You can use the bathroom now, I'll step out. Jiang Xueli stood there in confusion. After a moment of stunned silence, her face turned completely red in embarrassment, and she grumbled, Did you just wake up, you idiot? Pighead. Stupid. She slammed the bathroom door shut. Lin Zhengran simply shrugged and sat back down on the bed. Half a minute later, Jiang Xueli came out of the bathroom. The door was knocked on immediately. She was curious. Who is it? Lin Zhengran, sitting on the bed, reminded her. It should be Han Wenwen. I texted her to bring you some clothes this morning. From outside the door, Han Wenwen's voice called out, Xueli, Zhengran, it's me. Ah, Jiang Xueli looked down at her current outfit. She was still wearing Lin Zhengran's shirt on top, and her lower body was barely covered by the jacket, making it look more like a dress. She was essentially in her underwear. You go open the door, Zhengran. I'll hide in the bathroom for a bit. If I open the door like this, I'll be too embarrassed. Lin Zhengran waved his hand. She had no choice but to hide back in the bathroom. The two of them were a bit foolish, really. So, Lin Zhengran stood up again and went to open the door. Han Wenwen was acting completely serious, holding up the clothes and grinning. Zhengran, I'm here to deliver clothes for you and Xueli. Where's Xueli? Lin Zhengran played along, pointing toward the bathroom, making sure Xueli could hear she's in the bathroom. Han Wenwen's eyes flickered with understanding. I see. Once she knew Xueli couldn't see, her eyes turned jealous again, and she grabbed Lin Zhengran's hand to nibble on it. She didn't apply much pressure, but still, she asked in a voice low enough only he could hear, Zhengran go. You're hugging her in front of me, huh? Lin Zhengran responded softly. If I didn't hug her, do you think you'd be standing here, nibbling on my hand right now? Han Wenwen huffed. Still trying to defend yourself? It's clearly just like a dog's paw. The little fox puffed out her cheeks, and then, acting all dramatic, said loudly, Well, I'll just leave the clothes here. I'll go now. I won't disturb you two anymore. She shot Lin Zhengran a glare, then asked in a low voice, Am I really leaving? She slowly extended her arms. Zhengran go, hug me again. Lin Zhengran smiled, and, by the door, gave her a quick hug. The little fox waved him off before heading back to school. She sighed as she walked away. The past half hour had been packed with jealousy, joy, and emotions. It was far more eventful than her entire day yesterday. After Han Wenwen left, Lin Zhengran knocked on the bathroom door again, holding the clothes. Han Wenwen's gone. You can change now. Jiang Xueli opened the door, her face still flushed. She took the clothes from him and headed back into the bathroom, thinking to herself, Han Wenwen is definitely going to think I spent the night with Zhengran at the hotel. If she tells Yi Qing, who knows what will happen next. An hour later, Lin Zhengran, dressed in just a shirt, and the well-dressed Jiang Xueli checked out of the hotel. Afterward, Lin Zhengran had to go back to the dorm to grab a jacket, and Jiang Xueli had to return her wet clothes from last night to the dorm as well. On the way back, seeing Lin Zhengran in just a shirt, Jiang Xueli, feeling a bit sorry for him, said, Aren't you cold, Zhengran? I know I used your jacket as a dress last night, but it should still be wearable. You'll catch a cold wearing just a shirt, so wear it over your shoulders. Lin Zhengran wasn't really bothered by the cold, and the jacket was more of an accessory. I'm not cold, Jiang Xueli thought. This guy is so stubborn. As compensation, when the money from the new star rankings comes through, I'll buy you a new jacket. Lin Zhengran gave a non-committal hum, not refusing all right. As they walked, Jiang Xueli suddenly realized, Wait, you're the boss now. Doesn't that mean the money's coming from you? Is this really me buying you something? Lin Zhengran tapped her on the head. Why overthink it? You're mine, so it's all the same. Jiang Xueli blushed and grumbled. I'm not denying it, but you don't have to say it so confidently. After a quick stop at the dorm to pack, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Xueli returned to Zhengshe Music. The day seemed uneventful for a Sunday. Jiang Xueli recorded her MV, while Jiang Jingshi was busy with things related to the Jiang group and didn't make it. So, Lin Zhengran spent the day outdoors watching Jiang Xueli film her scenes. Before long, it was afternoon, and Lin Zhengran, bidding farewell to Wang Jie and Jiang Xueli, headed home. Jiang Xueli waved at him from the street corner. Zhengran, be careful on the way home. See you at school tonight. Lin Zhengran waved back as he got into the car. I know. Jiang Xueli stood at the corner, watching the car disappear, a faint blush on her cheeks. The twin ponytails danced in the wind, and the memories of last night felt like an unforgettable experience to her. Holding hands, hugging, it was all becoming so intimate now. And what remained were things even more intimate. Soon after, Lin Zhengran arrived home in the small town. On the way, Lin Xiaoli called him to ask when he'd be coming back, saying he'd been too busy to see him lately. Lin Zhengran honestly replied, "I've been busy. I'll be home in 5 minutes. By the way, who's the guest today that Mom insisted I meet?" Lin Xiaoli laughed on the other end. "You'll see when you get here. The person's already sitting here chatting with us." Lin Zhengran didn't know what game his mom was playing, but when he got home and opened the door, he saw his parents, some unfamiliar uncles and aunts, and Fong Meng sitting in the living room, drinking tea. Fong Meng, with her side ponytail, wasn't surprised to see Lin Zhengran, and waved at him. "Zhengran, you're here?" Lin Zhengran stood frozen in place, confused. Fong Meng. "Zhengran, you're back? Come, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Fong, and that's Aunt Hui Hui. And this is Fong Meng. You should know her, right? She mentioned that you two are in the same class." Lin Xiaoli got up and walked over to Lin Zhengran, gesturing for him to sit down. Lin Zhengran, still a bit confused, responded with a polite greeting. He hadn't expected that his family actually knew Fong Meng's family. What a coincidence. "Hello, Uncle Fong." "Hello, Auntie." Fong Meng's parents' eyes lit up slightly when they saw Lin Zhengran. After all, he looked even better in person than in photos. Plus, everyone had just been discussing his academic achievements, top scorer in town, first place in various competitions. A nearly flawless young man like him was naturally well-liked by elders. Fong Meng's mother greeted him warmly. "So we finally get to meet Zhengran. You're even more handsome in person, and you have such a great presence." Fong Meng's father, though a man of few words, also praised him. A fine young man indeed. Lin Xiaoli urged her son to sit down on the sofa. Zhengran turned to his parents. "Uncle Fong's family has known us for a long time." Lin Yingjun hesitated slightly, feeling like he might have just made things more complicated for his son. But life was unfair like that. Some people didn't even have a single childhood sweetheart, while his son, 4 or 5, was considered on the lower end. He explained, "Yes, your mom and I were actually college classmates with Uncle Fong. We were really close back in the day, but as life got busy and we all started our families and careers, we lost touch. Now that the kids have grown up, we're reconnecting again." "Oh, I see." Zhengran turned his gaze to Fong Meng, who had been staring at him the whole time. She sat properly, looking well-behaved, but she wasn't as shy and timid as Qing. After a brief moment of eye contact, Fong Meng spoke slowly. "Lin Zhengran, did you know? We have a childhood engagement." Silence filled the room. Even the adults didn't interrupt. Zhengran's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. "What did you say?" "I said, we have a childhood engagement," she repeated. This time, he heard it loud and clear. Fong Meng couldn't help but smile and elaborated. "It was arranged when our parents were younger. They agreed that if we got along, we could get married after we graduate from university." Still in shock, Zhengran turned to look at his parents, Lin Xiaoli and Lin Yingjun. Both of them gave awkward, sheepish smiles. Their expressions seemed to say, "Zhengran, this is just one of those lingering issues from the past. We didn't have much say in it either. Fate works in mysterious ways." Meanwhile, Fong Meng's parents exchanged glances. Fong Meng's mother whispered, "Did we ever tell Meng Meng about the part where they get married after university? Wasn't it just a childhood engagement?" Her father, who had already taken a strong liking to Lin Zhengran after hearing about his achievements, lowered his voice and said, "They're classmates." I think she might have said that on purpose. No need to correct her. Still a bit puzzled, Fong Meng's mother nodded. On the sofa, Fong Meng and Zhengran continued looking at each other. Then, out of nowhere, she spoke again. "Starting today, I'll be talking to you a lot more, my childhood fiancé, Lin Zhengran." Zhengran blinked, wondering what she was up to. "This month, after you and the Empress of the Imperial City established the Zhengshi sect, the two of you, as the founding ancestors, expanded the sect, recruited disciples, and set up sect rules and rankings. The sect grew quickly, even branching into 3 smaller subsects. Jiang, who had been traveling with you, joined immediately and stayed by your side every day. Despite her usual carefree attitude, Jiang proved to be incredibly diligent. She actively contributed to the sect's development and decided to join one of the three subsects, Little Bamboo Peak. Little Bamboo Peak, with its mountaintop clouds and steep cliffs, was an area filled with harmonious spiritual energy, perfect for female disciples to cultivate. Upon joining, Jiang quickly became the first senior disciple, using her lively personality to lead and mentor the younger disciples. One night, while traveling down a mountain, Yu and Jiang encountered an unexpected situation and had no choice but to share a guest room. Despite the commotion, the demon cult maiden even tried to catch Yu in the act. But in the end, it was just another moonlit night. Not long after, you received a secret letter from your family, summoning you home to meet an old acquaintance. Curious, you returned, only to discover that your family had arranged yet another engagement for you years ago. And the fiancé this time? A deadly assassin under the Grand Princess, Miss Fong. Even the heavens seemed to marvel at your ridiculous romantic luck. It was as if every beautiful woman was destined to marry you at birth. Zhengran. Due to these events, you gained +3 cultivation levels, +5 stamina, +10 strength, and +5 endurance. You successfully broke through the bottleneck at level 60 of the Qi refinement stage, advancing from level 59 to level 62. Your current stats are as follows. Spirit level, 61, core formation stage. Strength, maxed out. Endurance, 88, unlocked. Lifespan extension, enhanced body strength, double training efficiency. Stamina, 89, unlocked. Enhanced offspring potential, 7 times a night ability. Affinity with all things. Level 2, all disciples you teach receive significant boosts. Those who form contracts with you gain triple the benefits. New talent unlocked. Spiritual power. Like affinity with all things, this ability has 5 levels. At level 1, you can now use spiritual energy manipulation, meaning you are no longer limited to physical combat. This breakthrough was something Zhengran hadn't anticipated. Spiritual energy manipulation was a much more noticeable improvement compared to his previous boosts. After the childhood engagement reveal, time passed quickly. Before he knew it, a year and a half had gone by. During this time, in the music industry, he worked with Jiang Shuili to shoot her first MV and later helped her appear on a few entertainment programs. Thanks to this, she officially debuted on screen. She also created her own personal music account, rapidly growing into a rising star. Even her parents, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang, were surprised by how far she had come. Meanwhile, Zhengshi Company was handling far more than he had initially expected. Managing all the foundational work took a great deal of effort, but after a year and a half, the company had finally stabilized. On the sports side, Zhengran dedicated time to training members of Zhengshi Sports, and under his guidance, they progressed rapidly. However, no one could compare to He Qing and Jiang Shuili. Jiang had become Zhengshi Music's top artist, while He Qing, after rigorous training, entered the city's championship tournament and easily won first place, securing a spot at the provincial level. In just a year and a half, they had moved from junior year to senior year, now only 1 semester away from graduation. Spring had arrived, filling the world with life. Everything was awakening once more. It was the perfect season for studying. While most high school seniors were drowning in academic pressure, Lin Zhengran remained unaffected. Others were studying tirelessly, but he carried on as usual, relaxed as ever. On this particular Sunday morning, around 8 o'clock, he was jolted awake by the sound of his phone ringing. He groggily picked it up and saw that it was Pan Lin, the secretary for Jiang Jingshi. Since Han Wenwan was currently focused on preparing for the college entrance exams, Zhengran had decided to delay her appointment as his personal secretary until university. For now, Pan Lin was the only secretary handling all matters for the 2 CEOs of Zhengshi Company. President Lin, are you awake? Sorry to disturb you. Still staring at the ceiling, Zhengran replied. No problem. What's up? You asked about the live streaming competition last night. It's tentatively scheduled for late this year, right before New Year's. But President Jiang said that if you'd like, we can move it up earlier. Zhengran recalled how the competition had been postponed during his first 2 years of high school due to the company's establishment. Initially, they had planned to hold it in the first semester of senior year, but Han Wenwen's academic performance. Even with 3 times the tutoring effort, that little fox was still struggling. She was simply not cut out for studying. Just yesterday, on Saturday, Zhengran had spent the entire afternoon tutoring her. But instead of studying, all she did was drape herself over him, calling him Zhengran Gij in every possible way. So in the end, the competition schedule had been adjusted to fit Han Wenwen's timeline. We'll keep it as planned, right before New Year's. After the college entrance exams, I'll have free time too. Pan Lin hesitated for a moment on the other end of the call. Does President Lin even need to go to school anymore? Understood. I'll finalize the competition date for before New Year's. I won't disturb you any longer. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Thanks for your hard work. After hanging up, Zhengran lay in bed, thinking about the college entrance exams. From a financial standpoint, whether he took them or not didn't really matter. In fact, he didn't even need to attend university. But for the 3 little troublemakers in his life, it was a major milestone. And having been reborn, he wanted to experience university life again himself. He turned his head to the nightstand where a glass of water sat just out of reach. Without moving, he flicked his fingers, and the glass floated smoothly into his palm. Spiritual energy manipulation was easily one of the most convenient abilities he had gained in the past 2 years. It saved him both time and effort. After taking a sip of water, he changed into fresh clothes and stepped out of his bedroom. Mom? Dad? No response. Instead, an unexpected voice answered him. Fong Meng emerged from the kitchen, dressed in a maid outfit, carrying a tray of breakfast. Her tone was calm as she placed the food on the dining table. Uncle and Annie went out. I'm the only one home. I made your usual breakfast, just like Annie said. You can eat after washing up. Zhengran stood there, dumbfounded. She was serious, completely serious, wearing a maid headband, apron, even black stockings. Fong Meng, what are you doing here? In my house. Fong Meng glanced at him, taking in his half-awake state. His upper body was well-defined, his muscles clearly visible. He was wearing pants, at least. His hair was a mess, but he still looked handsome. She pulled out a notebook from her pocket and started jotting things down while speaking. Lin Zhengran appears to exercise frequently at home. Otherwise, his muscle definition wouldn't be this prominent. Zhengran ignored her note-taking. This wasn't the first time someone had done this. Han Wenwen had done it. Jiang Qian had done it. And now Fong Meng. He'd seen it too many times to care. You still haven't answered my question, he said. Without pausing her writing, Fong Meng replied, Since we became childhood fiancé and fiancée, I've been visiting your house often for over a year now. Uncle and Annie know me well. Coming over is normal, isn't it? Our families live just 30 minutes apart by car. And I just got my driver's license. I passed the test right after my 18th birthday. She pulled out her license from her pocket and flashed it at him. So now I can come over anytime. It's very convenient. She wasn't wrong. Ever since that childhood engagement incident a year ago, Fong Meng had started dropping by frequently. And in front of his parents, no less, she would openly take notes on his daily life. When asked why, she sometimes joked, I'm just observing my childhood fiancé. After all, Lin Zhengran might be my future husband. Other times, she was more straightforward. I'm helping Jiang Qian keep an eye on you. She was spying on him for Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian had long stopped keeping a meticulous record of his actions. She was too busy in full-blown overachiever mode. In an attempt to surpass him, she had gone overboard, enrolling in over 30 tutoring programs to train in every possible subject. Zhengran didn't respond and just headed to the bathroom. You have way too much free time, he said. Jiang Qian only recorded my actions for a semester. You've been at this for over a year. Fong Meng flipped through her notebook, filled with densely written pages. I didn't expect it either. I originally wanted to find your flaws to help Qian, but after a year and thousands of notes, I still haven't found anything. I'm seriously starting to suspect that you're not even human. Maybe you have superpowers. Zhengran froze for a moment and looked back at her. He let out a short laugh. If only they were true. With that, he stepped into the bathroom and used his ability to shut the door behind him. Back at the dining table, Fong Meng let out a breath. I guess so. You're certainly exceptional, but not that extraordinary. Besides, superpowers don't exist in this world. After freshening up, Zhengran returned to his room, put on a shirt, and sat at the dining table. He looked at Fong Meng, who stood neatly beside him, her side ponytail tied perfectly in place. She was undeniably pretty. High nose bridge, delicate lips, the kind of sharp, intellectual beauty typical of a top student. But dressed as a maid, she just looked odd. That outfit, he began. Does it not look good? She asked. No, it's fine. I was just wondering, did you wear this when you came over? Even stockings? My parents must have been terrified. Fong Meng pulled out her notebook again and wrote down. Lin Zhengran does not like maid outfits or stockings. Then she clarified, of course not. I only changed after they left. It was a last-minute experiment to see your reaction. And judging by your response, you're clearly not interested. I'll change out of it later. It's not that I dislike it. If a girl I liked wore it, I might enjoy it. But for just a normal friend, I don't really care. Fong Meng tilted her head, as if intrigued. So what you're saying is, I'm not within your range of romantic interest? That's surprising. You already have 3 childhood sweethearts, plus the rich heiress Jiang Jingshi constantly around you. And Qian clearly cares a lot about you. I thought you didn't have high standards. Zhengran ignored her and continued eating. Speaking of which, you've been hanging around me a lot lately. What about Jiang Qian? Aren't you supposed to be her assistant? Fong Meng's hand paused mid-writing. Her voice softened, and her eyes showed something else, a flicker of emotion. Ever since she met you, Qian has been overwhelmingly busy. Even I don't have much to do anymore, so I have plenty of time to visit you. Zhengran nodded. Yeah, she's always been like that. Anyway, you're going to sit down and eat. I already ate. She went back to the kitchen and brought over a glass of milk. Drink this. Stay healthy. Thanks. As he took a sip, he casually remarked, You're pretty meticulous. The milk is the perfect temperature. It's only fair that I take care of you in return for observing you. Besides, I'm good at this. It's my profession, after all. That's true. Fong Meng suddenly asked. Zhengran, I have a question I wasn't sure about. I wanted to ask you directly. Are you two timing? Zhengran looked at her, both of them locking eyes. He answered honestly. No, I'm not. Oh, my mistake then. I apologize. It was 3 timing. After breakfast, Lin Zhengran headed for the door and turned to Fong Meng. I have to go out for a bit. Are you heading home? Or? Fong Meng continued wiping the table. I'll leave after I finish cleaning up. I already wiped that, he reminded her. I can make it cleaner, she replied, not stopping. Seeing no point in arguing, Zhengran left the house. His plan for the morning was to get a haircut and then tutor Han Wenwen and Jiang Xueli. With college entrance exams approaching, he wasn't worried in the slightest. But both Jiang Xueli and Han Wenwen had side careers, which meant their studies were bound to suffer. Luckily, with Zhengran's help, they were still ranking near the top of their class. Getting into a good university wouldn't be a problem for them. As he stepped out of the building and reached the residential complex entrance, he was surprised to see Jiang Xueli and Han Wenwen waiting for him. One stood with her hands behind her back, glancing around idly. The other had her head tilted down, scrolling through her phone, occasionally smiling as she exchanged messages. Zhengran raised an eyebrow. What are you two doing here? Both girls turned to him and took a few steps forward. Jiang Xueli hadn't changed much in the past 2 years. At least in terms of looks and figure, Zhengran didn't see much of a difference. But since she had been filming videos and performing on stage more often, her presence had improved significantly. And among the 3 girls, she had the slimmest legs, which somehow kept getting more and more shapely. A very peculiar development. Zhengran, we've been waiting for you forever, Jiang Xueli said. She recalled the night after her first haircut at Zhengshi Music, a memory she still cherished. Even though it had been a long time, it remained vivid in her mind. You mentioned last night that you were getting a haircut today, right? So I thought, well, back then, you also went with me when I got mine, she said, her cheeks turning slightly red. So this time, I should accompany you. Zhengran frowned. He barely remembered that. That was ages ago. Must have been back in our first year, right? Jiang Shuili pouted. Yeah, but who cares how long ago it was? I'm your girlfriend. Do I need a reason to go with you? Fair point. She turned her head to the side, smugly. Han Wenwen, who had been listening in, smiled on the surface, but deep down, her fox instincts were itching to fight. The moment Jiang Shuili said, girlfriend, Han Wenwen's jealousy flared up. If women were made of water, then Han Wenwen was made of pure vinegar. Zhengran turned to her. So what about you? Same reason. Han Wenwen gave a sweet smile. Oh, but I'm not Lin Zhengran's girlfriend. I'm just someone he's been tutoring recently. So I figured I'd tag along for the haircut. As if she'd let him be alone with Jiang Shuili. This was Zhengran's rest day. A rare weekend when he wasn't obligated to accompany anyone. No way was she going to give Jiang Shuili a free pass to have him all to herself. Jiang Shuili glanced at Han Wenwen and couldn't help but tease. Han Wenwen, you don't actually have to come. Sleeping in sounds like a great way to spend your morning. It's not like you need to monitor Lin Zhengran like you did back in middle school. I mean, He Qing and I are already his, so if Han Wenwen wasn't here, then during the haircut, she could cling to Zhengran's arm, whisper sweet nothings, maybe even sneak in a hug or a kiss if the mood was right. But with her here, none of that would be possible. Han Wenwen, looking as innocent as ever, waved her hand dismissively. Oh, I'm not monitoring anything. Not at all. Jiang Shuili's sweat dropped. Yeah, right. She was sure He Qing had sent Han Wenwen here to keep her from getting too close to Zhengran, especially since He Qing wasn't around this weekend. Zhengran, the leader of this chaotic trio, shook his head. All right. Since you're both here, let's just go together. Then we'll head to your place, Lily, so I can tutor you too. Okay. Both girls answered in perfect sync. The haircut and tutoring session were more uneventful than usual. With a triangle formation, things were naturally more stable and less eventful. Even so, some things still happened. While Jiang Shuili was studying, she would tap her foot lightly against Zhengran's leg, acting all tough before cutely pouting afterward. Han Wenwen, on the other hand, seized every opportunity. The moment Jiang Shuili left for the bathroom, she would hug Zhengran and steal a quick moment of affection. By the afternoon, the three of them took a taxi back to school. That's when they noticed something odd. Inside the taxi, someone was already sitting in the front seat. The person wore a mask and a hat, making them look like a random rideshare passenger. At first, the trio didn't think much of it. But midway through the ride, Han Wenwen's fox-like nose twitched. She recognized the scent. Wait a second. The person in the front seat. Isn't that Fong Ming? She narrowed her eyes. The one who's Jiang Qian's best friend? Fong Ming, startled, removed her mask and turned around. How did you know it was me? The three of them blinked in surprise. It really was her. Han Wenwen smiled slyly. I smelled you. Fong Ming blinked. You smell me? Han Wenwen giggled. Every girl has a unique scent. Fong Ming still didn't get it. Zhengran, on the other hand, was more curious. What are you doing here? Fong Ming glanced at him, then turned her eyes back to the road ahead. I just happened to take the same car. Total coincidence. Zhengran. Somehow, he didn't believe that, especially since he recognized the driver, one of the Jiang family chauffeurs. Out of nowhere, Fong Ming added, also, I'm not Jiang Qian's best friend. I'm just her assistant. Jiang Shuili, who didn't know much about Fong Ming, found this surprising. Assistant? But you two seem close. It feels like you're more than just that. Fong Ming answered calmly, no, that's all there is to it. Oh, all right then. Han Wenwen, however, wasn't convinced. Something about this whole situation felt off. Her sharp fox instincts started working overtime. Fong Ming wasn't from this town. If she was, Han Wenwen would have met her long ago. So why was she here? Fong Ming, does your family live in this town? No, Fong Ming replied smoothly. I came here this morning to meet a friend. Just a coincidence that I ran into you. A friend. Yeah, a male friend. Han Wenwen's ears twitched. You have a boyfriend? Fong Ming clarified immediately. I said male friend. Han Wenwen smirked. Drop the word male, and it changes the meaning entirely. She stopped talking after that. But in her sharp fox brain, she was making connections. She slowly turned her head to look at Zhengran. Could it be? Was her male friend actually Zhengran? Zhengran, noticing her staring, raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me? Han Wenwen's smile widened. Oh, nothing. I'll find out later. If Fang Meng was his type, then she needed to be on guard. She still remembered when Zhengran had a maximum of 7 girlfriends in his past life. And until he reached that number, any pretty girl was a potential threat. Fang Meng, sitting in the front seat, felt a cold sweat drip down her forehead. Why does this girl feel strangely? The class monitor spoke honestly. Lin Zhengran has his own ideas. He said he's not interested in Stanford University. He wants to attend a domestic university. Jiang Qian frowned slightly. A few days ago, her father had visited the school to discuss university choices with the teachers. Ultimately, it was more or less decided that she would be attending Stanford. However, after her father left, Jiang Qian had taken the initiative to meet with the teachers again. She had specifically told the homeroom teacher, "Teacher, if you ever talk to Lin Zhengran about university choices, I'd like you to recommend Stanford to him. It's the best option for him. I'll help him as well, but of course, if he refuses, then so be it." The homeroom teacher had chatted with Jiang Qian briefly back then. She didn't really understand the relationship between Jiang Qian and Lin Zhengran, but recommending a prestigious university was well within her responsibilities. And for these 2 top students, Stanford was undoubtedly an excellent platform. That was how the current situation had come to be. Now, with a clear answer in hand, the homeroom teacher said decisively, "Lin Zhengran has no interest in Stanford. I've already recommended it, but he turned it down without hesitation. So, Jiang Qian, you're still set on Stanford, right? If you are, I can arrange a recommendation letter in." Jiang Qian didn't catch the rest of the sentence. She simply replied, "I want to think about it again." "Huh? You still need time to consider." "Yes, I'll think about it some more." Not long after, Jiang Qian left the office. The homeroom teacher watched her retreating figure. As an adult, she could sense that something was going on. She murmured to herself, "Jiang Qian and Lin Zhengran, are they dating? But I vaguely remember that Lin Zhengran has a few girls around him." She shook her head slowly. The love lives of top students are way too complicated. Feels like I'm watching a drama. Jiang Qian's expression remained cold as she left the office, but her eyes carried an indescribable trace of frustration. She returned to the classroom, walked straight to Lin Zhengran, and stood beside him. "Class monitor, I have something to ask you." Lin Zhengran turned his head to meet her sharp, icy gaze. Jiang Qian frowned. "Why wouldn't you choose a better, bigger platform? With your abilities, you could achieve much more if you went somewhere with better opportunities. Why limit yourself? Is it because of those girls?" "Huh?" Lin Zhengran looked at her, slightly taken aback. Not far away, Fang Meng watched Jiang Qian with wide, dazed eyes. The school bell rang. That night, after evening self-study, a Rolls-Royce arrived at the school gate, as usual, to pick them up. Fang Meng followed Jiang Qian into the car. After the doors closed and the car headed back to the villa, Fang Meng stared out the window at the passing scenery before glancing at Jiang Qian, who had remained silent the entire ride. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a message. It was from the eldest miss, saying she'd be coming home for dinner tonight. Along with the message, she had sent 2 pictures of ingredients. Fang Meng was just about to inform Jiang Qian when, while scrolling through the photos, she accidentally swiped to an old picture. It was a childhood photo of her and Jiang Qian. She had looked at this photo many times before because certain memories always lingered in her heart. She couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. She had met Jiang Qian in the 2nd grade of elementary school. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Thinking back, it felt almost surreal. The first time she met Jiang Qian had been warm and outgoing, a little girl who loved helping others and cared deeply about her classmates. She had many friends. Back then, her family was wealthy, but it wasn't as extravagant as it was now. On the other hand, Fang Meng had been quiet and reserved as a child. Their friendship had truly begun one day when Fang Meng fainted in class due to low blood sugar. Jiang Qian was the one who ran to call the teacher. Not only that, but she had also figured out that Fong Ming had probably skipped breakfast. She went out of her way to buy something from the school store and brought it back for her. From that moment on, they became friends. After recovering, Fong Ming had been curious and asked, "How did you know I had low blood sugar? And what exactly is low blood sugar?" Jiang Qian blinked her beautiful eyes and answered, "My grandfather used to be a military doctor, so I learned a few things from him. Low blood sugar usually happens when you don't eat in the morning." "Oh, I see. You're amazing." Back then, Fong Ming's family had fallen into debt due to business troubles. They borrowed money from everywhere, but it was never enough. Even she hadn't expected that. In the end, it was Jiang Qian who helped resolve the crisis. She had casually mentioned her family's situation to Jiang Qian, who, upon learning about the debt, went to her mother and persistently pleaded for help. It wasn't a particularly large sum, but since they weren't relatives, no one was willing to lend money. No one knew how Jiang Qian had convinced her family, but somehow they actually stepped in and helped Fong Ming's parents. Even Fong Ming's parents were shocked. Who would have thought that the person to pull them out of their financial crisis would be their daughter's elementary school classmate? From then on, their two families became close, and their friendship deepened. Fong Ming and Jiang Qian spent every day together, playing and laughing like any pair of best friends. But just a few years later, in the 6th grade, an unexpected disaster struck the Jiang family. They ran into major trouble and needed a huge sum of money to overcome the crisis. Jiang Qian's mother sought help everywhere, but found no one willing to lend them money. Desperate, she finally turned to her daughter. "As long as we get through this, our family will only get better from here. Qian, your father and I have no other options. You always help your classmates, right? This time, ask them to help us. Have them ask their parents to lend us anything they can. I'll talk to them myself." Jiang Qian's father scoffed. "What's the point of asking Qian? Her classmates are just kids." But her mother, at her wit's end, snapped back. "We've already borrowed from everyone we could. Maybe some of her close friends' families can help us." Before her father could respond, Jiang Qian, who had already grasped the gravity of the situation, spoke up with surprising maturity. "It's okay, Dad. I have great relationships with my classmates. I have so many good friends. I always help them with their studies or when they get into trouble. If I ask them, their parents will definitely be willing to lend us money. I'll talk to them tomorrow at school." She grinned, full of confidence, as if she had already secured the money. The next day, Jiang Qian returned to school. At first, everything went smoothly. She approached her closest friends, including those she had helped in the past, and asked if they could talk to their parents about lending her family some money. She assured them many of them agreed to bring it up at home. Fong Ming was among them. But by the 3rd day, when it was time to check on the results, the only response Jiang Qian received was from Fong Ming's family. Not a single other person was willing to help. Jiang Qian asked, "Did you all talk to your parents?" Her classmates exchanged glances before answering. "We did, but our parents ignored us." Jiang Qian, being sharp, immediately understood the situation. She reassured them, "That's normal. After all, we're just kids. But this is about borrowing money, so you need to be more persistent. Tell your parents I'm your best friend. Try convincing them just a little. I'll have my mom call them, and I promise we'll pay them back. Even a small amount would help." Her classmates looked visibly uncomfortable. For most kids, if their parents refused, there was nothing they could do. None of them had the same determination Jiang Qian had shown years ago when she begged her mother to lend money to Fong Ming's family. Jiang Qian pressed on, "If your family ever needs money, I'll ask my parents to lend it to you. Please, just try talking to them again tonight." Fong Ming stood beside her, doing her best to help Jiang Qian convince others, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a single cup of water. As Jiang Qian kept pushing, not only did she fail to get more money, but she also started irritating her friends. Some of them began avoiding her altogether. One of the girls she had once helped finally snapped. "Are you done yet? You keep pestering me every day. I already told you, my parents don't want to lend money. And besides, my mom said that if your family is in financial trouble, why should we help you? If we were struggling, would you lend us money?" Jiang Qian argued, I already said, if you ever need help, I'd ask my mom. Yeah, right? Who knows if you actually would? Besides, my family needs money right now. If you lend us some first, then I'll talk to my mom about lending you some. What did you say? See? That's why no one's going to lend you money. Jiang Qian stared at the girl. She still remembered how, during a self-study session, this same girl had suffered from a stomachache. It was Jiang Qian who had immediately gone to get the teacher and accompanied her to the nurse's office. They had been friends for years. Furious, Jiang Qian grabbed the girl's collar and yelled, "How can you say that? Aren't we friends? Who wants to be friends with a doormat like you? My mom said your family is so deep in debt that soon you won't even have money for food. Who would want to stay friends with someone like that?" "Shut up." Jiang Qian's eyes went wide with rage as she slapped the girl across the face. A red mark instantly appeared on her cheek. The classroom fell into stunned silence. The girl was shocked, then burst into tears and tried to fight back, but Fong Meng rushed in to stop her. Qian. The school ended up calling the parents. After that incident, one day, during a break, Jiang Qian asked Fong Meng, "Xiao Meng, if I hadn't asked my mom to lend your family money back then, would you still have helped me this time?" Fong Meng hesitated. Back in second grade, she hadn't even thought about where the money came from when her family was in trouble. At the time, they had all been too young. Seeing her pause, Jiang Qian's expression shifted slightly. "I see. So I really am just a fool. But no matter what, thank you for helping my family this time. We're still good friends." Qian. In the end, fate intervened. The Jiang family unexpectedly received a windfall. An old war buddy of Jiang Qian's grandfather, a man named Lin, had made a fortune in the antique business and shared some of it with them. By sheer luck, they overcame the crisis. From that moment on, the Jiang family's fortune skyrocketed. But with their rise, Jiang Qian's personality changed as well. She no longer helped others. She focused entirely on her own strength. To the adults, this was the right path, but her extreme competitiveness, coupled with her natural talent, pushed her into an almost obsessive drive. She became colder, more distant, until she met Lin Zhengran. No matter how hard she worked, she couldn't surpass him. And every time she saw the strong friendships he built, she was reminded of the person she used to be. The Rolls-Royce passed through a bustling intersection, the noise of the street snapping Fong Meng out of her thoughts. She put away her phone. Qian, the eldest miss, said she's coming home for dinner tonight. Jiang Qian, who had been expressionless, turned her head. "My sister is coming back?" It's been a while. Over the past year, she knew that her sister had started a new company. The business was sizable, and from what little she had gathered, it seemed to have some connection to Lin Zhengran. But exactly what had transpired between her sister and Lin Zhengran remained a mystery. Not even Fong Meng could uncover the details. Tonight was a good chance to ask. "All right, I got it. I actually do want to see her." Fong Meng stared at Jiang Qian's face for a moment before asking, Qian, about your university choices. Do you want to go to the same school as Lin Zhengran?" Jiang Qian didn't deny it. She nodded. "Yes. I don't have any other motives. I just think it's the right choice. Someone with his talent deserves a better platform. He shouldn't be held back just because of other people." Qian, it's been years since you've cared about someone this much, since you've wanted to help someone. Jiang Qian immediately responded. "That's because most people are ungrateful." But Lin Zhengran, she and Fong Meng locked eyes, both pausing as childhood memories surfaced. Jiang Qian turned to look out the window. "He's different. He's a good person." She recalled the moment in the piano room during their first year of high school. He shouldn't let others affect his future. After a moment of silence, she added, "And just to be clear, when I mentioned ungrateful people earlier, I wasn't including you. Don't misunderstand. Also, you don't need to stay in the same school as me just because of me. What happened back then, I really don't care about it anymore." Fong Meng, who had been calm, suddenly clenched her fists slightly. The driver, drenched in sweat, could already sense the tension in the car. Although the second miss and Fong Meng had exchanged only a few words, the atmosphere was unmistakably off. All he could think about now was driving as fast as possible to the villa, because if he didn't, something terrifying might happen inside the car. In the back seat, Fong Ming took a deep breath and spoke clearly to Jiang Qian. Qian, I'm going to be honest with you. Based on my observations, Lin Zhengran isn't like you. He's much better at judging people. The people he cares about are all genuinely good to him. Before she could even finish, Jiang Qian cut her off. That's impossible. It's just that nothing has happened yet. The moment something goes wrong, he'll realize that no one will truly help him except himself. Why do you always think like that? Fong Ming clenched her fists tighter, raising her voice slightly before she even realized it. The moment the words left her mouth, she froze, her expression shifting as she tried to calm herself. Jiang Qian stared at her, surprised yet still cold. The driver swallowed nervously. Jiang Qian asked, "What are you so angry about?" Fong Ming quickly explained, "I'm not angry. You're my best friend. Why would I be angry with you? She tried to steady her emotions, but when she saw Jiang Qian looking at her with that unreadable, detached gaze, she finally asked, baffled, "Fine, I'm a little angry. Forget about Lin Zhengran. Let's talk about this past year. Why have you been giving me so much time off? I've been meaning to ask you about this for a while." Jiang Qian remained calm. What's there to ask? More time off is a good thing, isn't it? You get more personal time, and I've been busy lately. No, it's not good. Fong Ming shot back immediately. You've been attending tutoring and training courses. I know I can't help with those, but I could still be there for you every day. Instead, you keep giving me days off. Why? And I'm not just talking about this year. Last year alone, out of 365 days, I had 143 and a half days off. And what was that you just said about not wanting me to follow you to university? That you don't care about what happened back then? What's that supposed to mean? Jiang Qian answered flatly, I meant exactly what I said. Fong Ming stared at her, cutting her off, enunciating each word clearly. So what you're saying is that all these years I've spent by your side, us growing up together, was just me making up for what I owed you. Now that my debt is repaid, there's no reason for us to stay together anymore? Is that what you think? Jiang Qian looked at Fong Ming, someone who had almost never lost her temper in all these years. I just think your life shouldn't always be tied to mine. So you do think I became your assistant out of guilt? Fong Ming said, her voice trembling, disbelief flashing across her eyes. You think I'm only with you because I feel guilty, that we were never truly friends. This time, she was truly angry. Yes, I hesitated when you asked me that question back then. That's because I didn't want to lie to you. As a child, I never thought about whether friendships could be tied to family matters. I never imagined you'd be the one to help my family get through that crisis. Qian, you were more mature than me. But that doesn't mean that if your family had been in trouble, I would have stood by and done nothing. I just hadn't thought about it at the time. But if you had asked, I definitely would have helped you. Because to me, you're my best friend. I'm not like those other people. Fong Ming clenched her fists tightly. I regret hesitating back then. If I could go back, I wouldn't even pause for a second. I would have told you immediately. But I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe me. What happened happened. But all these years by your side, that wasn't out of guilt. I wanted to be with you. I chose to stay. I see you as my best and closest friend. That's why I did everything I could as your assistant. Jiang Qian slightly parted her lips, but said nothing. Fong Ming's eyes glistened, her teeth clenched. I don't like this version of you, Qian. You're so much worse than Lin Zhengran. No wonder you can't measure up to him in anything. She suddenly changed her tone. Second miss, I quit. I'm resigning. Then she turned to the driver. Stop the car. The driver, who had been listening to everything, immediately tensed. He slammed on the brakes and turned around, his voice shaking. Fong Ming, don't fight with Second Mississippi. You two have always been best friends, haven't you? Fong Ming ignored him. She opened the door, got out, and flagged down a taxi going in the opposite direction. Fong Ming, the driver called after her. He sat there in stunned silence as the taxi disappeared into the distance. Then he turned back to Jiang Qian. Second miss, did it have to come to this? Fong Ming truly cares about you. And after all these years, I know you care about her too, so... Shut up. Why, yes. The driver straightened his back immediately. Drive home. Understood. The driver swallowed nervously and continued the journey, his nerves stretched taut. Jiang Qian closed her eyes, remaining silent for a long time before finally letting out a slow breath. She stared at the road in the car's rearview mirror, watching the empty street where Feng Meng had disappeared. She had no idea where she had gone. Then, she turned her head and, as if nothing had happened, continued watching the scenery outside the window. She wiped the corner of her reddened eyes with the back of her hand. When she arrived at the villa, Jiang Jingshi was already sitting on the sofa, elegantly dressed in a full women's business suit. Her long legs were crossed, and she held a cup of steaming tea, sipping it slowly while waiting for her sister and Feng Meng. But when the car stopped, only Jiang Qian walked in with a cold expression. Jiang Jingshi raised an eyebrow. Qian, you're back? Where's Xiaoming? Jiang Qian didn't respond. Jiang Jingshi frowned. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you gave her another day off? Let me remind you, if you keep doing that, she won't be grateful. She'll just get mad at you. Jiang Qian stopped in her tracks, turning to face her sister. You sure talk a lot. You haven't been home in a while. What have you been up to? Jiang Jingshi chuckled and took another sip of tea. Busy with work. After a short pause, Jiang Qian scoffed. Fine. If you don't want to talk, I'm going upstairs. Huh. Jiang Jingshi watched as her sister actually headed upstairs. What the hell? I just told her, didn't I? Something was definitely off. She casually called out. Aren't you curious about who I've been spending time with lately? Jiang Qian halted mid-step. Who? Jiang Jingshi smirked. Not telling. Bang. Jiang Qian slammed the door to her bedroom shut. Jiang Jingshi let out a long sigh. Looks like something really happened, and it doesn't seem to be because of Zhengran. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted to my comment just now. She twirled her teacup between her fingers and murmured to herself. It must have been a fight with Xiaoming. If that's the case, well, it's about time. After all these years, they finally had a real argument. She took another slow sip of tea, deep in thought. A fight isn't necessarily a bad thing. Some things fester when left unsaid for too long. Certain words should have been spoken. The next morning, it wasn't just Lin Zhengran who noticed. Everyone in the class could tell that something was off between Feng Meng and Jiang Qian. The two, who were usually inseparable, suddenly stopped talking to each other. Even when they met in the classroom, they would only exchange a glance before walking past each other in silence. At lunchtime, they even deliberately sat apart instead of eating together. In the afternoon, the study committee member approached Feng Meng. Feng Meng, can you pass this to the vice monitor? It's hers. Feng Meng took it out of habit, but after a brief pause, she handed it back. You should give it to her yourself. Huh? But Jiang Qian isn't here right now. Didn't you say before that if she wasn't around, I could just leave things with you? Feng Meng sat at her desk, looking sulky. That was before. From now on, just give her things to her directly. The student stood there, dumbfounded. What's going on? The same thing happened on Jiang Qian's side. In the past, if someone couldn't find Feng Meng, they would often turn to Jiang Qian instead. But now, Jiang Qian would simply reply, Go find her yourself. Talking to me won't help. Confused, the classmate asked, Aren't you two best friends? I figured telling you would be the same, and you could just pass the message along later. Jiang Qian's face remained expressionless. She wouldn't listen to me anyway. Nearby, Feng Meng happened to overhear the conversation. She glanced at Jiang Qian, who was coldly speaking to their classmate, and her brows furrowed slightly. Though Lin Zhengran hadn't seen everything firsthand, he could still tell that these two had gotten into a serious fight, way beyond a simple argument. Of course, on principle, a fight between two best friends had nothing to do with him. But sometimes, it wasn't that he went looking for trouble. Trouble came looking for him. During PE class on Thursday, Lin Zhengran sat on the edge of the track, resting. Feng Meng, having just finished running, was still panting, clearly carrying some unresolved frustration. She spotted Lin Zhengran's jacket casually tossed to the side, walked over, sat down beside him, and picked it up. Then, with precise and deliberate movements, she began folding it neatly. Lin Zhengran was stunned. What are you doing? You're so bored that you're folding my stuff now. Feng Meng responded matter-of-factly. You're right. I am bored. It's been too long since I tidied up for someone, and my hands were itching. Besides, I am technically your childhood fiancé, so folding your things isn't a big deal. Lin Zhengran. What was this person even talking about? After finishing, Fong Meng placed the neatly folded jacket beside him and asked, I'm going to buy a drink. Want me to grab one for you? No need. I'm not thirsty. All right, then I won't get you one. With that, Fong Meng stood up and left. But after buying her drink at the school store, she realized she had ended up with 2 bottles. It was just instinct. Whenever she bought water, she always grabbed one for Jiang Qian, a habit so ingrained it was practically in her DNA. With no way to finish both by herself, she had no choice but to give the extra bottle to Lin Zhengran. However, just as she was walking back to the track with 2 bottles in hand, she suddenly noticed Jiang Qian approaching from the opposite direction, also carrying 2 bottles of water. Because, of course, it was the same for Jiang Qian. Whenever she bought water, she had always bought one for Fong Meng too, a habit that was hard to break. At this moment, both girls stood on opposite sides of the path, each holding 2 bottles of water. After exchanging a glance, neither chose to give the water to their former best friend. Instead, they both walked toward Lin Zhengran and handed him a bottle at the same time. In perfect unison, here, this is for you. The students resting on the track were stunned. They gawked at the scene, whispering among themselves, enjoying the unexpected drama. Look, what's going on? I heard they had a fight recently. Oh, so it's because of the class monitor? Sweat formed on Lin Zhengran's forehead. What are you two doing? People are going to misunderstand and think you're fighting because of me when I literally have nothing to do with this. I don't even know why you're mad at each other. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed an unpleasant gaze from afar. Turning toward the distant school building, he spotted a familiar figure by the classroom window. A certain fox-eyed girl holding a small pair of binoculars, watching the scene unfold. The moment Han Wenwen realized Lin Zhengran had noticed her, she gave him a bright, friendly smile from inside the classroom. Then, she was immediately caught by the teacher and ordered to stand up and recite the lesson as punishment. Back on the track, Lin Zhengran felt even more exhausted. On Friday, the homeroom teacher held a short meeting. Afterward, she announced something that made the entire class cheer. If your scores on next week's mock exams are satisfactory, I'll let you watch a movie during Chinese class. A rare treat for high school seniors cramming for the college entrance exams. One student eagerly raised a hand. Teacher, if we're watching a movie, can we switch seats with our friends? The homeroom teacher sighed, amused. You guys are really pushing it, huh? You should be grateful that I'm even letting you watch a movie. And now you want to change seats too? No way. The class monitor will be responsible for keeping order. Despite that, the students cheered, promising to behave and not make too much noise. Friends immediately started planning. Who would sit with whom? Who would switch seats? Everyone acted as if their victory in next week's mock exams was already secured. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian and Fong Meng remained in their seats, showing no intention of speaking to each other. That Saturday, Lin Zhengran's mother, Lin Xiaoli, came down with a cold. Since she wasn't feeling well, he decided to go home and check on her. But when he stepped into the house with his backpack, he realized that there was someone else in his mother's bedroom. A soft voice drifted out. Auntie, drink it slowly. All right, but I can do it myself. No need to be so meticulous. It's fine, Annie. I'm good at taking care of people. You say that, but you're even holding the cup for me, haha. At first, Lin Zhengran thought his father was home, but something about the voice sounded familiar. A moment later, he figured out exactly who it was. When he pushed open the door, sure enough, he saw Fong Meng inside, carefully holding a cup of medicine for his mother. Fong Meng. Both Fong Meng and Lin Xiaoli turned to look at him. Fong Meng greeted him casually. Oh, you're back. Lin Xiaoli, still holding the cup, smiled. Ran, you're home? Xiaoming found out I was sick this week and came to... Lin Zhengran gave a vague response, eyeing Fong Meng. What's she up to now? He walked over. Mom, how are you feeling? Lin Xiaoli coughed lightly. Nothing serious. Your dad and I went hiking last week, and I caught a cold afterward. Hiking? Lin Xiaoli let out an awkward laugh. We didn't tell you because we were sneaking off to have fun. Guess we got caught now. Lin Zhengran was long used to his parents' little secret dates. Honestly, he was more surprised that, after all these years, they still hadn't given him a younger sibling. They were way too clingy as a married couple. Fong Ming said, I checked Annie's pulse. It's just a minor cold, nothing to worry about. Lin Shaoli smiled. I didn't even know Xiaoming could check pulses. That's really impressive. Lin Zhengran gave a small nod, then glanced at Fong Ming. Fong Ming stared back. The two of them locked eyes for a long moment. Lin Shaoli lay back down to rest, and Fong Ming followed Lin Zhengran into his bedroom and immediately started taking off her clothes. Inside his room, Fong Ming looked at him in surprise. You're taking off your clothes? What are you doing? Lin Zhengran pulled off his jacket. Changing clothes. The real question is, why did you come into my bedroom? Fong Ming walked out of the bedroom after a moment. Go ahead and change. Call me when you're done. She closed the door behind her. Lin Zhengran glanced at her before taking off his jacket and changing. Fong Ming's usual outfits were quite stylish. Today, she wore a light yellow jacket, a pleated skirt, and a snug-fitting white long-sleeve top. The side ponytail completed her look, giving off the vibe of a school sweetheart. At least, that was the impression Lin Shaoli, his mother, had the first time she saw this girl. After changing, Lin Zhengran called out, Fong Ming, I'm done. Standing properly in the living room, Fong Ming re-entered his bedroom and sat on his bed. Lin Zhengran turned to look at her. She also turned to look at him. Silent eye contact. No one blushed. Lin Zhengran broke the silence. So, why are you here again? I'm here to take care of your mom. I appreciate that. But coming all the way just to take care of her? Do you even believe that reason yourself? Because I sure don't. Fong Ming stared at him and blinked. You're right. Actually, I came to see you. I've been feeling down lately and wanted someone to talk to, but I don't really have friends, so you're my only option. Lin Zhengran. Fong Ming pulled a few $100 bills from her pocket. Take this as payment for chatting with me. I hope you'll spare me some time. A drop of sweat formed on Lin Zhengran's forehead. That's not necessary. You've already helped take care of my mom. If I take your money on top of that, I'd feel like a real scumbag. Besides, I'm not short on cash. Fong Ming blinked again, as if she caught on to something important. Then, out of nowhere, she started singing. Dee-dee-da-dee-ba-dee-lee Dao. Lin Zhengran was stunned into awkward silence. After a moment, he finally asked, What the hell are you singing? Even Fong Ming thought she was being ridiculous. She snapped out of it and looked ahead. Nothing, just being weird. But I think I just discovered your weakness, Lin Zhengran. Not that it matters anymore. My weakness. Yeah, if someone treats you or the people around you sincerely, you'll return the kindness. Like how I took care of your mom just now, and you immediately softened toward me. That's a weakness? That's just normal behavior. Any decent person would do the same, as long as the other party is genuine and doesn't have any malicious intent. True sincerity is hard to measure. Most of the time, people don't even know what others are really thinking. But a weakness is a weakness. After all, not everyone would act the way you do. Lin Zhengran hummed in response, then sighed. You really are acting weird today. Normally, you'd be jotting all this down in your notebook, but now you're just rambling about life instead. He imagined Fong Ming glowing like a holy figure. Out of nowhere, she pulled out a book titled How to Live a Worry-Free Life. Holding it up like scripture, she declared, There's no need to keep doing things just because. Like this book says, if people could ignore all societal norms, they'd be truly free. For example, eating with chopsticks instead of a spoon, drinking soup with a straw, pulling up your pants without wiping after using the toilet, freeing yourself from the eyes of the world. Wait, people actually do those things. Don't tell me you've tried them all. Fong Ming hesitated. I did try the first two, but I couldn't bring myself to do the third one. I'm not that enlightened yet. Lin Zhengran knocked her lightly on the head with his knuckle. The imaginary holy glow around her shattered. Sorry, he said, force of habit. You were acting so insane just now that it felt oddly familiar, so my hand moved on its own. Fong Ming rubbed her forehead, though it didn't hurt. It's fine. Getting smacked actually felt kind of nice. I like pain. Lin Zhengran frowned. Why does that sound so wrong? That's a really misleading thing to say. It's not misleading. It's exactly what you think it is. If I had a boyfriend, I want him to be a little rough with me. I wouldn't even mind getting spanked once in a while, assuming he could beat me, that is. Otherwise, I'd hit back without hesitation. Lin Zhengran lifted his hand, exasperated. Enough. Why am I even talking about this with you? My free time is precious. Just get to the point. You came all this way to talk, right? Out of gratitude for taking care of my mom, I'll listen. He lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and said, "Go ahead. I'll rest while you talk." Fong Ming looked at him lying there. Her expression darkened, and her voice dropped. Honestly, I don't even know where to start, and it's a long story. Then just say the important parts. Lin Zhengran interrupted. Fong Ming flinched. You're really aggressive sometimes. Weirdly enough, you actually fit my ideal boyfriend standards. Not that I think I'll ever fall in love, especially considering how complicated Qianqian's feelings for you are. Lin Zhengran found this oddly familiar. Who else had told him something like this before? Oh, Fox Spirit? Fong Ming adjusted her posture and started talking nonstop, recounting her past like she was telling a story. Lin Zhengran listened with his eyes closed, not interrupting once. By the end, Fong Ming lowered her gaze to the floor. And that's how it all happened. That night in the car, after our argument, it was over between us. Still no response from Lin Zhengran. Fong Ming turned her head and saw that he seemed asleep. Annoyed, she reached out and pushed him. Hey, did you actually fall asleep? I was pouring my heart out. You said you'd listen. This is so rude. But Lin Zhengran opened his eyes. He had actually fallen asleep, but not in the normal way. His stamina was so high that his sleep was closer to meditation. His brain could keep functioning even while resting. A portion of it remained active. He stretched lazily, letting out a satisfied sigh. Fong Ming frowned. You really were asleep? Ignoring her, he yawned. I heard every word. So, you regret it, don't you? You want to make up with her, but you're scared she never actually saw you as a friend? Fong Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder you're so far ahead of Qianqian. Wait, can you seriously process information while sleeping? I read about geniuses who could do that. Some could even solve math problems in their dreams. I thought it was nonsense, but I guess it's real. Lin Zhengran didn't bother discussing himself. He stared at the ceiling and said, whether Jiang Qian saw you as a friend isn't something anyone else can answer. You know her best. You should know if she ever treated you sincerely. But that incident from back then, that's a thorn in her heart. You two need to talk about it. I'm honestly shocked you've both held back for this long. Something this important should have been settled years ago. Fong Ming pursed her lips, hesitating. I just don't know where I stand with her anymore. Suddenly, she lay down beside him, sharing his pillow. Lin Zhengran frowned. What are you doing? This is my bed. Fong Ming turned her back to him, looking defeated. I'm exhausted. Come drink and sing karaoke with me. My treat. You seriously think I have time for that? He scoffed, unimpressed. And I hate dragging out emotions like this. Just talk it out. Drinking won't solve anything. She fell silent. Then, without warning, Lin Zhengran flipped her onto her back and pinned her down. Her cheeks flushed as she stared up at him, her hair fanned across the pillow. His grip was strong, so strong that her wrists ached under his hold. He said firmly, if you want to make up with her, then do it properly. Don't run away halfway. Say everything you need to say. Whether it works out or falls apart, at least get closure. And don't tell me you didn't notice that she bought you a bottle of water last week during PE, just like you did for me. Fong Ming's expression flickered. She remembered. Lin Zhengran let go and got up. I'm going to the bathroom. That's all I have to say. Stop making things so complicated. He left. Fong Ming remained on the bed, arms sprawled out, staring at the ceiling. She muttered to herself, my wrists really hurt. If he spanked me, it'd probably hurt like hell. Around 10 in the morning, Fong Ming checked in on Lin Xiaoli again, asking how she was feeling and helping her wipe her face and massage her. Lin Xiaoli felt a little embarrassed by all the attention. Afterward, Fong Ming went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. She planned to make a nourishing soup with corn, carrots, and pork ribs. Though she was used to cooking, she still wasn't very skilled at peeling, cutting, and chopping the ingredients. Lin Zhengran walked into the kitchen, puzzled. Why are you making lunch? And why so early? Fang Ming glanced at him. Cooking now means it'll be ready by 11. Perfect timing. And I thought about what you said. You're right. Sitting around and overthinking is pointless. If I want to reconcile with Qian, I have to talk to her. Whether we end up as friends again or not, I'll accept the outcome. Lin Zhengran let out a relieved breath. It's great that you figured it out so quickly. And don't be too pessimistic. I think she wants to make up with you too. That was exactly what Fang Ming wanted to hear. You really think so? He nodded. Of course. You both see this as a big deal, but to others, it probably just looks like a typical argument between best friends. Everyone probably assumes you'll patch things up by next week. Fang Ming held his gaze for a while before lowering her head and continuing to chop vegetables. In a calm voice, she said, I finally understand why so many girls like you. Even Qian and Zhang Jingshi were drawn to you. Lin Zhengran, you have a unique charm. The way you talk makes girls' hearts flutter. He remained completely unfazed. Oh, really? MHM, Fang Ming admitted. Even I feel a bit of it now. But it's just a passing fondness, nothing close to real feelings. Lin Zhengran blinked. So, is that why you're still here making lunch? Are you planning to stay the whole day? Are you not happy to have me here? It's not about being happy or not. I just don't see why you're staying. I mean, what kind of girl spends the entire day taking care of another guy's mom? Especially while he's still at home. My dad's coming back for lunch too. Good point. She started boiling the soup. But I do have a reason. Like I said, overthinking won't help, but I still don't have the courage to be completely honest with Qian. I figure after your dad gets back, you could come sing karaoke and have a drink with me. To hype me up. Lin Zhengran groaned. You're still stuck on that? Can I say no? Fang Ming stirred the soup and added the ribs as the broth bubbled. You can, but you won't. Because now I know your weakness. If I treat you or your family well, you'll help me out. And this isn't even a big favor. You really think that's my weakness? He watched as she carefully tended to the soup. Even if it is, now that you've said it out loud, why would I agree? It's too obvious. Why don't you test it out? She said casually. I've been observing you for over a year and a half. I might not know everything, but I understand you just as well as I understand Qian. That's some detailed observation. Not really. You're just an interesting person. You stand out. Among guys, you're the first one I've met with this kind of presence. Girls are naturally drawn to guys like you. Lin Zhengran noted how steady her tone was. I honestly never noticed. Fang Ming didn't respond and simply focused on making the soup. Once it was ready, she carried it to Lin Xiaoli's room, gently helping her sit up. Auntie, it's time for some soup. I made this especially for you. Lin Xiaoli was overwhelmed by her care. Touched, she said, Xiaoming, it's just a cold, and your uncle will be back soon. You don't have to go to all this trouble. Fang Ming sat beside her with a bowl in hand. Lin Zhengran entered the room too, but at this point, he felt completely unnecessary. Fang Ming scooped up some soup, blew on it gently, and said, Of course I have to. If we were living in ancient times, and I had an arranged marriage, I'd already be your future daughter-in-law. Taking care of my mother-in-law would be my duty. She lifted the spoon to Lin Xiaoli's lips. Say, Auntie. Both Lin Xiaoli and Lin Zhengran were stunned. What the hell did she just say? Lin Xiaoli's face turned red. Daughter-in-law. I'm not saying I'll definitely end up with Lin Zhengran, but I want to give it my best shot, even if there's only a slim chance. Her voice softened. Please have some soup. Lin Xiaoli sipped a little. Deep down, she already suspected Fang Ming liked Zhengran. After all, she had been coming over frequently for over a year. But hearing her say it outright was unexpected. Then, Fang Ming spoke her real request. Auntie, once Uncle gets back, can I ask Lin Zhengran to come sing karaoke with me? Today is really important to me. I hope he can be there, even just for a little while. Please put in a good word for me. Huh? Today is important to you? I can't explain, but it really means a lot. Lin Xiaoli knew her son was always surrounded by admirers, so she hesitated. Well, that's not really my decision. She turned to look at Lin Zhengran, who stood by the door. looking completely lost. Zhengran, what do you think? Sweat formed on Lin Zhengran's forehead. His mother looked like she truly felt bad for Fong Ming, and Fong Ming herself was giving him the most pitiful look ever. She spoke sincerely. I know using Auntie as leverage to get you to help me is a bit manipulative, but you know how much this means to me. I just need a little encouragement. Her voice cracked, and she even teared up. Please help me. I'll do anything in return. Lin Xiaoli patted her back to comfort her, then looked at Lin Zhengran. Zhengran. At that moment, he realized, when a woman wants to act dramatic, no one can outdo her. Especially when she's being genuine about it. Fine. He had already helped her this much. Might as well go all the way. Lin Zhengran slowly nodded. All right, I'll go with you this morning. Tears still in her eyes. Fong Ming's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, Lin Zhengran. Really, thank you. Not long after, Lin Yingjun returned home. Lin Zhengran and Fong Ming headed downstairs together. As they reached the street, he was about to ask which karaoke place they were going to when Fong Ming suddenly stopped, turned to him, and bowed deeply. I'm sorry for using such a sneaky method to get your help. I know it wasn't really effective. You're just a good person, and that's why you agreed. It wasn't because I found your weakness or tricked you. She took a deep breath. In the future, even if I take care of Annie again, I won't do something like this. This will be the last time. And as for repayment, I'll do anything you ask, except sleeping with you. Anything else, I swear. Lin Zhengran stared at the girl bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. You really have a way with words. I'll remember this favor, then. Someday I'll use it. Fong Ming straightened up, watching him with a small smile. All right, thank you. You really are the most handsome guy I've ever met. The last part was so fake, you didn't need to say it. She didn't reply, because, in truth, she meant every word. And now, she was starting to understand why Qian cared so much about Lin Zhengran's future plans. A guy like him, strong yet kind, it was only natural she'd want the best for him. They randomly picked a local KTV in town. In Lin Zhengran's impression, KTVs weren't as popular anymore. But to his surprise, this one was quite lively. As soon as they walked in, they were greeted by loud cheers. Various groups of people were singing their hearts out, as if they were professional performers. After choosing a private room, Fong Ming ordered half a crate of beer. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. You think you can finish all that? Fong Ming, sitting on the plush KTV sofa, stared at the beers. I'll drink as much as I can. I just need a little courage. Without even starting to sing, she clinked her bottle against his and chugged down over half of it in one go. It was clear that she was really anxious about her upcoming conversation with Jiang Qian next week. She selected a few love songs, grabbed the microphone, and exhaled a faint trace of alcohol. Her voice was loud and clear. While not as breathtaking as Jiang Shuali's, she was still a decent singer. She sang with emotion, fully immersed in the moment. Leave my sorrow to myself. Let your beauty take you away. Lin Zhengran didn't mind. As long as she could relax, that was all that mattered. Though he had to admit this song was kind of old. After nearly half an hour of singing, Fong Ming had downed 3 to 5 bottles of beer. Her face was flushed, her voice hoarse, and she was visibly tipsy as she slumped against the sofa. Drunkenly, she glanced at Lin Zhengran. You barely drank anything. He looked at the empty bottles in front of him. I drank the same amount as you. Fong Ming held the microphone, puzzled. But you don't look drunk at all? Lin Zhengran smirked. Guess that just means I can hold my liquor better than you. She blinked and accepted reality, leaning back into the couch while the KTV screen continued playing. Can I ask you a question, Lin Zhengran? Sure. He cracked open another beer and took a sip. Fong Ming stared at him. If you were Qian, and the people you helped when you were younger never returned the favor, how would you feel? Lin Zhengran, seated beside her, replied calmly. I wouldn't feel anything. I just keep doing my own thing. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. First of all, I only help people selectively. I'm not wasting my time on just anyone. Usually, there's some kind of return involved. Second, aside from my childhood friends, I only help others with minor things. If it's a small favor, I don't expect anything in return. If they do repay me, great. If not, It doesn't affect me. He glanced at Fong Ming. Jiang Qian's issue was that she didn't know how to judge people. Not everyone in this world is worth helping, but not everyone is undeserving either. You have to be able to tell the difference. Of course, kids don't understand that. It's part of growing up. Fong Ming observed Lin Zhengran's expression. Unlike other people their age, there wasn't a trace of uncertainty in his eyes. She sighed in admiration. You really do feel like an older brother sometimes, Zhengran. You're right. It really is that simple. She handed him the microphone. I've been singing this whole time. Do you sing? He took the mic a little. The song she had queued up was already playing, so he didn't bother changing it. As the lyrics scrolled across the screen, he began singing. Leave my sorrow to myself. Fong Ming's fingers trembled slightly. Her heartbeat quickened. She hadn't expected his voice to be this good. Staring at his sharp jawline under the dim KTV lights, she subconsciously pressed her lips together. She picked up the second microphone and joined him. Meanwhile, at the KTV entrance, 2 boys and 2 girls, students, were laughing and chatting as they approached the front desk to book a room. Just as they were about to finalize their reservation, a group of 10 police officers walked in and spoke to the staff. We suspect drug activity on the premises. Lock the front and back doors. The staff were startled, but immediately nodded. Understood, officer. We'll fully cooperate. The 4 students, intrigued, tried to follow the officers at a distance, only to be scolded. Don't get involved. The police, accompanied by KTV staff, began checking suspicious rooms. When they reached one particular door, they spotted a man outside, smoking and keeping watch. The moment he saw the officers, he panicked and tried to warn those inside. But before he could react, the officers rushed him, pinning him down. Don't move. Inside the room, the gangsters heard the commotion and were about to check when they were met with a swarm of police. Panic set in. Some surrendered. Others tried to flee. The police managed to subdue most of them, but one managed to escape and bolted down the hallway. As the officers gave chase, the suspect sprinted past the men's restroom, where Lin Zhengran happened to be washing his hands. Stop! You really think you can outrun us? One of the officers shouted. Stepping out of the restroom, Lin Zhengran saw the man charging toward him. His face was sallow, his expression twisted in desperation. Get out of my way, kid. Move, or I'll ing kill you, the man roared. Lin Zhengran took a step back. Then, just as the guy passed by, he grabbed the back of his shirt and slammed him into the wall with a loud thud. What seemed like a simple motion made the criminal feel as if an enormous boulder had crushed him. He couldn't breathe. His face turned pale. The pursuing officers quickly caught up and restrained him. Still think you can escape? We've got officers at every exit. Though Lin Zhengran's move was effortless, the police were impressed. One of them patted him on the shoulder. Thanks, kid. You're pretty strong. Lin Zhengran chuckled. No problem. Just a reflex. Back in their room, Fong Ming had heard the commotion outside. Opening the door, she saw Lin Zhengran surrounded by police and quickly ran over. What happened? She asked, a bit panicked. He shrugged. Nothing much. The police were making an arrest, and the guy happened to run past me, so I stopped him. You just stopped. Him. She looked at the restrained man. He seemed dazed, but was clearly not someone average person could casually subdue. But then she remembered how effortlessly Lin Zhengran had pinned her down earlier that morning. Yeah, it made sense. Wait, isn't that the class monitor and Fong Ming? A voice called out. The 4 students who had been watching from afar walked over excitedly. 2 of the boys were actually from their class. What are you guys doing here? Fong Ming asked. We live in this town too. What a coincidence. Were you guys on a date? One of them grinned. And damn, class monitor, I saw you take that guy down. That was badass. A nearby officer turned to Lin Zhengran. You said your name is Lin Zhengran? What school do you go to? One of the classmates answered for him. He's our class monitor. We're from First High School. The officer smiled. First High. Good students, huh? Got it. After giving him a final pat on the shoulder, the officers finished their operation and left. The following Monday, during a self-study session, the homeroom teacher and the academic director walked into the classroom, grinning ear to ear. The director cleared his throat. All right, everyone quiet down. Let's give a big round of applause to your class monitor, Lin Zhengran. The police informed us that during last week's operation, a student assisted them in apprehending a suspect. Apparently, he was with his girlfriend at the time and acted out of bravery. The footage is now on the school's official page. Though it's censored, you can still tell it's Lin Zhengran and Fong Meng. The school will formally commend them at the next assembly. The classroom erupted into whispers. Half were shocked that Lin Zhengran had taken down a criminal. The other half were shocked that Fong Meng was supposedly his girlfriend. Lin Zhengran, Fong Meng, and Jiang Qian all had their mouths slightly open in disbelief. The homeroom teacher chuckled to herself. Director, we agreed not to mention the girlfriend part. She sighed. Lin Zhengran, Fong Meng, come with us for a moment. As the discipline director gave an inspiring speech, the classroom erupted into applause. Lin Zhengran and Fong Meng stood up together and walked out of the classroom. A certain second miss widened her cool, clear eyes in disbelief. She had never considered the possibility, never thought that Fong Meng and Lin Zhengran had this kind of relationship. She had always assumed they weren't close. Outside the classroom, Fong Meng and Lin Zhengran stood face to face with both the discipline director and their homeroom teacher. The discipline director was particularly enthusiastic. Though most students didn't have a great impression of his position, ever since Lin Zhengran started high school, the man always spoke to him with a smile. After all, being ranked first in the entire grade carried its own weight. Lin Zhengran, I never expected you to not only excel in academics, but also be so courageous and capable. The school is truly proud of you. With the college entrance exams approaching, all the teachers unanimously agreed that you should be the one to give the motivational speech at the pre-exam assembly. It'll definitely boost everyone's morale. Lin Zhengran was already used to this kind of thing. After a few more compliments from the discipline director, the man left, reminding him that the formal recognition would happen during the assembly. Before leaving, he also made an offhand remark to Fong Meng. Fong Meng, your grades are outstanding too, and you have good taste. Fong Meng, huh? After he left, the homeroom teacher let out a long breath and suddenly chuckled. Did you two catch what he meant in those last two sentences? Fong Meng glanced at the teacher. The homeroom teacher smiled. Good thing the ones making the news this time were Lin Zhengran and Fong Meng, and it was for something positive, heroically stopping a criminal. Otherwise, if it had been about early romance, the school would have handled it very strictly. This time, they're letting it slide. With exams approaching, just be mindful not to let anything affect your scores. When we praise you during the assembly, we'll say that Lin Zhengran and his friend were out having fun when they heroically captured the criminal. No other details will be mentioned. Noticing that both students wanted to say something, the teacher preemptively added, of course, you two might not actually be in a relationship, right? Honestly, I don't care, and it's not important. Just don't let it distract you from the college entrance exams. Lin Zhengran and Fong Meng exchanged a glance and nodded. All right, head back to class. Just as they were about to leave, the homeroom teacher called Lin Zhengran back alone. Something else, teacher? The teacher chuckled, looking quite amicable. Nothing much. Just wanted to ask if you're still thinking about changing your university preference. Lin Zhengran shook his head. No changes. I'll stick with the one I originally chose. The teacher nodded. All right, got it. As Lin Zhengran and Fong Meng walked back, the homeroom teacher stood in the hallway, watching his departing figure. She had been teaching these kids for over 3 years, and Lin Zhengran's popularity was something she had witnessed firsthand. If she weren't a teacher bound by professional ethics, she would have loved to gossip. What exactly had he been through with all these girls? Back in the classroom, Lin Zhengran sat down while Fong Meng noticed her classmates staring at her with curiosity. Even Jiang Qian, her former close friend, was scrutinizing her with an expression of surprise. For a moment, the two ex-best friends made eye contact, and neither said a word. Who knew what was going through their minds? Meanwhile, in Class 3, chatter filled the room during the break. Jiang Xueli was busy with her studies while Han Wenwen and He Qing planned to go to the restroom together. Before they could leave, they overheard a conversation. Did you hear? Last week, Lin Zhengran for the next class acted heroically. He helped the police take down a criminal. Classmate animatedly gestured as he spoke. I heard. They say the criminal was 1.7 meters tall with a half-meter-long scar on his face, and Lin Zhengran held him down all by himself. Classmate B slammed the desk in disagreement. No way. I heard the criminal was 1.8 meters tall, built like a tank, and even had a knife. The police didn't dare approach him, but Lin Zhengran just took him down in one move. Classmate C scoffed, spitting as he spoke. Your versions are nonsense. The guy was only about 1.6 meters, not that strong, but he did have a weapon. Word is he had a Gatling gun and a cannon. And Lin Zhengran wrestled them out of his hands. The discussion escalated. Is this for real? I heard an armed helicopter was involved. There were even tanks. Some people even claim Lin Zhengran was piloting a transformer. Classmate D sighed. The rumors are getting ridiculous. The school's official WeChat page posted the video. He just pinned the guy against the wall, though to be fair, it was impressive. He took down a full-grown man with one hand. Hearing all this, He Qing and Han Wenwen stopped in their tracks, exchanging a look. Even Jiang Shuili, who had been focused on her studies, perked up with curiosity. Little He Qing leaned in and asked softly, "What are you guys talking about?" "Transformers." A female classmate, noticing their interest, replied, "You guys don't know? Aren't you three always with Lin Zhengran? He stopped a criminal last week while he was on a date with his girlfriend." The footage is on the school's WeChat page. It looks so cool. Upon hearing Lin Zhengran being praised, He Qing, Han Wenwen, and Jiang Shuili were all visibly pleased. He Qing's clear, innocent eyes widened. Lin Zhengran, is that amazing? This happened last week. Jiang Shuili was equally shocked. Zhengran took down a criminal? The girl nodded. Yeah, last weekend in... Han Wenwen was about to smile when she suddenly caught an important detail that had been glossed over. Wait, what did you just say? The girl blinked. That he stopped a criminal? I said that multiple times already. Han Wenwen shook her head, pointing upward. No, the sentence before that. You said Lin Zhengran was on a date with his girlfriend before stopping the criminal. The girl nodded. Yeah, there's a video. Han Wenwen's words made He Qing and Jiang Shuili freeze. They turned to look at each other and, in perfect unison, said, "It wasn't with me." Han Wenwen's instincts flared. The little fox rummaged through her pocket, pulled out her phone, and quickly searched the school's WeChat page. I found a video. Let's watch. The three of them huddled together, eyes locked on the screen. The video was shot from the police's perspective, with faces blurred out. But Lin Zhengran's figure and presence were unmistakable to the three girls. All three exclaimed simultaneously, "That's Lin Zhengran. That's Zhengran. That's Lin Zhengran, for sure." And wait, the location, KTV, he went singing last week. They watched as Lin Zhengran effortlessly pinned the criminal against the wall. The girls gasped in awe, but just then a girl appeared on the screen, a blurred-out figure wearing a thin outer jacket over a pure white long-sleeved pleated dress. The three girls instantly went on high alert. The girl in the video rushed to Lin Zhengran's side, grabbed his sleeve, and asked with concern, "Are you okay? What happened?" The footage cut off there, replaced by a news report. The girl's appearance was brief, and her face was heavily pixelated, making her unrecognizable. But her outfit, her voice. The three of them exchanged a glance, thought for a moment, and then simultaneously asked, "Was that Fong Meng?" After confirming their suspicions, they all turned back to the screen, each feeling a mix of frustration and jealousy. They needed to know what was going on. During the lunch break, as the teacher announced class dismissed, the exhausted students sat up, chatting about random topics before heading to the cafeteria. Jiang Qian also got up to leave, but only Fong Meng and Lin Zhengran remained in their seats. Ever since the discipline director mentioned the heroic act that morning, countless students, especially many girls, have been approaching Fong Meng between classes, bombarding her with questions. Oddly enough, no one asked Lin Zhengran directly. The reason? Jiang Qian was sitting right beside him. Everyone in the class knew, whether it was true or not, that the vice monitor had a crush on the class monitor. At the very least, that's what everyone assumed. The relationship between the two monitors had always been delicate. What's the deal, Fangming? When did you and the class monitor get together? Yeah, did you steal the vice monitor's crush? How many dates have you two gone on? How far have you progressed? Have you kissed? Were you already that close? Does the class monitor act cute around you? I'm so jealous, Fangming. The flood of ridiculous questions gave Fangming a headache. No matter how many times she clarified that they weren't in that kind of relationship, the more she blushed at the more intimate questions, the less anyone believed her. In their minds, it wasn't that she was denying it. It was just that she couldn't openly admit it at school. Perhaps even the teachers had given them a warning just now. After all, the school's official page had already posted the video. And in that footage, Fangming had been standing quite close to Lin Zhengran. Even if she denied it, everyone still assumed they were together. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Qian's expression remained tense. Her fingers clenched slightly, an unconscious reaction to everything she was hearing. Fangming noticed her reaction, sighing internally. This is getting messy, by the second. Can things ever go back to the way they were? As a lunch bell rang, Jiang Qian left the classroom, as cold and untouchable as an ice lotus with thorns. Fangming stared at Jiang Qian's departing figure, then let out a deep sigh and slumped over her desk, burying her face in her arms. I'm screwed. Lin Zhengran didn't turn around. He glanced out of the classroom instead. Those three hadn't arrived yet. Looked like their class was still in session. Fangming lifted her head slightly, looking at him. Lin Zhengran, why aren't you going to eat? Waiting, he replied, for those three to get out of class. Fangming immediately thought of the three beautiful girls from the next class. By the way, everyone knows about your heroic act now. I'm sure those three know about it too. Sorry, I dragged you into this. If you need me to clarify things for you, just let me know. Lin Zhengran had already predicted this scenario when the homeroom teacher brought it up in the morning. With a helpless smile, he said, Thanks, but it's fine. We're not actually a couple, so it's easy for me to explain. You, on the other hand, when you plan to come clean to Jiang Qian, you've already sung, already had drinks. Got the courage now. Fangming stared at the desk. Tonight, even with this extra complication, I'll talk to Qian tonight. Whatever happens, happens. She stood up. I'm heading to lunch. All right, take care. Just as she reached the door, she hesitated and turned back. By the way, I'm really curious. Who is your girlfriend? At first, I thought it was He Qing, but then I started noticing how close Jiang Xueli is to you. As for Han Wenwen, well, she's hard to read. She feels like a fox, deep and unreadable. Fangming casually voiced a thought she herself found ridiculous. You said you weren't two-timing before. That doesn't mean you're actually three-timing now, does it? They locked eyes again, holding each other's gaze. Neither of them knew how many times they had done this before. In the past, Fangming always maintained a neutral expression. But after the KTV incident, she suddenly recalled how Lin Zhengran had comforted her while singing. Her face started heating up. Embarrassed, she quickly turned away. Forget it. I doubt you'd do something like that. Not my business anyway. I'm off to eat. If you need me to explain anything, just ask. Also, I still owe you a favor. I won't forget that. She left the classroom, walking down the hallway. But she slowly clenched her hand over her chest. Her heart was pounding. She didn't understand what was happening. Maybe I just didn't sleep well last night. That's why my heart's racing. Yeah, totally normal. Totally normal. A little later, Class 3's lunch break finally arrived. As the students crowded toward the cafeteria, He Qing, Jiang Xueli, and Han Wenwen appeared at Lin Zhengran's classroom door. The big three stood there, staring at him intensely, all clearly with something to say. Inside, Lin Zhengran sighed, standing up. Here we go. As expected, as the four of them left the building, He Qing kept her hands clasped in front of her, head down. Jiang Xueli had her hands behind her back, lips pursed. Han Wenwen clung to He Qing's arm, occasionally glancing at Lin Zhengran. Each had their own subtle actions. Lin Zhengran broke the silence first. So, you three already know what happened last week. They stiffened in unison and turned toward him. But before questioning him, They praised him first. Yiqing spoke softly. We saw it. Lin Zhengran, you were so cool. Jiang Shuili nodded. It really was impressive. Holding that guy down all by yourself. I wasn't all watching the video. Han Wenwen chuckled. Looks like you've gained a lot more fangirls at school. Whether that was a compliment or not was unclear. But after that, the three fell silent, waiting for Lin Zhengran to explain. He didn't beat around the bush. I was just helping her out. She took care of my mom, so I was just repaying the favor. There's nothing between us like the rumors are saying. You don't believe me? Han Wenwen's expression sharpened. Took care of your mom? Jiang Shuili frowned. Repaying a favor? Yiqing hesitated. That's a lot of information. Wait, does that mean she knows Uncle and Auntie? She's even been to your house. Lin Zhengran. This is going to take a lot more explaining than I thought. Han Wenwen smiled mischievously. Jiang Shuili turned her head, letting out a little humph. Yiqing, looking pitiful, spoke hesitantly. Okay, I believe you two aren't together. I believe most of what you say, but this time, I can only believe a little bit. Because, Lin Zhengran, you would never spend time alone with a girl you don't like, right? And your flirtatious nature isn't new. You've always been like this, since we were kids. Always playing with pretty girls and stealing their hearts. Lin Zhengran felt something was off. Flirtatious? Since when? Jiang Shuili crossed her arms. I agree. The second I take my eyes off you, you start charming another pretty girl. Can't help yourself, huh? Casanova. Han Wenwen added, bottom line, Lin Zhengran, this kind of scandal isn't something you can brush off with a couple of sentences. And besides, just now you let slip too much information in one go. It's not going to be easy explaining this to Lily and Qingqing. But it'll be easier if you explain it one-on-one. Jiang Shuili and Yiqing both nodded at this. Not only did they want alone time with him, but deep down they felt, words alone won't be enough. Shouldn't a hug or a kiss be involved too? Han Wenwen smiled. See, we all agree. She was technically helping him out for now. But if she ever got a private moment with Lin Zhengran, she would get to the bottom of what really happened with Fong Meng. Because even if she believed he wasn't dating Fong Meng, she had a strong feeling that Fong Meng might be starting to like him. After agreeing to discuss things further during PE class in the afternoon, the four of them headed to the cafeteria. Even though the news about Lin Zhengran's heroic act had stirred jealousy in the three girls, they still treated him as they always did, picking food for him, pouring water for him. They weren't the type to stay upset for long. After all, Lin Zhengran had already given them a general explanation. Though he hadn't shared every little detail, he hadn't tried to hide anything either. The three girls fully trusted him. If he really had started dating someone, he would have just told them directly. After lunch, everyone returned to the classroom early to study. In order to get into the same university next year, Han Wenwen, Yiqing, and Jiang Shuili had been working incredibly hard. Aside from their weekends spent with Lin Zhengran, all their time was devoted to their studies. Once the four of them split up, Lin Zhengran headed to the restroom. When he stepped out, he was surprised to see Jiang Qian, her long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders, standing outside the restroom, waiting for him. As he met her cool gaze, she spoke, "Class monitor, do you have a moment? I'd like to talk." Lin Zhengran had a good idea of what she wanted to talk about. Before he could reply, Jiang Qian pulled out a bank card. "I know your time is valuable, so consider this as payment for 5 minutes of it. There's 20,000 on this card. It may not be enough, but that's all of my allowance for the week." 20,000? You sure put a high price on my time, Lin Zhengran remarked in surprise. Jiang Qian explained calmly. "I just don't want you to refuse. After all, what I want to ask might seem trivial to you." Without a word, Lin Zhengran, Jiang Qian watched him go, thinking he was rejecting her outright. But then he said, "Let's find a place to talk." It was best to get this over with as soon as possible. Since he was already involved, he might as well deal with it. At least he'd get some system rewards out of it. Now that he thought about it, his system seemed to have changed. Instead of appearing before a task, it now gave him summaries after the fact. Jiang Qian, slightly surprised, gave a small nod and followed him. At noon, the school was bustling. There wasn't a single quiet place to be found. except for the piano room on the first floor. As a senior, Lin Zhengran didn't visit the piano room as often anymore. But back in his first and second year, whenever there was nowhere else to go, he would always bring the three little ones here. He still remembered how Wenwen used to pester him to play the piano. The little fox had clapped excitedly after his performance, eyes full of admiration. That was amazing, as expected of Lin Zhengran. Now, inside the piano room, Lin Zhengran found seat. "Go ahead," he said. Jiang Qian wasted no time getting to the point. "Have you and Fong Meng slept together?" Lin Zhengran froze mid-motion, his body going stiff. He turned his head to look at her, stunned. Where did that idea come from? Jiang Qian remained expressionless. "I was watching the video during lunch and thought about it. After all, KTVs are places for those kind of things, right? I heard they even provide condoms. Since you two went there, I figured you must have already done it." Lin Zhengran wiped the sudden cold sweat from his forehead. "Where are you getting all this nonsense from? KTVs are just for singing." Jiang Qian replied honestly. "I know that's what they're supposed to be for. I've never been to one, but from what I've read in famous books and seen in movies, KTVs are places criminals frequent, or places where men and women go to have those kinds of encounters. No exceptions. The same applies to bars, internet cafes, and underground clubs." Lin Zhengran sat down, completely speechless. "You've been brainwashed by movies. That's just dramatization. A normal KTV is just a place to sing, and not full of criminals." "Oh, then how do you explain the fact that you caught a criminal inside a KTV last week?" Lin Zhengran. "Okay, fair point. It was an extremely rare event. In reality, police arrests weren't something you saw every day." Letting out a deep sigh, he said, "It was a rare occurrence. You can't judge an entire place based on one unlikely incident. Even elementary school exams teach that rare events don't define the whole." Jiang Qian sat across from him. "Fair enough. But even if you did sleep together, it's fine. Fong Meng is already 18. She has her own freedom. I was just surprised that she would get pregnant so early." Lin Zhengran gave her a look. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Were you even listening to me?" "I was listening, but you didn't outright deny it. Instead, you tried to change the subject. Ridiculous. I didn't sleep with her. And even if I had, you aced middle school biology, didn't you? Don't you remember the chapter on reproduction? Pregnancy isn't that easy. It's a low probability event." Jiang Qian's eyes widened in genuine surprise. "Pregnancy is rare? I didn't know that. I mean, I studied biology, but the chapter on sex education was only 2 pages long. The teacher skipped it, saying it wouldn't be on the test. So, I only know the basics." Lin Zhengran sighed. Sex education in this country still has a long way to go. Most schools left students to self-study that part. But for Jiang Qian to be this clueless was surprising. She really had spent all her time purely on academics. Jiang Qian met his gaze, asking again, "So, you really haven't done anything?" "No, and I'm not dating her either. We're just friends, really? So the girlfriend rumors are false too? What about the other girls in our school? Have you slept with any of them?" "No. Wait, why am I even answering this?" Jiang Qian seemed genuinely surprised. Then for some reason, she suddenly smiled. A small, rare smile. And, strangely, she felt lighter. Lin Zhengran frowned. "What are you so happy about?" Jiang Qian blinked, confused. "Happy? Am I happy?" Her smile faded as she tilted her head in thought. Lin Zhengran let out another long sigh. "So, you just wanted to ask whether I slept with Fong Meng?" Jiang Qian's expression changed slightly, her voice losing some of its usual coldness. "That was just one part. Honestly, I always thought you two weren't close. This really caught me off guard." Lin Zhengran remained silent. Jiang Qian clenched her slender fingers into a fist, still looking at him. "I came to you today because I need advice about me and Fong Meng. I know it has nothing to do with you, but I can't solve on my own. It's affecting my studies. I haven't been able to sleep for days. No matter how much I think about it, you're the only person I can ask for advice. If you're willing to listen, I'll compensate you. You can ask for anything, anything at all." Lin Zhengran suddenly thought of Fong Meng. These two best friends were more alike than they realized. Both of them were offering anything, with one specific exception. Smirking, he mimicked Fong Meng's words. Anything? Except sleeping with you? Jiang Qian was startled by his response. Her face turned slightly pink. Sleeping together? You mean, you want me to be your girlfriend? She hesitated. That's a big request. I'll have to think about it. I never imagined you'd ask for that. But, out of all the guys, you're the only one I don't dislike. She paused. Fine, we could try dating. Huh? Jiang Qian spoke seriously. From now on, I'm your girlfriend. We can sleep together whenever you want, because I'm actually quite curious about what it's like with a guy. Exploring human origins sounds fascinating, at least according to books. But there's one condition. You have to marry me. I can only accept doing that with my husband. After we get married, I can support you, but you can't cheat on me. Stop. Lin Zhengran raised his hand. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I confess to you? Jiang Qian looked at him and helped him recall. Just now, I told you to make a request, and you said you wanted to sleep with me. Isn't that a confession? I agreed, but only if you marry me first. Stop again. He looked helpless. That's not what I said. I said everything except sleeping together was fine. Jiang Qian nodded. Yes, but you asked it as a question. You asked if everything except sleeping together was okay, right? And my answer was that sleeping together is also fine, on the condition that you marry me first. Lin Zhengran interrupted. So the choice is mine, right? Right now, I have no interest in sleeping with you, and that's not the kind of reward I want. I haven't even told you what I want yet. Jiang Qian hesitated, clearly confused. Why? I thought sleeping with me would be the ultimate request. Do you not find me attractive? But plenty of guys have confessed to me. I don't think they were just being polite when they said I was pretty. I've also kept my figure in shape. I'm even a C-cup. Lin Zhengran's male instincts made him instinctively glance at a certain area. He had never really paid attention to this kind of thing before, but he had to admit Jiang Qian did have a great figure. He just didn't expect her to be so blunt about it. What were we even talking about? Honestly, yeah, I do find you attractive. A lot of people like girls with long black hair. But just because you're pretty doesn't mean my request has to be sleeping with you. Besides, I have a girlfriend. Jiang Qian's expression was a bit strange at first, but when she heard the last part, she visibly lowered her head, looking a little hurt. I know, but before you get married, you still have the right to choose your partner, don't you? A lover is a lover. A spouse is a spouse. You can change lovers, but a spouse is for life. And I already agreed. Out of the hundreds of guys who have confessed to me since I was a kid, you're the only one I've said yes to. Seeing her change in expression, Lin Zhengran asked curiously, Jiang Qian, do you like me? Jiang Qian's face turned slightly red. Her pupils shifted as she looked away. No, she corrected herself. I mean, not to the extent of liking. I just think you're a good person, and I care about you a little. So I think marrying you would be okay. She was being honest. The truth was, she didn't even know what liking someone really meant. She had never liked anyone before. Lin Zhengran blinked. Is that so? Well, anyway, I'll agree to your request, but my reward won't be making you my girlfriend or sleeping with you. I have something else in mind. I just haven't decided what yet. Jiang Qian looked at him and accepted reality. All right, then I'll owe you a huge favor today. I'll definitely repay it in the future. And before you give yourself to someone else, if your request is to sleep with me and get married, I'll agree to it anytime. Lin Zhengran chuckled and dropped the subject. Got it. Now, let's talk about you and Fong Meng. That's the real reason you came to me today, isn't it? Jiang Qian nodded. I met Fong Meng back in second grade. The general story was the same, but Lin Zhengran knew that when people recall memories, they always tell them from their own perspective. The same story could sound completely different depending on who was telling it. So if he heard the key points from both sides, he could predict the outcome of their conflict in advance. And sure enough, things were just as he expected. Jiang Qian genuinely cared about Fong Meng and truly considered her a friend. But back then, she had asked Fong Meng a question. If I hadn't lent you money first, and today my family was in trouble, would you have lent me money? That question had deeply hurt her. Even after all these years, she had never completely let it go. Until, The real conflict exploded a year ago. Jiang Qian explained. A year ago, Fong Ming's parents came over for a visit. My parents were there too. We were talking about university applications, and I said I wanted to go to Stanford. Fong Ming's parents said that when she was younger, her dream was always Tsinghua. And then, Jiang Qian recalled, Fong Ming wasn't in the living room when they asked. I don't remember what she was doing at the time. I only remember that later, when I asked her privately about her university choice, she said, since you're going to Stanford, I'll try my best to go with you. That was when it hit me. I might have been holding her back all these years. Lin Zhengran sighed. These two were so casual about it, as if Stanford and Tsinghua were just places you could pick and choose. So, a year ago, you started giving her space? And then last time, when you two finally had a huge argument, that was the end of it? Jiang Qian looked regretful. Yeah, actually, I made things very clear when we were in the car that day. I just didn't want to influence her life. That's all. But I don't know why it turned out like this. I got over what happened years ago a long time ago. Really? Lin Zhengran pressed. Are you sure you're really over it? If you were, why do you keep bringing it up? Jiang Qian clenched her fists on her lap. Lin Zhengran sighed. Weren't you just being super direct earlier? But now, with this, you can't be straightforward. If you still care about what happened back then, just say it. Tell her how much it hurt you at the time. Ask her why she didn't answer you back then. Be honest with Fong Ming. Jiang Qian hesitated. But wouldn't that just start another fight? Aren't you already fighting? Keeping things bottled up doesn't help. Sooner or later, it'll become a ticking time bomb. The only way to resolve things is to talk it out, even if it leads to an argument. Best friends fighting is totally normal. Besides, you misunderstood something. Fong Ming might feel guilty about the past, but I think she wants to go to Stanford with you simply because she wants to be with you. It has nothing to do with the past. People change. Maybe she just doesn't want to go to Tsinghua anymore. But instead of believing that, you assumed you were holding her back. So you try to push her away. But isn't that also a way of influencing her? All she sees is that you don't want her to go with you. To her, it just feels like you're trying to break away from her. Jiang Qian listened carefully, her expression showing a sense of realization. Lin Zhengran asked, You get it now? It's actually pretty simple. Yeah, the way you explained it, I finally understand what Fong Ming was thinking. Good thing I came to you. It's like you can read everyone's mind or something. Lin Zhengran smirked. Well, that's only because you guys keep coming to me with your problems. Jiang Qian was more decisive than Fong Ming. I'll talk to her properly this afternoon. Good. That's for the best. Lin Zhengran glanced at his phone. It was almost time for class. All right, let's wrap this up. We've been talking long enough. As he stood up, Jiang Qian spoke softly, her red lips parting slightly. Thank you. You really are different from the others. You're a good guy. Her cheeks were faintly flushed, and she smiled gently. A few minutes before class started, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian walked back to the classroom together from the piano room. As they climbed the stairs, they unexpectedly ran into Han Wenwen and He Qing, who had just returned from the restroom. The two best friends were holding hands and casually glanced down the stairs, only to see Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian walking side by side. At the same time, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian looked up at the little fox and little He Qing. Their gazes met, and for a moment, all four of them were stunned. Han Wenwen narrowed her eyes and suddenly smirked. Lin Zhengran, you're really something, huh? Before he could respond, the bell rang. The third and fourth periods in the afternoon were PE class. Before class started, the PE teacher came to the classroom and announced that these 2 periods would be used for a simulated physical fitness test. The PE committee was tasked with counting the number of students, and both boys and girls were selected to go to the sports equipment room to bring out the necessary gear. As class president, Lin Zhengran led a group of boys, while Jiang Qian stayed behind to take attendance. The girls' representative was Fong Ming, who led the group to pick up the equipment. Both groups arrived at the storage room behind the field and started looking for the required fitness test equipment. While moving things, Fong Ming walked up to Lin Zhengran. What were you doing during lunch? I saw you come back with Jiang Qian. Since she asked, Lin Zhengran answered honestly. She wanted to talk. About what? A lot of things. Mostly sex education. Fong Ming's pupils dilated slightly. Huh? Did I mishear? About what? Lin Zhengran continued, directing the others to grab more equipment as he casually replied. Not important. Anyway, just have a good talk with her this afternoon, and it'll all be fine. Now I get what you two were talking about. Seeing that he was about to leave, she reached out and tugged on his sleeve. After today, Jiang Qian and I won't end up falling out, right? Lin Zhengran turned to look at her and answered matter-of-factly. Of course not. Fang Meng finally smiled, feeling much more at ease. Once all the sports equipment was placed on the field, something unexpected happened. He Qing's class hadn't arrived. Lin Zhengran figured their PE teacher was either sick, their class had been taken over by another subject teacher, or they still had unfinished coursework to go through. Even though all senior year classes had the same PE teacher, at this moment, their teacher was focused on explaining the key points of the physical fitness test. The PE teacher said, "The senior year fitness test won't affect your college entrance exam or university admissions, but you still need to take it seriously. Some very specific schools do consider fitness scores, and failing the test could even affect your high school diploma." Then, the teacher turned to look at Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian. "All right, let's have Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian, our class president and vice president, demonstrate for everyone." Noticing that Jiang Qian was still taking attendance, the teacher changed her mind. "Never mind, the vice president is busy. Lin Zhengran and Fang Meng, you two will demonstrate instead." Lin Zhengran and Fang Meng stepped forward. The PE teacher continued. "They'll go through all the test exercises while I explain some key points. Pay attention. If you don't understand something after watching, ask me. It's all quite simple." The demonstration went smoothly, and both Lin Zhengran and Fang Meng performed exceptionally well with precise movements. The PE teacher clapped. "Not bad, not bad. Especially Lin Zhengran. Our class president really is top tier in both academics and physical ability. All right, let's all get started. Give it a try." Just as the class was about to begin, the PE teacher noticed that a small component in the testing equipment was broken. She tried to fix it, but couldn't, so she turned to Fang Meng. "Fang Meng, go to the storage room and grab a replacement part. It should be in the corner of the equipment room." Fang Meng nodded. "Got it, teacher." She ran off to the equipment room. Inside, the room was packed with various gear, large and small, along with stacked mats, making the space feel cramped. Fang Meng made her way to the corner and found a large box filled with spare parts. She bent down to search for the specific component the teacher needed. As soon as she picked it up, rip, she froze. Looking down, she saw that her shirt had been torn by a sharp metal edge on the box. And it wasn't a small tear, it stretched diagonally up to her stomach. She panicked. "My shirt." She tried to set the part down to check her clothes, but as she turned, rip, her pants caught on something and tore along her right thigh. Her exposed skin and the edge of her underwear were now visible. Fang Meng gasped and immediately covered herself. What the hell? As she bent down to shield her pants, she accidentally knocked against a cabinet. The unstable stacks of gear on top began to sway. Fang Meng heard objects sliding and looked up. Her eyes widened in horror. A pile of equipment came crashing down on her. She tumbled to the ground, accompanied by a series of ripping sounds. Back on the field, the PE teacher had continued fiddling with the equipment, and to his surprise, he actually managed to fix it. His face lit up. "It's working. No need to change parts after all." The class resumed the exercises, but Lin Zhengran glanced toward the equipment room, wondering why Fang Meng hadn't come back yet. How long did it take to find one small component? Since he had already finished his demonstration, he suggested, "Teacher, since we don't need the spare part anymore, I'll go tell Fang Meng she doesn't have to bring it." The PE teacher casually agreed. "Go ahead. Actually, she really is taking a long time, isn't she?" Lin Zhengran headed toward the equipment room to check things out. At first, he didn't see anyone inside, but as soon as he stepped through the door, "Who's there? Don't come in." The voice was sharp and commanding, filled with wariness and even a hint of aggression. But Lin Zhengran recognized it instantly. Fang Meng. Upon realizing it was him, Fang Meng's fierce tone softened immediately. Her voice carried a mix of relief and embarrassment. Lin Zhengran, is it you? Do not come in yet. Close the door first. My clothes are ripped. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow, but did as she asked, shutting the door. All right, the door's closed. What do you mean, your clothes are ripped? They're ripped everywhere. Huh? Lin Zhengran stepped forward and saw Fong Meng crouched in the corner, holding a wooden board to cover herself. Only half her face peeked out. The area around her was a complete mess, with scattered equipment and mats covering the floor. Her face was red as she glared at him. Why did you come in? I just told you everything's ripped. Thanks to his height and sharp vision, Lin Zhengran could still vaguely make out the large tear in her pants, exposing the edge of her pink underwear. Even her bra straps were visible. He raised an eyebrow. How did this even happen? Your clothes are practically shredded. Fong Meng's face burned as she threw a small mat at him, which he effortlessly caught. You can see that. I don't know what happened. I just came to grab a part, and then my shirt got caught and ripped, then my pants, and then everything fell on me. And now, if I stand up, I'll be completely exposed. Lin Zhengran found it ridiculous. Seriously? That's some insane bad luck. Fong Meng pouted. Just keep watch. If anyone else sees me like this, I'll die of embarrassment. I already saw. That doesn't count. Only you can see, no one else. Lin Zhengran sighed. I can't just stay here forever. Want me to get Jiang Qian to send you clothes? Before she could answer, a high-pitched squeak came from the corner. Fong Meng turned, saw a small mouse scurrying toward her, and shrieked. She dropped the wooden board and bolted toward Lin Zhengran, clutching his arm and burying her face in his chest. Ah, there's a mouse. The mouse, instead of running away like a normal rodent, seemed oddly arrogant. It squeaked defiantly and charged straight at Fong Meng. Her face turned pale with fear as she clung even tighter to Lin Zhengran. Before the mouse could get any closer, Lin Zhengran swiftly kicked it into the air. It arced beautifully before vanishing into the piles of clutter in the storage room. He glanced down at Fong Meng, who still had her face buried against his arm. It's gone. Are you seriously scared of a little mouse? I thought you practiced martial arts. Fong Meng cautiously turned back, confirming the mouse was gone. She let out a small sigh of relief and mumbled, just because I know martial arts doesn't mean I can't be afraid of mice. Everyone has their own fears. Lin Zhengran met her gaze, but his eyes unconsciously drifted downward. Now that she had stood up, the tear in her pants was fully exposed, revealing a pair of pink lace underwear, an obviously youthful design. Her upper body wasn't spared either. Her torn shirt exposed the matching pink bra from the side. Realizing where he was looking, Fong Meng blushed furiously, quickly squatting down and pulling at her shredded clothes. Pervert! Stop looking! Lin Zhengran sighed. You were the one who ran to my side in the first place. How does that make me the pervert? Her voice grew softer. Just don't look okay. She knew this whole situation was her fault. How about I get my jacket for you? I left it outside when we first came to move stuff. Fong Meng hesitated before nodding slightly. That works. Thanks. Wait here. Just as Lin Zhengran turned to leave, Fong Meng grabbed his pant leg. Come back quickly, okay? There are still mice here. I'm scared. He turned back and looked at her, remembering how she had spent over a year expressionless, silently watching over him like Jiang Qian's ironclad bodyguard. Now, not only did she show emotions, but she also blushed, got scared, and even worried about things. Fong Meng frowned slightly. Why are you just staring at me? And what's with that expression? Lin Zhengran smirked. Nothing. I was just thinking about how we're getting a lot closer. Don't worry, I'll be right back. He handed her his phone. Call Jiang Qian while I'm gone. Ask her to bring you some clothes. Fong Meng took the phone and crouched back down, watching him leave with a faint blush on her cheeks. She muttered to herself, getting a lot closer? What does that mean? The memory of them singing together at KTV last week surfaced in her mind. Her heart pounded, but she quickly shook her head, trying to calm herself down. Lin Zhengran retrieved his jacket from outside and headed back. But at that very moment, Jiang Qian, who had been taking attendance on the field, happened to notice him. She watched from a distance, her cold eyes following his unusual behavior. PE class wasn't over yet. So why was he getting his jacket? Wasn't he just supposed to tell Fong Ming that she didn't need to get the spare part anymore? But it had been so long, and Fong Ming still hadn't come back. And now, Lin Zhengran had returned to the storage room multiple times. Doubt crept into her mind. A certain rumor about couples sneaking off to do things surfaced in her thoughts. Even though Lin Zhengran had already denied it, Jiang Qian approached the PE teacher. "Teacher, I've almost finished taking attendance. May I go to the restroom?" The teacher took the list from her. "Sure, I'll handle the rest. Go ahead." "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Qian walked toward the equipment storage. Just as she neared the door, her phone vibrated. It was Lin Zhengran calling. She ignored it. Instead, she slipped through a gap in the doorway, entering unnoticed. Inside, she immediately heard voices coming from the corner. "Fong Ming, you got the jacket?" Lin Zhengran. "Yeah, but your shirt is covered in dust and already torn up. You should just throw it away, or else my jacket will get dirty too." Lin Zhengran, "What? It's already ruined, and you're still wearing a bra. What's a big deal?" Jiang Qian froze. Did she just hear that right? Taking off clothes? Her fingers clenched around the still vibrating phone. She walked toward the voices, and when she turned the corner, her eyes widened in shock. Lin Zhengran was holding his jacket, and Fong Ming had already taken off her shirt. She was only wearing a bra on top. Her pants were practically in shreds, and the two of them seemed to be in the middle of something. Lin Zhengran and Fong Ming both turned, seeing Jiang Qian standing there. 3 people, 6 eyes, all frozen in place. Jiang Qian's expression shifted, her fists tightening. Her voice trembled with disbelief. "You two were so desperate that you decided to do it here?" Without even closing the door, Fong Ming frantically waved her hands. "And no, Jiang Qian, you misunderstood. We weren't." After a lot of explaining, Jiang Qian reluctantly believed them. "So you're saying you came to get a part, but your shirt got caught and tore. Then when you turned, your pants got ripped too. And then a bunch of stuff fell on you, making everything worse. And that's how Lin Zhengran happened to walk in on you like this." Fong Ming, now wrapped in Lin Zhengran's jacket, sat on the floor. "I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's really what happened. I don't know why I was so unlucky." Jiang Qian looked at Lin Zhengran, who was still fully dressed. "All right, as ridiculous as it sounds, I'd rather believe that than believe you two were actually doing something in here." Fong Ming frowned. "What does that mean? I don't get it." "Nothing." It meant that, deep down, Jiang Qian couldn't accept the idea of Lin Zhengran and Fong Ming sleeping together. So she'd rather believe the absurd excuse. At that moment, Fong Ming and Jiang Qian locked eyes. They both remembered the tension between them over the past few days. Lin Zhengran spoke up. "Jiang Qian, Fong Ming can't leave like this. Call your driver and have him bring some clothes for her." Jiang Qian nodded. "Got it." She quickly pulled out her phone and called her family's driver. Before she could press the dial button, Fong Ming suddenly whispered, "Thanks, Jiang Qian." Jiang Qian glanced at her and smiled. "No need to thank me. Even though you're not my assistant anymore, we're still best friends. This is nothing." Fong Ming's pupils trembled slightly as she looked up at her. Jiang Qian relayed the request over the phone, and the driver confirmed that he'd arrive with the clothes within 10 minutes. After hanging up, she turned to Fong Ming. "It'll be here soon. Just wait a little." Fong Ming nodded. For the next 10 minutes, an unusual silence filled the room. Fong Ming sat on a sports mat while Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian stood nearby. Lin Zhengran, sensing the atmosphere, smirked. "This is a good chance. You two don't even have to wait until later to talk things out." He casually walked toward the entrance. "I'll keep watch outside. You two stay here." Then, he left the storage room. Jiang Qian and Fong Ming both turned to watch him go, immediately understanding what he was doing. The two best friends hesitated for a moment before finally gathering their courage. Almost at the same time, they spoke. "Jiang Qian, I'm sorry for what happened before." "Fong Ming, I'm sorry for what happened before." They both froze. Then, suddenly, they burst into laughter. Once a girl starts laughing, it's hard to stop. Jiang Qian and Feng Ming sat together on the mat, finally voicing all their thoughts to each other. Jiang Qian looked at Feng Ming and said, "That day in the car, I didn't mean to stop you from studying abroad with me. I only said that because a year ago, I heard your parents say your dream was to go to Tsinghua." Feng Ming hadn't had a real heart-to-heart with Jiang Qian since elementary school. Over the years, Jiang Qian had always been cold and distant, never opening up to anyone. But today, Feng Ming smiled. "Tsinghua, that must have been something I told my parents when I was a kid. I changed my mind in middle school. I've always just wanted to be with you." Jiang Qian chuckled. Feng Ming continued, "And that day in the car, I got upset for no reason. I shouldn't have snapped at you. I've always known you consider me a friend, but..." She had so much she wanted to say, but at this moment, neither of them knew how to put their feelings into words. Feng Ming lowered her head. "The real reason we fought this time is still because of what happened back then, isn't it? Jiang Qian, can we finally talk about it properly?" Jiang Qian took a deep breath. "All right, let's be honest today. Back then, when I got into that fight and asked you that question, you didn't answer me. I was really angry." Feng Ming's eyes widened. Jiang Qian stared ahead, lost in memory. "I never brought it up all these years, and I kept telling myself it didn't matter, that your hesitation didn't mean anything. But every time I think about it, it still hurts. Back then," her voice suddenly wavered, becoming raspy with emotion. "Why didn't you answer me? Even if you had just nodded, I would have felt like everything I did for you as a kid wasn't a joke. I always thought of you as my best friend. Anyone else could hesitate, but not you." And yet, Feng Ming clutched Jiang Qian's sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears. "Jiang Qian, I'm sorry. I really am. I've regretted my hesitation so many times over the years. I've always wanted to tell you that if I could do it over, I'd say yes without a second thought. I didn't react in time. And later, no matter how many times I wanted to talk to you about it, no matter how much I tried..." Tears slipped down her cheeks, her voice trembling as she tightened her grip on Jiang Qian's sleeve. "Every time I tried to bring it up, I could see the doubt and resentment in your eyes. I knew that no matter what I said afterward, you wouldn't believe me. But I swear, I always thought of you as my best friend. How could I not have helped you?" Jiang Qian's eyes reddened as she met Feng Ming's gaze. Tears rolled down her face as well. Outside the sports equipment room, Lin Zhengran stood at a distance, watching the students who had finished their physical fitness test playing around on the field. Having heightened senses wasn't always a good thing. Sometimes, even when he didn't want to eavesdrop, if he focused just a little, he could hear everything clearly. But no matter what, it seemed like the conflict between these two best friends was finally coming to an end. A little while later, in the corner of the storage room, Feng Ming took some tissues from the torn pocket of her clothes and wiped Jiang Qian's tears. With a smile, she said, "It's been so long since I've seen you cry, Jiang Qian. You actually remind me of how you used to be when we were kids." The two best friends sat hand in hand. Jiang Qian sighed. "I always knew you did a lot of things for me. My sister told me. She said you trained in martial arts so you could protect me if I ever got into fights. And that you studied medicine. Because of that time, I took you to the school infirmary." Feng Ming lowered her head shyly. "Yeah, your sister asked me about it once. I didn't want to admit it, but I can't really keep secrets from her." Jiang Qian took a deep breath and suggested, "Come back and be my assistant, Feng Ming. Ever since you quit, everything's been a mess. I can't sleep well. I can't study properly. Forget about surpassing Lin Zhengran. I can't even surpass my past self anymore." Feng Ming smiled and nodded. "Okay, but Jiang Qian, are you still trying to find Lin Zhengran's weaknesses? Honestly, maybe you should just give up. He's different. I observe him for over a year, and he's just not a normal person. If he actually wanted to be famous, he'd be #1 in everything. He can even think while he's asleep." She laughed lightly. "Though I know you'd never admit defeat." Jiang Qian thought about Lin Zhengran, her face heating up slightly. "Honestly, after fighting with you, I realized my curiosity about him changed a long time ago. At first, I just wanted to compete with him and surpass him. But ever since he taught me piano, and then 2 days ago when I went to talk to him about us, I finally admitted to myself that it's not just about his abilities anymore. I feel like I know him. He's so similar to how I used to be, but so much stronger. I don't even understand my own feelings right now. All I know is I want to understand everything about him. And yesterday, he even confessed to me, though he took it back right after. Fong Ming had been listening carefully, but then, wait, what? Confessed. Jiang Qian explained. Yesterday, when I asked him to make a request, he suddenly said, anything except sleeping together. I thought he meant he wanted me to be his girlfriend, and I figured, why not? I was open to trying. But then he immediately clarified that's not what he meant. Fong Ming stared blankly at Jiang Qian. For some reason, hearing the word confession made her feel odd. Empty. Jiang Qian suddenly asked. By the way, Fong Ming, I've been meaning to ask. You and Lin Zhengran seem really close. Last week, you even went to KTV together. And if I heard correctly just now, you said you've been watching him for over a year? You even know he thinks while he sleeps? What? Are you watching him sleep now? Does that mean every time I gave you time off, you were spending it with him? Seeing Jiang Qian's curiosity, Fong Ming suddenly chuckled. That's a long story. The short version is, I have a childhood engagement with him. Jiang Qian's eyes widened. What? You too? Just how many childhood engagements does he have? Fong Ming answered, but immediately turned the tables. As far as I know, just two, me and your sister. But this is a complicated story. I'll explain everything tonight. But we're not done talking about this yet. Why did Lin Zhengran even mention sleeping together in front of you? Why did you misunderstand it as a confession? And most importantly, why did you agree? Fong Ming locked eyes with Jiang Qian. Tell me the truth. You've already fallen for him, haven't you? Jiang Qian stiffened. She averted her gaze, cheeks flushed. I don't even know what liking someone feels like. So, probably not. Jiang Qian then turned to Fong Ming. But recently, everyone's been saying you're his girlfriend. He told me you're not. Fong Ming, you don't like Lin Zhengran, right? Fong Ming immediately waved her hands. Of course I don't, Li. She didn't even finish. All the moments she had spent alone with him suddenly flashed through her mind. For a second, she couldn't say the last word. Did she really not like him? Before she could figure out her answer, Jiang Qian's phone rang. It was the driver. At the same time, Lin Zhengran, who had been waiting outside, finally walked back in. He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. What the hell are you two going on about now? Jiang Qian and Fong Ming were startled by Lin Zhengran's voice, both blushing for different reasons. Jiang Qian picked up the phone. The driver said, "Second, miss. I've delivered the clothes to the entrance. They're with the security guard." Jiang Qian responded, "I'll go get them now." After hanging up, she stood up and looked at Lin Zhengran without answering his question. "I'm going to get the clothes. You guys wait here for me." "All right, go ahead." Lin Zhengran nodded. Jiang Qian left quickly, almost as if she was escaping. She couldn't quite explain her feelings for Lin Zhengran. She only knew it was curiosity, but there were different kinds of curiosity. As for whether she liked him, at the very least, she was sure she didn't dislike him. After Jiang Qian left, Lin Zhengran turned his attention to Fong Ming, who was still sitting there. Fong Ming was hugging herself with one arm, pulling at her torn pants with the other. Her face was red, and her head was slightly lowered. She finally spoke. "I wasn't talking nonsense. But what did you mean when you said that to Qian Qian?" Fong Ming hesitated, then continued. "Qian Qian told me just now. She said yesterday you mentioned going to bed to her. Why would you say something like that to her?" Lin Zhengran walked up to her, crouching down to meet her eyes. Fong Ming's heart raced. "Why are you getting so close?" Lin Zhengran explained. "I overheard part of your conversation earlier, but I didn't bring up going to bed. Besides, weren't you the one who mentioned it first?" "I did." "When did I?" Suddenly, Fong Ming recalled what she had said last week. She had told Lin Zhengran that she would agree to any request of his, except for going to bed. Seeing the realization dawn on her face, Lin Zhengran simply asked, "Got it now?" Back then, Jiang Qian also said she'd agree to a request from me. I assumed she meant under the same conditions as you, so I casually asked, "Anything except going to bed?" She misunderstood, and I had to explain before she got it. Fong Ming murmured. So that's what happened. I understand now. Lin Zhengran stood up. Good. Fong Ming understood, but her thoughts were still in turmoil. Even if Lin Zhengran had mentioned going to bed, because of her, the fact remained. Both she and Jiang Qian had agreed to fulfill one of his requests. Her own condition had been that it couldn't involve sleeping together. But Jiang Qian hadn't set any such condition. Did that mean Jiang Qian liked Lin Zhengran so much that she was even open to the idea of being with him in that way? After all, ever since her personality changed, Jiang Qian had avoided physical contact with boys. Countless guys had pursued her over the years, but she never spared them a glance. Yet now, when facing Lin Zhengran, she had said she was willing to give it a try. And most importantly, the things Jiang Qian had muttered to herself just now, they were completely different from how she used to talk about Lin Zhengran in private back in first year. Fong Ming lifted her head, watching Lin Zhengran as he scrolled through his phone. Then she suddenly realized something. What exactly was she thinking? At first, she had thought Jiang Qian liking Lin Zhengran was a bit reckless. But now, after knowing Lin Zhengran for so long, she was sure of one thing. He was a good person. He was excellent, kind, honest, and handsome, perfect in every way. Jiang Qian dating him shouldn't be a problem. She should be happy for her. She should even be helping her. But Fong Ming pursed her lips tightly, staring at Lin Zhengran's slightly gaunt side profile in confusion. Why did she feel so reluctant about Jiang Qian and Lin Zhengran being together? Why did she feel like she didn't want him to be with any girl at all? Was she jealous? Could it be that she had also started liking him? Liking the same boy Jiang Qian liked? Lin Zhengran, still looking at his phone, sensed her gaze. Fong Ming was still staring at him, her eyes unfocused. Lin Zhengran asked, "Why are you looking at me?" Fong Ming quickly looked away and pressed her legs together. "It's nothing." 2 minutes later, Jiang Qian returned to the sports equipment storeroom, carrying 2 sets of new clothes. "Xiaoming, I got the clothes. I brought 2 sets, just in case something tears again." She handed the clothes to Fong Ming, who snapped out of her thoughts and smiled. "Thanks, Qian Qian, but I don't think they'll tear again. I'll change now." Both girls turned to look at Lin Zhengran, who was still there. Lin Zhengran extended a hand. "Give me my jacket back. I'll wait outside." Fong Ming realized she was still wearing his jacket and quickly responded. As Lin Zhengran turned around, she blushed and took off the jacket, handing it back to him. "Thanks." Lin Zhengran waved a hand casually. "No problem." He then stepped out of the storeroom. Inside, Jiang Qian and Fong Ming exchanged glances. Having made up, they suddenly burst into laughter. But just as Fong Ming was about to change in her new clothes, rip, she froze. At first, she thought she had torn her own clothes again. But then Jiang Qian turned around and saw it. Her pants had gotten caught on the sharp edge of a metal locker, ripping a hole. It wasn't as bad as Fong Ming's, but the tear was right on her thigh, exposing her fair skin. Jiang Qian looked at the damage, stunned. "Are you serious? This place just eats clothes, doesn't it?" Fong Ming couldn't hold back her laughter. She handed her the spare set. "Good thing you brought 2. You should change, too. These old lockers are full of sharp edges. It's kind of dangerous." Jiang Qian took the clothes. "I guess I have no choice." Outside the storeroom, Lin Zhengran had just put his jacket back on when he noticed something. Class 3, which he, Qing, belonged to, had finally arrived at the field. The PE teacher had just finished explaining the fitness test simulation to them. Meanwhile, He Qing, Han Wenwen, and Jiang Shuili were looking for Lin Zhengran. Since both their classes had PE together today, they were confused about why he wasn't there. Han Wenwen and the others went to Class 1's area and asked a few boys. "Han Wenwen, where's your class monitor? Why isn't he here?" A boy sitting on the grass said. "Class monitor? No idea. He went off with Fong Ming earlier for something and never came back." He Qing frowned. With Fong Ming, Jiang Shuili scanned Class 1 students, noticing that Fong Ming was missing as well. The 3 girls started getting nervous. Then Han Wenwen noticed something odd. "Wait a second. Where's Jiang Qian? Why is your vice monitor missing too?" The same boy shrugged. "No clue. The 3 of them are probably together." Lately, the vice monitor has been sticking to the class monitor a lot. Fong Meng too. He Qing scanned the area. Finally, she spotted a familiar figure near the storeroom. She smiled. Found him. Lin Zhengran's over there. Han Wenwen and Jiang Xueli followed her gaze. Seeing him, they immediately ran over. At that moment, Lin Zhengran was just adjusting his clothes outside the storeroom. Seeing them run over, he asked curiously, "Your class took so long to come down?" "PE class is almost over." He Qing answered, "The math teacher borrowed a class period, so we came late." "What are you doing here, Lin Zhengran?" "Lin Zhengran. Just handling a little issue. It's already resolved." Jiang Xueli's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. "An issue?" Han Wenwen's sharp nose twitched. She smelled something. Another girl's scent. He Qing was confused. "What's wrong, Wenwen? What are you sniffing for?" Han Wenwen turned to Lin Zhengran, recalling what she had just seen. "Lin Zhengran, were you just putting your clothes back on?" Before he could answer, from inside the storeroom, the sound of girls talking could be heard. He Qing, Jiang Xueli, and Han Wenwen turned toward the door at the same time. They exchanged glances. Then, in unison, they shouted, "There are girls inside." Lin Zhengran answered calmly, "Yeah, it's Jiang Qian and Fong Meng. They're changing. They'll be out soon." The three girls froze. Then, recalling that Lin Zhengran himself had been outside changing, they all yelled, "What? Changing?" Lin Zhengran sighed. "Not what you're thinking. What's going through your heads?" Not long after, Jiang Qian and Fong Meng walked out of the storeroom. The three girls found themselves face-to-face with Jiang Qian and Fong Meng at such close proximity for the first time. The five girls examined each other. A silent clash of six senses between girls. In the distance, the class 3 monitor called out, "Hey, don't wander off. We're starting the fitness test simulation. Everyone, gather up." Lin Zhengran said, "Your class is about to start testing. I'll go with you." The three girls nodded in unison. Lin Zhengran turned back to Jiang Qian and Fong Meng. "We're done with class, right? I'll go with them." Jiang Qian slowly shook her head. "Yeah, the teacher already dismissed us. We're free to do whatever." Lin Zhengran smiled and walked off with the three girls to watch their fitness test. The three girls followed Lin Zhengran as they left. Unlike that time outside the piano room in their first year, this time, Jiang Qian and Fong Meng watched Lin Zhengran's back as he walked away with those three. Jiang Qian's emotions grew even more complicated. Even Fong Meng felt a ripple in her heart. Jiang Qian stared at the girl with the ponytail and asked, "Is Lin Zhengran's girlfriend that sweet-looking girl?" "I think her name is He Qing." Fong Meng shook her head. "I don't know anymore. That girl with the twin ponytails, Jiang Xueli, seems to have a special relationship with him too. And then there's Han Wenwen. She and Lin Zhengran don't seem like just normal friends either." Jiang Qian's fingers tightened slightly, her eyes locked on Lin Zhengran. She didn't say anything. During Class 3's fitness test, the students from Class 1, who were free to do as they pleased, gathered around to watch. Lin Zhengran sat on the green grass, with Han Wenwen and He Qing sitting beside him, enjoying the sight of Jiang Xueli performing the standing long jump under the sun. He Qing hugged her knees and muttered unhappily, "Lily and I were planning to talk to you alone during PE class, but now we lost a whole period and have to do this test. We don't have time anymore." Han Wenwen wrapped her arm around He Qing's. And not only that, but now Jiang Qian is in the mix too. Things just got more complicated. Both of them stared at Lin Zhengran. Even Jiang Xueli, preparing for her jump, threw a jealous glance his way. Lin Zhengran said, "It's not that complicated. It's just a few things to talk about. If we can't do it now, we'll find another time. I'm with you guys all the time anyway. Oh, right, in 2 months after the college entrance exam. Do you three want to go on a trip?" Hearing this, Jiang Xueli completely botched her jump. He Qing and Han Wenwen's eyes widened in excitement. At the same time, they exclaimed, "A trip?" Jiang Xueli hurried over after recording her score. "Wait, did I hear that right, Zhengran? A trip? You're talking about a trip?" Lin Zhengran nodded. "Ever since our second year, you three have been busy with your own things while studying hard. Even though I helped out, you still had a lot on your plates. We never really had a chance to go out and have fun together. Once we graduate, the pressure will be gone. So, I thought we should take a trip and relax. The three of them cheered. Yes. One go. Where? Lin Zhengran pulled out his phone and showed them three options. Grasslands, deep mountains, or the seaside. Pick one. Han Wenwen raised her hand. Deep mountains? Jiang Shuili, sitting beside Lin Zhengran, said, I want to go to the seaside. He Qing spoke softly. I want to see the grasslands. The three had different opinions. Han Wenwen argued, the mountains are great. There are mushrooms, little animals, and even foxes. Plus, there are hot springs. He Qing said, grasslands are nice too. There are sheep, cows, and little bunnies. Jiang Shuili playfully added, at the seaside, we can catch turtles and jellyfish. There are sea rabbits, sea sheep, sea cows, and seahorses. Han Wenwen frowned in confusion. Sea sheep? What kind of creature is that? Sounds kind of evil. Jiang Shuili huffed. A sea sheep is a sea sheep. A big sea sheep. Don't you want to see the vast ocean? Han Wenwen was still puzzled. He Qing realized what was going on and explained. Wenwen, Lily's making a pun. Haiyang, ocean, sounds like sea sheep in Chinese. Han Wenwen finally understood. Oh, I thought it was an actual animal. The three girls laughed together. After a short discussion, they all turned to Lin Zhengran. Ultimately, he had the final say. Lin Zhengran suggested, someone go give me a piece of paper. Let's draw lots. Whoever picks the marked one decides where we go. And don't worry, wherever we don't go this time, I'll take you there when we're in college. The three were surprised. We're going to all three places. Lin Zhengran nodded. Yeah, since you all want different places, we'll just go to all of them, one after the other. He Qing beamed. I'll go get the paper. Wait here. She ran off to get some paper from the class committee, tore it into three pieces, and Lin Zhengran marked one with a horizontal line. He crumpled them into balls and mixed them up. Each girl grabbed one. Han Wenwen opened hers, and her fox-like eyes widened. I got it. We're going to the mountains. Lin Zhengran grinned. All right, since Han Wenwen won the draw, after the college entrance exams, we're heading to the mountains for hot springs. That evening, the city's lights glowed brightly. Jiang Qian and Fang Ming got out of the car in front of a two-story villa. Seeing the Rolls-Royce parked in the courtyard, they immediately knew who had returned. Fang Ming stood behind Jiang Qian. The eldest miss is back. A driver polishing the car greeted them politely. Second miss, you're back. And Miss Ming, too? I heard you took a leave of absence. Fang Ming glanced at Jiang Qian. She had told everyone she was on leave, but hadn't she actually resigned? Fang Ming smiled. I had something to take care of, but now I'm back. The two of them entered the villa. In the first-floor living room, Jiang Jingshi was lounging on the sofa. She was dressed in pajamas and slippers, her long hair draped over her shoulders, clearly fresh out of the shower. She was calmly eating a bowl of instant noodles. Seeing Fang Ming return, Jiang Jingshi smiled and said gently, Xiao Ming, you're back? Looks like you two made up. That was fast. Fang Ming smiled and nodded. Good evening, eldest Mississippi. Jiang Qian walked past her sister. You don't seem as busy these days. You're home a lot more. Jiang Jingshi twirled her noodles with a fork. The college entrance exams are coming up. There's not much for me to do. I have to wait until you're done before I can move forward with anything. Jiang Qian headed upstairs, glancing at her sister. What does our college entrance exam have to do with you? Jiang Jingshi smiled, eating another bite of noodles. It has a lot to do with me. If you don't finish your exams, you won't have time to come to the company. Near her room, Jiang Qian suddenly remembered something her sister had said during her fight with Fang Ming. By the way, who had you been spending time with lately? She looked back downstairs. Jiang Jingshi had already taken her noodles and gone to her room, as if she had just been waiting to see if Jiang Qian and Fang Ming had made up. Fang Ming commented, the eldest miss just went back to her room. Jiang Qian frowned, then asked, Xiao Ming, do you think my sister has changed over the past year? Fang Ming was puzzled. Changed? You haven't noticed how much more often she eats instant noodles? Fang Ming hadn't expected that, but she nodded. That's true. She used to have them once a month, but now she eats them 2 or 3 times a week. But it's not a big deal, right? Instant noodles are one of her guilty pleasures. Jiang Qian entered her room. Yeah, it's nothing. but now I kind of want some too. You in? I'll go make 2 bowls. Fong Ming took 2 cups of instant noodles from the kitchen cabinet where they were stored, peeled off the lids, and poured in hot water. Placing them on a tray, she carried them to Jiang Qian's bedroom. Jiang Qian's room was large but cluttered. Around the massive black bed, stacks of books, half as tall as a person, formed walls, leaving only a single path to walk through. Despite the chaotic arrangement, even the maids who came to clean daily didn't dare touch them. Some books had fallen to the floor, but no one picked them up because if they disrupted the order, Jiang Qian would have to spend a long time reorganizing them. Fong Ming moved the table over and curiously asked, "Did your room get even more books recently?" While waiting for the noodles to soak, Jiang Qian had already changed out of her school uniform into a comfortable black pajama set. Her cool eyes swept over the books around her. "You weren't here, and no one else dared touch them. Later, help me take out the ones I've finished reading." She quickly pointed to about 40 books. Fong Ming nodded. "Got it. I'll take them out after we eat." Jiang Qian remained expressionless. "It's easier when you're here. Other people never remember what I say. By the way, Xiao Ming, tell me in detail, what exactly is going on between you and Lin Zhengran?" She patted the bed beside her, signaling for Fong Ming to sit down and talk. Fong Ming sat on the edge of the bed and began recounting how she had met Lin Zhengran over the past year, how she had observed him, and what she had learned. Jiang Qian sighed. "So that's how it was? And after I gave you time off, you kept going to see him?" Fong Ming nodded. "Want to hear my full assessment of him after all this time?" She spoke in detail. "I noticed that Lin Zhengran doesn't have a strict schedule. He does whatever he feels like. He reads when he has time, but unlike you, he doesn't get lost in deep thought. He's just a pure genius." Jiang Qian's eyes stayed locked on Fong Ming, completely focused. Fong Ming continued, "Also, he has a great physique. I've never seen him work out, but his muscles are well-defined and naturally shaped." Jiang Qian's small hand clenched slightly, her cheeks turning a faint red. Go on," Fong Ming went on. "His approach to studying isn't much different from yours, but in daily life." Jiang Qian interrupted, "Tell me more about his daily habits, his favorite foods, favorite colors, what time he eats, what kind of tissues he uses in the bathroom, that kind of stuff." Fong Ming was momentarily stunned. Jiang Qian's curiosity about Lin Zhengran was different now. Before, she had only cared about how he studied. But now, she wanted to know everything. Fong Ming took out her notebook. He likes a brand of tissues from the supermarket called Shufan. They're soft and gentle on the skin. The last 2 months leading up to the college entrance exam flew by in a blur. For most seniors, the days felt like they were chasing each other, leaving little room for rest. Everyone had their own things to focus on. Lin Zhengran wasn't just tutoring one of the girls per week anymore. Instead, every weekend, he gathered all 3 together. They studied at his home, sitting around a table in his bedroom. Lin Zhengran played the role of an old professor, either patrolling around them or sitting across from them, watching them answer questions. Whenever they had doubts, they'd raise their hands. As the one with the worst academic talent, Han Wenwen was the most frequent hand raiser. "Teacher, I don't know how to do this question." Lin Zhengran would walk over and explain, pointing at the steps. The little fox's drowsy brain would suddenly clear up. "Oh, I get it now. Lin Zhengran, you're amazing. Call me teacher." Han Wenwen grinned. "Teacher." Then she went back to doing problems. Jiang Shuili had the second highest hand-raising rate. Zhengran Laoshi, more explanations, more pointers. Among them, He Qing was actually the smartest. However, she always got nervous during important exams. It was the reason Lin Zhengran thought she'd end up in the same class as Han Wenwen and Jiang Shuili in the first place. So during their study sessions, he didn't need to help her much academically. Instead, he reassured her whenever she seemed anxious. He would gently pat her head. "Don't worry. Just take your time and answer the questions. You know this stuff. If you stay calm, you'll perform beyond your usual level." He Qing, seeing him be so gentle, shyly nodded, her voice soft. "Okay, I understand." Lin Zhengran Laoshi, Jiang Shuili, and Han Wenwen, seeing this, grew a little jealous mid-problem solving. But Lin Zhengran was fair to all three of them. He focused on helping each girl with their specific weaknesses. He hoped they would all achieve the results they wanted. At that moment, the door opened. His mother, Lin Xiaoli, walked in, carrying a fruit platter. "Teacher Zhengran, here's some fruit." His kind but airhead mother loved getting involved in the atmosphere. Lin Zhengran took the platter from her. "Thanks, Mom." Lin Yingjun popped his head in two. "Good luck, you four." The three girls responded in unison. 2 months later, the college entrance exam arrived. The day was tense. Parents gathered in droves at the school gate. A banner hung over the road outside, stating, "Road closed for the college entrance exam." Jiang Shuli's parents came. Lin Yingjun and Lin Xiaoli came. Even He Qing's mother showed up, all standing in the crowded entrance. As students walked in, parents whispered last-minute encouragements. Though they were mostly the usual lines, "Don't be nervous, just do your best," they still carried some weight. Only Han Wenwen had no one to see her off. Her uncle sent her a text instead. "Hao Hua is sick today, so I can't come." "Good luck, Wenwen." Hao Hua was her uncle's son. Han Wenwen replied to his message, then looked up to see Lin Zhengran approaching. Their eyes met, and they stepped into a quiet corner. The little fox tightly hugged Lin Zhengran, feeling a mix of nervousness and grievance. She had gotten used to this over the years. If no one comforted her, she would have been fine. But with Lin Zhengran here, her subconscious sadness bubbled up. Lin Zhengran said, "Don't be nervous. Do your best. I'm here with you." Han Wenwen bit his neck lightly. "I'll definitely do my best, so we can go to the same university." She stared into Lin Zhengran's eyes, her fox-like gaze filled with charm, admiration, and affection. Then, she bit his neck again. The most nerve-wracking part of exams wasn't actually checking the results. It was the moments before the test began. Once the exam started, that tension naturally faded. Sitting in the exam room, Lin Zhengran looked down at the paper. The questions that might have made others sweat bullets. To him, they practically had the answers written underneath. He filled them in effortlessly. And just like that, before he even realized it, the college entrance exam was over. For the past year, you often encounter the crown princess's personal assassin trailing behind you during your travels, silently observing your every move. Sometimes, she even served you tea and water. At first, you thought she had sinister intentions, maybe even plotting to assassinate you. But over time, you realized that wasn't the case. She bore no hostility toward you, and gradually, you and this assassin girl developed a deeper bond. A month ago, you noticed that the crown princess and the assassin had stopped speaking to each other, as if some internal conflict had arisen. The assassin, feeling depressed, sought your help. You agreed, but on the condition that she promised to do something for you in the future. She accepted and confided in you about an old grievance between her and the crown princess, dating back to a large-scale war before the human empress ascended the throne decades ago. Back then, the crown princess had generously aided many friends and formed strong connections with those she deemed trustworthy. The assassins' organization, led by Fong Meng, was among them. However, when the palace faced an invasion and was nearly destroyed, none of those so-called friends came to her aid, except Fong Meng. This betrayal became a lasting scar on the crown princess's heart, marking her transformation from a kind soul into a cold and ruthless ruler. After hearing Fong Meng's side of the story, you gave her some advice. The next day, the crown princess herself sought you out and shared her own perspective on the matter. In return for your assistance, she offered to grant you a favor. Unlike the assassin, her offer had almost no limits. She even went as far as proposing to become your cultivation partner and, one day, share a wedding chamber with you. With your mediation, the crown princess and the assassin reconciled, and both of them grew even closer to you. Later, the three of you, along with Jiang Shuili, He Xianzi, and a demon sect, which prepared to face the incoming invasion of the Yao tribe, a powerful force that had declared war over a decade ago. This attack was monumental, shaking the heavens and the earth. As you witnessed the citizens of the imperial city rise up in defiance, you and your companions led the Imperial army into battle outside the city walls. The enemy's strength was terrifying. Their army numbered in the millions, and the Yao tribe's leader possessed power surpassing even that of the crown princess. But you were no stranger to the ways of the world. Alone, you carried the strength of 1,000,000 warriors. To protect the people, you fought alongside He Xianzi, Jiang Shuili, and the demon sect which, cutting a bloody path through the enemy ranks. The crown princess and Feng Ming also clashed fiercely with the monstrous horde. After days of battle, covered in blood, you stood atop a mountain of corpses before the awestruck citizens. As the central figure of this war, you wielded your sword with godlike might, opening the gates of the heavens. Your sheer presence alone was as if an army of millions had descended upon the battlefield. The Yao tribe's forces were utterly overwhelmed, unable to fight back, retreating in fear. In a final, decisive move, you unleashed a sword strike that pierced the enemy leader's skull from 100 paces away. The entire city trembled in shock. Victorious, you returned home in triumph. After this war, your name was destined to spread across the entire Lingqi Continent, forever etched into the annals of history. Reconcile the crown princess and the assassin gained vast resources, +1 level, +3 stamina, +3 energy. Slaughtered 1,000,000 Yao tribe monsters, stopped their invasion, +4 spirit level, +1 spirit attribute, +5 stamina, spirit level. 66, core formation stage. Spirit control, level 2, can manipulate objects with spirit power, walk on water. Stamina, 97, unlocked ability. Lifespan surpasses limits. Physical strength doubled. Cultivation efficiency increased. Energy, 98, unlocked ability. Strong descendants. Endurance for 7 rounds and a night. Affinity with all things. Level 2, absolute talent in all fields. Disciples under your guidance improve rapidly. Contract partners receive triple benefits. When Lin Zhengran arrived at school the next day, the system's incessant chatter filled his ears for nearly half the morning. His stats had skyrocketed. Who would have thought that taking the college entrance exam would boost his level this much? More importantly, now that his spirit control had reached level 2, Lin Zhengran was curious about the system's claim that he could now walk on water. Since he had nothing urgent to do that morning, he requested a short leave from his teacher. He went to the small pond behind the school, a secluded place with no surveillance cameras. Testing it out, he placed 1 foot on the water's surface, and it worked. As long as he concentrated, he could stand on the water as if walking on solid ground. He marveled. This really feels more and more like true cultivation, but does it only work on water? Turning toward the wall behind him, he hesitated before stepping onto it. To his amazement, his foot stuck to the surface. His body tilted horizontally as he walked up the wall toward the rooftop. In the grass nearby, a stray cat was dozing off. Upon waking, it saw a human walking sideways up a wall and was utterly shocked. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Rubbing its face with its paws, it confirmed that it wasn't hallucinating. Its jaw dropped even further. What the hell? A terrifying, upright ape. Just then, Lin Zhengran's phone vibrated, startling him. Because of his tilted position on the wall, his phone slipped from his pocket. He quickly caught it and saw that the caller was Jiang Qian. Answering the call, he heard her usual cool and composed voice turn noticeably softer when speaking to him. Though still somewhat cold, it was much gentler compared to how she spoke with others. "Where are you, class president? You've been gone for so long." "The teacher just said we have a meeting soon." Lin Zhengran replied, "Yeah, I told the teacher I'd be out for a bit." Jiang Qian hesitated before asking, "Are you feeling unwell? Last time you got sick." Lin Zhengran jumped off the wall. No, I'm perfectly fine. I'll head back now." Jiang Qian sighed in relief. "All right, I'll wait for you in the classroom." When Lin Zhengran returned, the classroom was filled with post-exam chatter. Some students were anxious, others relieved, and some were just babbling nonsense. Jiang Qian's gaze brightened slightly when she saw him. As he sat down, she asked, "How did you do yesterday?" Lin Zhengran grinned. Same as the usual mock exams. Jiang Qian seemed reflective. You really don't get nervous at all. I think I did well this time, too. Let's see if I can surpass you when the results come out. It was the first time Lin Zhengran had heard her openly declare that she wanted to beat him. Soon, the homeroom teacher entered with a big smile, clapping his hands. All right, class, settle down. The intense college entrance exam is finally over. No need to stress about results now. Just focus on the future. The reason we're meeting today is to discuss the graduation ceremony. This marks the end of your 3 years of high school, and each class is required to prepare a few performances. I encourage everyone to participate. He smiled warmly. Class president and vice president, you two will compile the performance list. Now, I just want to say, I hope each of you finds success in whatever path you choose after graduation. No matter the results, I wish you all a bright future. As the class erupted into cheers and laughter, the teacher chuckled. All right, discuss your performances, but keep your voices down. After the homeroom teacher left, the classroom buzzed with two main topics. Some students discussed performances, while others simply chatted. The noise seemed to have quieted down, yet at the same time, it felt even more chaotic. As Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian took down the names of students signing up for performances, a few girls suddenly asked curiously, Class president, we heard that other classes are organizing class gatherings. Should we have one tonight too? We can even invite the teacher. A boy chimed in, yeah. Now that high school is over, everyone else is gathering. Do we still have any class funds left? If we do, we can use it for dinner, and if it's not enough, we can all split the cost. Seeing that the class was enthusiastic about the idea, Lin Zhengran smiled and nodded. A class gathering sounds good. Let me ask everyone first. We do still have some class funds left. I was originally planning to distribute them, but if everyone prefers, we can use them for dinner instead. Cheers erupted from both the boys and girls. Lin Zhengran stood on the podium and asked, Who wants to join the gathering tonight? Raise your hand, and I'll count. As soon as the words left his mouth, every single person raised their hand. Since the graduation ceremony was still upcoming, no one could leave just yet. A gathering was a great idea. After all, once the ceremony was over, some classmates might never see each other again for the rest of their lives. Lin Zhengran grinned. All right, since everyone's in, let's meet this afternoon. The class funds will cover part of it, and if there's any shortfall, I'll pay. Before he could finish, Jiang Qian walked up to the podium and interjected, I'll cover the rest. I'll treat everyone to dinner. Then, in a low voice only the two of them could hear, she added, You don't need to pay either. Consider my treat for you too. The whole class cheered in unison. Thank you, class president and vice president. Wishing you both prosperity as vast as the East Sea and longevity as great as the southern mountains. Fang Meng, sitting below, smiled to herself. What a ridiculous blessing. She quietly watched the two of them. Once the gathering was settled, Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian went to inform the teacher. Hearing about the dinner, the homeroom teacher was delighted. That sounds great. Let me finish my work for today, and I'll join you all for dinner tonight. The restaurant they picked was a large barbecue place with 2 floors. Coincidentally, class 3-3, which included He Qing and her friends, had also chosen this restaurant for their gathering. However, their group was seated on the first floor, while Lin Zhengran's class took the second-floor private room. Lin Zhengran found out about this earlier in the afternoon when he called his 3 usual friends. Since both classes were planning gatherings, they figured they might as well meet at the same location. Inside the spacious second-floor private room, students chatted and laughed while eating. Some students clinked glasses with the homeroom teacher, imitating adults with their toasts, talking about how they would miss everyone and hope they could still meet up in the future. Some girls even got emotional, crying uncontrollably, wiping away tears and snot as they talked about their memories. The homeroom teacher, smiling gently, reminded everyone, drink in moderation tonight, and if you're a girl, try not to drink at all if you can. At their table, Lin Zhengran sat with Jiang Qian and Fang Meng. He drank beer, while the 2 girls originally had fruit juice. However, when they saw that he had opened a bottle of beer, They both silently switched to alcohol as well. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Lin Zhengran said, "I know you have money, but every time we collected class fees, you always contributed the most. As class president, I can't let you pay for everything." The teacher also just pulled me aside and insisted on covering part of the cost. "So how about we just split it among the three of us?" No more arguing. Jiang Qian glanced at the teacher in the distance. Since Lin Zhengran had already said so, she could only agree. Then, in her usual cool tone, she asked, "Are you signing up for a performance at the graduation ceremony? You and I are doing the student representative speeches, so technically, we're supposed to perform too. But I noticed you haven't signed up yet." Lin Zhengran shrugged. "I haven't decided what to do yet. I'll just pick something random." Jiang Qian cut him off. "Let's do a piano duet. I'll be your accompaniment this time." He had no particular preference, so he agreed casually. "All right, that actually fits nicely with how he started high school." Jiang Qian smiled. Fang Ming, sitting beside them, took a sip of her drink, feeling an unfamiliar twinge of discomfort in her chest. Ever since their reconciliation a month ago, both Fang Ming and Jiang Qian had started seeing Lin Zhengran differently. Fang Ming couldn't deny that she had begun to care about him. Though the past 2 months had been consumed by studying for the college entrance exam, leaving little time for conversation, Fang Ming found that her gaze would often drift toward Lin Zhengran whenever she looked up from her desk. She didn't know when exactly her feelings had changed. Maybe when they sang together at the karaoke night, or maybe even earlier. But one thing was clear, she was paying attention to him now. Similarly, Jiang Qian had also started seeing Lin Zhengran differently. After their reconciliation, Fang Ming had spent an evening carefully explaining his habits, his outlook on life, and his values. That was when Jiang Qian finally understood the source of her curiosity about him. She had already suspected it before, but now she was sure Lin Zhengran was like a stronger version of herself. If she had never gone through that painful experience in middle school, if she had grown up without being shaped by it, she might have turned out just like him, strong, confident, and unshaken by doubt. She had always admired his self-assurance, his refusal to sacrifice his personal life just for ambition, and his ability to balance strength and ease. Deep down, Jiang Qian envied that, because, in reality, she hadn't been happy for a long time. She longed to be free from her own obsessive nature, to be herself again, just like when she was a child. Jiang Qian suddenly asked, "Have you finalized your university choice? Are you sure you won't change your mind again?" Lin Zhengran nodded, remembering their previous argument. "You and Fang Ming are still planning to go to Stanford, right? It's a great school, especially for finance. Huge potential." Jiang Qian didn't reply. Instead, she took a sip of her drink, eyes fixed on her glass, lost in thought. She had once wanted to attend Stanford because it was the best finance school in the world. But now, she wasn't so sure if going there was the right choice anymore. Suddenly, the private room door opened. A small fox-like face peeked in. "Is the class president here?" Lin Zhengran turned and saw that it was Han Wenwen. Smiling, he got up and walked over. As he reached the door, he noticed that the other 2 troublemakers were also waiting outside. He chuckled. "You 3 came upstairs? Your dinner's over already." The 3 girls shook their heads. He Qing, always the well-behaved one, said sweetly, "No, everyone downstairs is drinking, but we don't drink, so we came up to see what you were up to." Jiang Shuili asked curiously, "Zhengran, have you been drinking?" Lin Zhengran nodded. "Just a little." Jiang Qian and Fang Ming watched as Lin Zhengran laughed and chatted with the 3 girls at the door. Their emotions were complicated. The next day, Lin Zhengran had just finished compiling all the performance signups and was about to submit them to the teacher. Just then, a male classmate suddenly approached him nervously. "Class president, I need your help with something. I like you." The boy's name was Jiang Qingxin, an average student in the class. He wasn't particularly outstanding in looks, but he had a decent, clean-cut appearance. His biggest trait was his extreme shyness. Lin Zhengran had always remembered his name because it reminded him of a character from an old TV show he had watched. Seeing Jiang Qingxin's serious expression, Lin Zhengran blinked in surprise. "You said what?" Jiang Qingxin froze for a second, then realized what he had just blurted out. He quickly waved his hands in a panic. And no, I misspoke. I don't mean that I like you, class president. I mean, I like a girl in our class and wanted to ask for your advice. Lin Zhengran frowned. You're asking for my opinion? Who do you like? Jiang Qingxin glanced around to make sure the hallway was empty, then whispered cautiously, It's Fan Momo. I've liked her for a long time. Lin Zhengran glanced at the sign-up sheet in his hand. Let me turn the performance list to the teacher first, then I'll come back to talk. All right. After submitting the performance list, Lin Zhengran met Jiang Qingxin at the rooftop entrance. What they didn't notice was that Jiang Qian had also come upstairs and was now standing at the stairwell, turning her head to look at them. The rooftop door was locked, so they could only sit on the steps at the entrance. Since few people ever came here, it was a quiet, secluded spot. Jiang Qingxin sat on the steps and started talking. I met Fan Momo in middle school, 8th grade. She had just broken up with her boyfriend back then and was crying a lot at school. I went over to comfort her, and that's when I started liking her. For years, we've been friends. I'd buy her snacks sometimes, and occasionally, she'd give me something too, but that didn't happen often. Lin Zhengran, standing beside him, asked curiously, How often is not often? Jiang Qingxin scratched his head. Maybe 2 or 3 times. After we started high school, she got really into eating these super expensive bananas. She said it was for practicing her technique. He chuckled awkwardly. She jokes around a lot. Sometimes, when she doesn't finish them, she gives me too. Lin Zhengran, go on. Jiang Qingxin hesitated. Well, now that we're graduating, I asked her which university she's applying to, and turns out we're both going to the same school. So, I've been thinking, do you think that means she likes me too? I want to confess before we graduate. Jiang Qingxin looked up at Lin Zhengran expectantly. I know you have a lot of girls around you, he quickly explained. I'm not saying you're a player or anything, but let's be honest, all the girls around you are insanely pretty. So, I wanted to ask for your advice. Just as he finished speaking, a faint rustling sound came from below. Jiang Qingxin was so startled that he jumped to his feet and grabbed the railing. Who's down there? Both of them looked down at the staircase landing below and spotted Jiang Qian standing there. Jiang Qingxin's jaw dropped. Vice President Lin Zhengran also raised an eyebrow. Jiang Qian. Her cool, composed gaze remained unchanged, but deep inside, she felt a little awkward. I was just passing by, she said calmly. But I heard everything. Originally, Jiang Qian had no intention of eavesdropping. She had just been on her way back to the classroom when she noticed Lin Zhengran and a boy sneaking off into a quiet corner. At first, she wasn't going to follow them, but then she thought, what if they're fighting? If things got physical, she could at least help Lin Zhengran. So, she decided to check it out. And then she heard everything. Jiang Qingxin turned red with embarrassment. Vice President, you heard all that? Jiang Qian walked up the steps. I heard everything. Lin Zhengran narrowed his eyes. This place is on the way to somewhere. Jiang Qian's cool demeanor faltered for a split second, but she kept her tone ice cold. Just out for a walk. I really didn't mean to overhear. Apologies. Jiang Qingxin waved his hands. It's fine. Jiang Qian turned to him. Can I give you my opinion? Jiang Qingxin hesitated before nodding. Of course. You're a girl. Girls probably understand other girls better. She stood next to Lin Zhengran. I strongly advise against confessing to Fan Momo, she said. You two have completely different personalities. She's outgoing and gets along with everyone, while you're quiet and reserved. Even though you've been friends for years, I highly doubt she has feelings for you. Jiang Qingxin lowered his head, clenching his hands together. So, it's as I thought, huh? Jiang Qian turned to Lin Zhengran. You agree with me, right? To her surprise, Lin Zhengran shook his head. No, I don't agree. I actually think Jiang Qingxin should confess. Even if the chances are low, a chance is still a chance. Both Jiang Qian and Jiang Qingxin looked at him in shock. Jiang Qingxin's eyes lit up with hope. You really think I should go for it, class president? Lin Zhengran nodded seriously. Of course. Graduation is the best time to confess. If you don't do it now, when will you? Jiang Qingxin got excited and started gesturing with his hands. I was thinking about setting up candles, balloons, maybe a park or something. Lin Zhengran cut him off. No need for all that. Just buy a small bouquet of flowers. A confession is about sincerity, not spectacle. Find a quiet place with just the two of you and speak your heart. Jiang Qingxin hesitated. That simple? Wouldn't a more elaborate setup increase my chances? Lin Zhengran held up 2 fingers. Then buy 2 bouquets. Double your chances. That's settled then. When's the confession? I was thinking after the graduation ceremony. I'm performing at the graduation party, and the song I'm singing is for her. Sounds good. Lin Zhengran patted him on the shoulder. Then good luck. Get your best shot. Jiang Qingxin nodded enthusiastically. Got it. No problem. He glanced at Jiang Qian. She sighed and reluctantly added, well, I guess it might work. Give it your best. Jiang Qingxin beamed. Thank you, class president and vice president. I hope your love lasts forever and brings you happiness. Jiang Qian froze. Her face instantly flushed red. She lowered her gaze and stared at the stairs, her mind blank for a second. Jiang Qingxin walked off but suddenly stopped, as if realizing something. Wait, didn't the teacher say a while ago that you two are dating? Jiang Qian didn't respond. Jiang Qingxin grinned and waved as he left. Jiang Qian secretly glanced at Lin Zhengran, trying to gauge his reaction. To her surprise, he looked completely unfazed. Of course, Lin Zhengran had dealt with rumors his whole life. He wasn't the type to care about such things. Jiang Qian, however, was having a hard time calming down. Her tone softened considerably. Why did you tell him to confess? I still think his chances of success are practically 0. Lin Zhengran laughed. You could have just said 0% instead of trying to sound all mathematical. Then why? Lin Zhengran shrugged. Why not? He's been thinking about this for months, maybe even years. He's going to confess eventually, whether we support him or not. Might as well do it now and get an answer. Jiang Qian stared at him in silence. As he walked away, she placed a hand over her chest, feeling her racing heartbeat. Her long eyelashes trembled as her eyes glimmered. She muttered to herself, why is my heart beating so fast? What's wrong with me? In the classroom, Fong Ming sat at her desk, reviewing the finalized program schedule for the upcoming graduation ceremony. She noticed Lin Zhengran returning to the room, followed shortly by Jiang Qian. Just as she was about to greet Jiang Qian and discuss the performances, she suddenly noticed something unusual. Jiang Qian's cheeks had a faint blush. Although her expression remained as cold as ever, Fong Ming knew her well enough to detect even the smallest changes. Jiang Qian sat down beside Lin Zhengran, stole a quick glance at him, then hurriedly opened a random book, pretending to read. It was obvious she was trying to hide something. Fong Ming blinked twice. Qian. 2 days before the graduation ceremony. On their way home, Jiang Qian and Fong Ming happened to see a female student struggling to lift a large suitcase up a flight of stairs. In the past, Jiang Qian would have ignored such situations. After all, carrying luggage was a matter of strength. Sooner or later, the girl would manage on her own. There was no reason for Jiang Qian to waste her time helping. But today, Fong Ming saw Jiang Qian stop and look at the girl. After hesitating for a moment, she did something shocking. She walked over and asked, "Need some help?" The girl, unfamiliar with Jiang Qian, was stunned by her presence and beauty. Blushing slightly, she stammered, Thank you, but my suitcase is really heavy. I'll give it a try." Since Jiang Qian exercised regularly, what was heavy for most girls was nothing to her. With ease, she lifted the suitcase up the stairs. The girl was extremely grateful. "Wow, you're amazing. Thank you so much. I actually have a lollipop in my pocket. Would you like it as a thank you gift?" She handed Jiang Qian a lollipop. Jiang Qian accepted it, and the girl waved goodbye before leaving. Standing a few steps away, Fong Ming was frozen in shock. Once she snapped out of it, she hurried over. Qian, did you just help someone?" Jiang Qian turned to her, expression neutral. "What about it?" Fong Ming stared at her, blinking in disbelief. "It's just you usually don't." She couldn't quite describe the expression on Jiang Qian's face, It was something between relief and nostalgia. Jiang Qian looked down at the lollipop in her hand, then at the girl walking away with her luggage. For some reason, she smiled. It had been so easy to do something she had always wanted to do. In that moment, Jiang Qian suddenly questioned herself. Why had she been so conflicted for so long? Why had she been so caught up in the past? It felt as if she had spent years bottling up resentment, forcing herself to see everyone around her as ungrateful and selfish, as if she were punishing the world for what happened in her childhood. But looking back now, she realized her childhood self had simply been too naive. She had placed too much faith in others, expecting everyone to be inherently good. She had never been punishing others. She had been punishing her own past self for being too kind. Jiang Qian exhaled softly. Let's go home. She glanced at Fang Meng, then turned toward the school gates. Fang Meng watched her walk ahead, her figure still graceful and composed. But for the first time in years, she caught a glimpse of the Jiang Qian from their childhood. She had changed, but the kind Jiang Qian was coming back. Fang Meng didn't know exactly what had caused this change, but she had a pretty good idea. After all, there was only one person who could get through to Jiang Qian's heart. Thank you, Lin Zhengran. She smiled and ran after Jiang Qian. That night, Jiang Qian, dressed in silky pajamas, lay in bed and had a dream. In her dream, she saw her younger self. Little Jiang Qian sat alone, curled up in a corner, crying after being betrayed by her friends. But then, a six-winged angel descended from the sky. The angel looked exactly like Lin Zhengran. He gently stroked little Jiang Qian's hair, comforting her, guiding her toward the right path. After saving her, he turned his gaze toward the older Jiang Qian, standing within the dream. He walked over and took her hand. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? He asked. Jiang Qian looked at him with admiration, her voice soft and dreamy. I want to go with you. Take me with you. I'll be your woman and give you 100 little angels. The angel smiled and slowly nodded. In the dream, Jiang Qian blushed, lowered her head, and was then pulled into a warm embrace. She buried herself happily in his chest. And then she woke up. Sitting dazed on her bed, Jiang Qian felt her face burning hot. Dressed in pajamas, she stared blankly ahead, her heart racing uncontrollably. One hand covered her mouth, the other clutched her chest. The strange, fluttering sensation she had felt earlier that day came rushing back. But this time, it was even more intense and undeniable. Her heart thumped violently against her ribs. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Only one more day until the graduation ceremony. But when Fang Meng went upstairs to wake Jiang Qian, she found her lying in bed, sick. Jiang Qian's face was flushed red, beads of cold sweat on her forehead. She clutched her chest, breathing heavily. Fang Meng panicked. Qian, what's wrong? Did you not sleep last night? Jiang Qian shook her head weakly, her voice faint and breathy. I feel so uncomfortable. My heart is beating so fast. Fang Meng grabbed her phone. I'm calling the doctor. Hang in there. Jiang Qian's private doctor arrived quickly. After a full examination, he looked completely confused. Fang Meng anxiously asked, Doctor, what's wrong with her? Jiang Qian, still flushed and sweating, frowned. Am I okay? My heart feels so weird. The doctor studied her reaction carefully, deep in thought. Her heart rate is definitely abnormally high, but I can't pinpoint any illness. Has this ever happened before? Jiang Qian, face burning, shook her head. Never. This is the first time. We should go to the hospital and run a full scan. Fang Meng tensed. Is it something serious? Hard to say, the doctor replied. But she's young. Nothing life-threatening, I'm sure. At the private hospital, Jiang Qian underwent a full body scan with advanced equipment. Even Jiang Jingshi rushed over upon hearing her sister was sick. She stood beside Fang Meng, watching the doctor nervously. How long until we get the results? Right away. After analyzing the data, the doctor's expression grew more puzzled. Jiang Jingshi asked, well, the doctor looked at the charts, then at Jiang Qian. Why is her dopamine level so high? This level of excitement would overload anyone's heart. Did she take any medication? Or did something happen recently? Jiang Jingshi was confused. High dopamine levels? The doctor explained seriously, if dopamine levels are imbalanced, it can lead to neurological dysfunction. But to be sure, we need to run some tests. He brought over some medical equipment and instructed the nurse to attach the sensors to Jiang Qian's body while she lay on the bed for monitoring. Sitting beside her, the doctor looked over a record sheet and asked, "Recently, the person who spent the most time with second Miss is Miss Xiaoming, correct?" Fong Meng nodded. "Yes, I basically know everything about Qianqian." The doctor pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll ask second Miss some questions. If anything is incorrect, you can supplement the information. Just make sure to be honest." Both women nodded. The doctor asked, "Second Miss, have you ever experienced similar heart discomfort before? Is today the first time? Has your heart always been stable?" Lying on the bed, Jiang Qian shook her head. "Actually, it's happened a few times before, but never as intense as today. It usually disappears quickly." Observing the monitor, the doctor asked, "Oh, can you recall when those instances occurred? Take your time and describe them in detail." Jiang Qian thought for a moment. "The most recent time was when a boy in our class liked a girl." The doctor continued to monitor the readings, noticing no significant fluctuations. Jiang Qian continued, "Then, that boy went to our class monitor for advice on confessing. I overheard their conversation and shared my opinion, but the monitor disagreed with me. She briefly recounted what happened that day." Jiang Jingshi listened attentively, while Fong Meng was surprised to learn about this incident. After finishing, the doctor noted something and asked, "What about the time before that?" Jiang Qian recalled, "The last time I felt uncomfortable was when I had an argument with Xiaoming. I wasn't sleeping well for a few days, waking up in the middle of the night, and I felt mentally exhausted. Could that be the reason?" The doctor observed the monitor, saw no unusual fluctuations, and shook his head. "Unlikely. Keep going." Then, Jiang Qian thought of Lin Zhengran, and her heart started racing. "After the argument, I asked our class monitor for advice, and he told me it would be best to talk things out with Xiaoming directly." "The class monitor again? You seem to be quite close to him." Jiang Qian hesitated. "We're just all right." The doctor carefully observed the monitor's data. Jiang Jingshi couldn't understand the medical readings, but Fong Meng noticed something. Every time Qianqian mentioned Lin Zhengran, her heart rate and certain readings spiked. The doctor had also picked up on this pattern. He gestured for everyone else to step outside. Jiang Jingshi and Xiaoming left the room, leaving only the doctor, the nurse, and Jiang Qian. Setting down the record sheet, the doctor asked, "All right, let's not talk about the past for now. What's your class monitor's name?" Jiang Qian looked at the doctor, recalling her dream from the previous night. Her fingers clenched slightly. "Lin Zhengran. What's your relationship with him?" "Classmates, friends." "Second Miss, do you like him?" Jiang Qian's face instantly flushed, her eyes filled with confusion. The monitor's numbers suddenly started beeping rapidly. "What does this have to do with my condition?" The doctor remained serious. "Do you like him?" Jiang Qian lowered her gaze and hesitated. I don't know. I've never thought about it." The doctor and the nurse exchanged a few whispered words before the nurse asked cautiously, "Miss Jiang Qian, I'm going to describe a few scenarios. Please close your eyes and imagine them." Jiang Qian shut her eyes, but found it impossible to relax. Her fists remained tightly clenched. The nurse said, "Imagine it's early morning in an empty park, and you're taking a quiet walk alone with Mr. Lin Zhengran. Can you picture it?" The doctor muted the monitor's sound while observing the data. Jiang Qian nodded. "Yes, I can imagine it." The nurse continued, "Now, imagine he tells you he likes you. Then the two of you hold hands, embrace each other, and share a passionate kiss." The nurse paused for about 30 seconds between each statement. Jiang Qian's brow furrowed, her heart growing more and more uncomfortable. One hand slowly grasped at the fabric over her chest as her heartbeat quickened. The doctor signaled the nurse. The nurse suddenly switched the scenario. "All right, now relax. This time, imagine that instead of Lin Zhengran, there's a bright blue sky, and you're with Miss Xiaoming and your sister." Jiang Qian instantly calmed down. Then the nurse said, "You're having a picnic with your family." Suddenly, your phone rings. It's Lin Zhengran. He tells you he's breaking up with you. He says he hates you, doesn't like you anymore, and never wants to see you again. As Jiang Qian imagined this scenario, her eyes snapped open. The doctor and nurse were stunned. Jiang Qian frowned and turned to them. "What does any of this have to do with my condition? Why are you making me imagine these things?" The doctor asked, "Is your heart still hurting? I understand that what we just described might have stirred some emotions, but is your heart still uncomfortable?" Jiang Qian blinked, placed a hand over her chest, and, to her surprise, shook her head. "It doesn't feel as bad anymore. It's much better." The doctor then asked, when the nurse said the last sentence, "You couldn't fully picture that scene, could you?" Jiang Qian coldly nodded. "I stopped halfway. I couldn't keep imagining it. That kind of thing would never happen." "Nurse." The doctor jotted something down and said, "All right, second miss, you can sit up now. I know the cause." He gestured for the nurse to remove the sensors. As she did, she chuckled before leaving the room. Jiang Qian sat up. "You figured it out? What illness is it?" The doctor smiled at first, but then explained seriously, "Well, second miss, your nervous system is slightly different from that of an average person. Your emotional sensitivity is relatively low, meaning you don't experience extreme sadness or joy as intensely as others. However, in contrast, your focus and concentration are exceptionally high. It's a rather unique condition." Jiang Qian nodded. The doctor continued, "But due to certain special circumstances, you fixated too much on one particular matter, which has excessively influenced your emotional perception, causing physical discomfort. That's the reason." Jiang Qian was puzzled. "I don't quite understand. Is it serious?" The doctor sighed. "To put it simply, you're lovesick." "Huh?" Jiang Qian looked utterly baffled. "Lovesick? Me?" She pointed at herself. The doctor clarified, "I don't mean this as a metaphor. It's literal. Based on the data, your recent focus on Mr. Lin Zhengran has been exceptionally high. Normally, people in love balance their thoughts, half on their partner and half on other things. But you're at a 9-to-1 ratio with almost no mental rest. I'd bet that every night, your dreams revolve around him. You probably had a particularly happy dream last night, which is why your condition worsened today." Jiang Qian didn't know how to respond. Her face was completely red. The doctor asked, "Are you two about to be together, or are you separating?" Jiang Qian stammered, "As separating. Our aspirations are different." The doctor nodded. "That explains it. This situation is the biggest trigger. Given your condition, my advice is to rest, relax, and try to distract yourself. Of course, the best cure would be to see him more often. In simple terms, you're missing him so much it's making you physically ill." Jiang Qian pursed her lips, her face burning as she clenched her fists. She wanted to dig a hole and disappear. The doctor looked at the report in his hands. "Since that's the case, I won't prescribe any medication for second Mississippi medicine always has side effects. So if you can regulate it yourself, that's the best option." Jiang Qian's lips parted slightly. "No, prescribe something. Just give me some calcium tablets, but take off the label. And don't tell anyone about this, especially my sister and Xiaoming." The doctor, understanding that this was an embarrassing matter for a young girl, nodded. "All right, I'll find some medicine. Please wait a moment." With that, he left the room. Outside the examination room, Jiang Jingshi and Feng Ming stood together. Jiang Jingshi frowned anxiously and asked Feng Ming, who had some knowledge of both Chinese and Western medicine. The doctor mentioned that high dopamine levels can cause neurological disorders. That sounds really serious. Should I be worried? Feng Ming recalled the monitor readings from earlier and had a vague suspicion of what was going on. However, since she had left the room before the results were fully explained, she didn't want to jump to conclusions. "Don't worry, Miss Jiang. The doctor will be out soon. I don't think it's anything serious. I could understand some of the monitor's readings earlier, and they definitely weren't at the level to cause neurological disorders." Jiang Jingshi felt somewhat relieved. "Are you sure?" "Yes, it's definitely not that serious. The data doesn't lie." Just then, the doctor opened the door and stepped out. Jiang Jingshi and Feng Meng immediately approached him, with Jiang Jingshi quickly asking, "How is my sister?" The doctor smiled, and with that, most of their worries dissipated. "It's nothing serious. She's probably just been overworking herself and hasn't been getting enough rest. Her body is a bit fatigued. I'm getting her some medicine, and she should recover in a few days." Jiang Jingshi pressed for details. "It's just exhaustion?" The doctor nodded. "Yes. Her focus on certain matters has been too intense, leading to mental fatigue and an increased heart rate. It's not a medical condition." Hearing this, Jiang Jingshi finally relaxed completely, and Feng Meng also let out a sigh of relief. After thanking the doctor, they went back into the room. By now, Jiang Qian had composed herself and stepped out. Jiang Jingshi asked, "The doctor said you've been too exhausted lately? This is the first time you've pushed yourself to the point of going to the hospital. Looks like I can't let you bury yourself in studying all day anymore." Jiang Qian felt her face burn with embarrassment, but quickly put on a cold expression and responded, "It's nothing serious. I've just been too focused on the college entrance exams and haven't been resting properly. Once the exams are over, this won't happen again. By the way, why are you here?" "As soon as I got Xiaoming's call saying your heart was acting up, I dropped everything at the company and rushed over." Good thing it was just seeing her sister's concern. Jiang Qian felt a warmth in her heart. Though the two often bickered at home, family was still family. "I'm really fine. You should head back to work. I'll go home and rest for a bit." Jiang Jingshi nodded. "Wait for the doctor to bring your medicine, then go home. If you're feeling too tired tomorrow, you don't have to." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Qian immediately interrupted. "No, I'm going." Opportunities to spend a long time with Lin Zhengran were already rare. But tomorrow, not only would she be performing on stage with him, but they would also be giving a speech together. On top of that, a male classmate was planning a confession. She would practically be spending the entire day with Lin Zhengran. There was no way she was missing that, not even if a zombie apocalypse broke out. Even if the world was ending, she'd pilot a helicopter to that graduation ceremony if she had to. Jiang Jingshi saw her sister's determined expression and didn't argue further. However, a small sense of suspicion grew in her mind. When the doctor returned, she asked, "Will attending the graduation ceremony tomorrow be okay for my sister?" As the doctor handed over the medicine, he naturally agreed. "It'll be fine. In fact, it's better if she goes. It won't affect her daily life." Jiang Qian took the medicine and left the hospital with Xiaoming. She practically fled. This whole situation was just too humiliating. Not another second could she stand in that place. Who the hell gets hospitalized for lovesickness? She needed to get home and lie down immediately. If word of this got out, she'd never be able to show her face again. Meanwhile, Jiang Jingshi stayed behind. She turned back to the doctor, her expression serious. "What's really going on? You said she just needed rest, but then you also said attending the graduation ceremony would be better. What exactly caused my sister's heart discomfort? You weren't completely honest with me earlier, were you?" The doctor hesitated, his smile turning awkward. He could see that Jiang Jingshi wasn't someone he could brush off with vague answers. On top of that, this hospital was partially funded by her investments. She was technically one of the shareholders. But he had promised Second Miss that he wouldn't tell anyone. So, the doctor chose an alternative solution. He let the nurse explain. If the nurse said it, then technically, he hadn't broken his promise. The young nurse leaned over and whispered the whole story into Jiang Jingshi's ear. Jiang Jingshi's initially serious expression slowly shifted into something strange. Her eyes widened in shock. "Lovesickness? That's considered an actual illness?" The nurse nodded. "Yes. Miss Jiang Qian's focus is naturally stronger than most people's, and lately, she's been missing a certain someone far too much, which led to today's situation. Dopamine secretion naturally causes excitement. Second Miss probably had a certain kind of dream last night, or did something that triggered excessive dopamine release, which is why her heart was affected." Jiang Jingshi paused for half a minute before suddenly bursting into laughter. She covered her mouth with the back of her hand, trying to suppress her amusement. "My sister is way too funny." The doctor chuckled awkwardly. "Just so you know, I didn't tell you this. I promised second miss I wouldn't say anything, so please don't tell her it was me. Jiang Jingshi glanced at him, cleared her throat, and composed herself. Don't worry. The nurse told me, not you. She then smirked. No wonder what you said earlier didn't add up. So the cure for lovesickness is just more rest. The doctor nodded. Yes, but while rest helps, the best solution is to see the person she misses. That's why I said attending the graduation ceremony would be beneficial. Jiang Jingshi nodded. Got it. Just then, a nurse handed the doctor another report. He glanced at it and was suddenly surprised. Wait a moment, Miss Jiang. I just noticed you've scheduled an appointment with one of our doctors for the day after tomorrow. Are you feeling unwell? If you have time now, we could do a checkup immediately. Jiang Jingshi hesitated. Lately, I've been having trouble sleeping. I feel sluggish during the day, and she suddenly realized something. Lately, she had been dreaming about Lin Zhengran a lot. Because of the college entrance exams, Lin Zhengran hadn't been at the company much. Even when he came in, he only looked at documents before leaving. He barely stayed. On the day of the exams, Jiang Jingshi had been delayed by a company meeting and arrived a few minutes late, missing the chance to see him before the test began. That had left her feeling even worse, and her insomnia had only gotten worse over the past few days. Thinking back now, did she have lovesickness too? Was she also suffering from this just because she missed Zhengran? Jiang Jingshi's laughter died instantly. Her expression grew awkward. It's nothing. I probably just haven't been resting well lately. The doctor offered, if it's just sleep issues, I can check your pulse. If nothing else is wrong, I can prescribe you some herbal medicine. Jiang Jingshi slowly nodded. All right. The doctor respectfully gestured for her to sit down. As she extended her arm, a realization struck her. She, the older sister, had ended up suffering from the exact same lovesickness over the same guy as her little sister. This was... Jiang Jingshi took a deep breath and sternly warned the doctor, don't tell anyone about my sleep issues, especially not Qianqian or Xiaoming. She turned to the nurse. And you too. Keep it a secret. No one must know. The nurse and doctor both nodded immediately. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Qian and Fong Meng took a car back to the villa. In her bedroom, Jiang Qian took off her shoes and sat on her bed, swallowing 2 of the so-called pills. Fong Meng tucked the blanket over her and said, Qian, don't go to school today. Just rest at home properly, so you'll be in good shape for the graduation ceremony tomorrow. Jiang Qian nodded lightly and slowly lay down. Fong Meng gathered her loose hair together and continued, We're short on people for setting up the graduation ceremony, so I have to go to school and help Lin Zhengran prepare the stage. If anything happens, call me right away. Lying on her side, Jiang Qian stared at Fong Meng, already aware of this arrangement. If Lin Zhengran asks why I didn't come to school today, just say I'm busy. I'll go to our piano rehearsal tonight as planned. If he doesn't ask, then don't bother explaining. You're still going tonight? Jiang Qian nodded again. Since it's a duet, we should at least rehearse a few times. In reality, she and Lin Zhengran had already agreed. They would only practice the night before the performance to avoid wasting time during the day. Otherwise, if they rehearsed during the day too, Jiang Qian might have already rushed to school just to be with him, unwilling to part for even a second. Fong Meng sighed. All right, I got it. Watching Jiang Qian close her eyes, Fong Meng finally left the room for school. However, the moment Fong Meng walked out, Jiang Qian opened her eyes slightly. Her gaze was hazy as she recalled the doctor's words from earlier. Slowly biting her soft lower lip, she pictured Lin Zhengran's familiar figure in her mind. Lovesickness. So, I've already fallen for him. Under the blanket, her hand pressed over her heart. Liking someone feels this overwhelming? I just want to be with him. I want him to hold me. The graduation ceremony was set to take place in the school's large gymnasium, the go-to venue for major events. Right now, students from various classes who had signed up for performances were rehearsing in the backstage area. Lin Zhengran was there too. As a student representative, he was responsible for observing and supervising all the performances. And, interestingly enough, Han Wenwen was also present. At the moment, Lin Zhengran was sitting in the practice room's corner near a few rows of tables and chairs reserved for the judging panel tomorrow. He glanced over at Class 3's rehearsal area. Han Wenwen was playing the role of an immobile tree in her class's stage play. Basically, all she had to do was stand still and hold up a sign. During the rehearsal, her fox-like eyes frequently flicked toward Lin Zhengran. Lin Zhengran smirked, not knowing how many bizarre performances she had participated in by now. When Class 3's rehearsal ended, Han Wenwen trotted over and leaned on the table in front of him, propping herself up with both hands. What did teacher Lin Zhengran think of my performance? I saw you watching me the whole time. In public, this little fox wasn't as clingy. Instead, her tone carried a teasing, seductive quality, like that of a classic femme fatale. Lin Zhengran looked up at her. Not bad. You were as stiff as a plank of wood. Han Wenwen grinned and subtly traced a finger along his back before sitting beside him, tilting her head. Well, that's high praise. Since I was playing a tree, staying still means I played it convincingly. Lin Zhengran nodded in agreement. That's true. Her fox-like eyes shimmered mischievously as she noticed Lin Zhengran's gaze shifting to other performances. Because the table in front of them was cluttered with papers and props, no one else in the crowded backstage could see what was happening underneath. Han Wenwen pouted. I sat down, and yet, you're still looking at others instead of me? Without even looking at her, Lin Zhengran casually kicked her leg under the table. This little fox had slipped off her shoes and was lightly brushing his calf with her bare foot. After getting kicked away, she looked disgruntled and tried again, her smooth, soft foot teasing against his leg. Lin Zhengran exhaled and muttered, You could be resting in your dorm or classroom, yet you insist on performing in every event. What? Han Wenwen leaned back in her chair. Because I have a deep love for performing. Lin Zhengran gave her a look. Seeing his gaze on her, she couldn't help but laugh and whisper in an even softer, more flirtatious tone. Mainly, if I didn't sign up for performances, how else could I get some alone time with Zhengran Ji? Look at you, everyone else is relaxing after exams, but you're buried in work. Lin Zhengran sighed. It's just these couple of days. Once the graduation ceremony is over, I'll be completely free. Then I'll have all the time in the world to spend with you guys. He placed a hand on Han Wenwen's thigh, intending to stop her from messing with his leg. But instead, Han Wenwen smirked and grabbed his hand under the table, pressing it against her thigh while gently stroking it back and forth. Then, in an audacious whisper only they could hear, she teased. Zhengran Ji, why are you touching my leg? Taking advantage of me? Lin Zhengran shot her a look. What's up with you today? Acting all weird. And there are people around, you know. Blushing, Han Wenwen leaned in close and whispered in his ear. Girls tend to feel extra needy before their time of the month. I just want Zhengran Ji to take advantage of me a little. Lin Zhengran sighed, exasperated. He subtly tightened his grip on her thigh, making her jolt in surprise. Her face turned completely red, and she nearly let out a yelp. Quickly, she covered her mouth and shot him a teary-eyed glare, filled with silent protest. Not daring to let him continue, she released his hand and instead simply held it under the table, fingers intertwined. With a shy hum, Han Wenwen softly asked, All right, enough messing around. Tell me, what's going on with Fang Meng and Jiang Qian? Since it's just the two of us now, I want to know. Why did you go sing with Fang Meng that day? And why did you say she took care of Annie? You have some explaining to do. Lin Zhengran kept his gaze on the rehearsing students and replied, It's actually pretty simple. Fang Meng and I had an arranged childhood engagement. She's been visiting my house a lot in the past year. Wait, hold on. Han Wenwen's fox eyes widened in shock. Another childhood engagement? Zhengran Ji, how many of these do you have? This is endless. Lin Zhengran responded casually. Just two. One with Fang Meng and one with Jiang Jingshi. Two is already a lot. Wait, who? Jiang Jingshi. I thought your first engagement was with Jiang Qian. Seeing her astonished expression, Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. I never told you? The engagement my grandfather arranged for me wasn't with Jiang Qian. It was with her older sister, Jiang Jingshi. I even mentioned that I met with her one evening because of Lily's music competition. Han Wenwen blinked in shock. Yeah, You did say you met with her at night. She slowly shook her head. But you never told me she was your childhood fiancée. I might forget other things, but I remember everything about you crystal clear. Her cheeks puffed up in jealousy, her little vinegar jar practically spilling over. So, without me knowing, Zhengran has been entangled with 3 different girls? What do you mean entangled? I haven't done anything like that. 3 childhood engagements. If that's not entangled, what is? That's a very misleading way to put it. Han Wenwen bit her lip angrily, her brows furrowing. I'm so mad my stomach hurts. She suddenly ducked under the table and chomped down on Lin Zhengran's thigh. At that moment, Fong Ming pushed open the practice room door. She saw Lin Zhengran sitting there alone, his expression slightly tense. Her gaze shifted subtly as she slowly walked over. Lin Zhengran, something came up at home, so I arrived a little late. Is there anything left to do? Fong Ming walked up to Lin Zhengran's desk. Lin Zhengran looked up at her, and Han Wenwen also heard her voice. Under the desk, a certain little fox got even more jealous, opening her mouth wide and continuing to bite his thigh. Lin Zhengran helplessly felt the fox's conflicted little bites, clearly trying to be aggressive but also unwilling to use too much force. He covered Han Wenwen's mouth with one hand and replied to Fong Ming. There's nothing much left. I already checked the stage setup this morning. Only some props haven't been inspected yet, but we can check them in the afternoon. The reason Lin Zhengran covered Han Wenwen's mouth was that his pants weren't exactly clean, and she was still biting away like she didn't mind. But Han Wenwen didn't care about that. She was already jealous, and now Fong Ming was talking to Lin Zhengran. She didn't care why he was covering her mouth. Whatever was in front of her, she was going to bite. Under the desk, she chomped down on Lin Zhengran's hand. Fong Ming said, Then I'll go check the props. I already arrived late, so I can't just stand around doing nothing. Lin Zhengran didn't refuse. He just thought it'd be easier to calm the fox down once Fong Ming left. All right, go ahead. Fong Ming nodded, but just as she was about to turn around, she suddenly heard a girlish, coquettish sound. She looked around in confusion. In reality, under the desk, Han Wenwen had gotten uncomfortable because the space was too cramped. Her legs were in an awkward position, and she ended up kneeling between Lin Zhengran's legs. Fong Ming turned back to him. Lin Zhengran, did you just hear something? I think I heard a girl's voice. Lin Zhengran remained completely serious. Did you? I didn't hear anything. Fong Ming glanced around again, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. Besides, the practice room was filled with people rehearsing, so it wasn't unusual to mishear things. She let it go and left to check on the props. Not long after, her phone buzzed with a message from Jiang Qian. Xiaoming, are you at school? Did Lin Zhengran ask why I didn't come? Fong Ming was puzzled. Qian's still awake? She replied, He hasn't asked yet. He just finished up and probably didn't notice. Why aren't you resting yet? There was no way to tell Jiang Qian's expression from the text, but Fong Ming somehow felt a sense of dejection from her words. Got it. I'll go to sleep now. In a villa, Jiang Qian looked at her phone with a disappointed expression. That familiar dull ache in her chest returned. She mumbled to herself, He didn't even ask about me. Is he really that busy? Back in the practice room, amid the background noise of other students rehearsing, Lin Zhengran lowered his head and whispered to Han Wenwen, still kneeling under the desk. What are you doing? Hurry up and get out. Han Wenwen looked up at him, still jealous. She dodged the question and instead complained. The space under the desk is too small. My legs are uncomfortable. Before he could say anything else, a group of students from another class approached. They seemed to be coming over to ask about the performance arrangements. Lin Zhengran had no choice but to sit up straight, leaning closer to the desk to block Han Wenwen from view. A student asked, Lin Zhengran, our class needs an extra lighting effect for our performance. Do you think you can adjust it during the show? Lin Zhengran responded in a professional manner, but at the same time, he could feel that the fox under the desk wasn't behaving herself again. She had been biting his hand earlier, but it wasn't enough to vent her frustration. As she lifted her head, she suddenly noticed a certain abyss. She stared for a moment, her face instantly turning red. Her mind immediately wandered to those adult scenes she had read in novels and watched in certain shows. Actually, Han Wenwen had always been curious about those kinds of things. She had even imagined doing such inappropriate things with Zhengran before. Of course, today's situation wasn't the right place for that. But there were other ways. She glanced at Lin Zhengran's stomach. Slowly, she inched forward on her knees and lifted his shirt slightly. Then, she shoved her little head inside and bit down on his stomach. Lin Zhengran was completely done with this fox. He barely managed to finish answering the students' questions. Once they left, he immediately grabbed Han Wenwen's head, lowered his voice, and warned, "Aren't you afraid someone will see you?" Han Wenwen leaned back, her fox-like eyes glinting mischievously. "The desk is so high. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, I'm going to be your secretary in the future. Isn't it normal for a secretary to hide under the boss's desk?" Lin Zhengran felt a drop of sweat roll down his forehead. What the hell does this girl usually read? Just then, another group of girls approached, this time from Han Wenwen's own class. "Lin Zhengran, have you seen Han Wenwen? I thought I saw her come to you earlier, but now I can't find her." Lin Zhengran remained composed. "She did come to find me, but she left afterward." Oh, the girl blushed. In truth, many girls in high school secretly had a crush on Lin Zhengran, but most didn't act on it. "It's nothing, really. We finished most of our practice this morning, so we were planning to continue in the afternoon. If we can't find her, I'll just message her." Lin Zhengran nodded. "All right, if I see her, I'll let her know." "Thanks, Lin Zhengran." The girls took out their phones to message Han Wenwen, but just then, a familiar ding sound came from under the desk. Some heard it, some didn't. Luckily, no one thought much of it. After all, who would expect someone to actually be under the desk? As the girls chatted about their performance, they eventually left. Lin Zhengran couldn't take it anymore. This fox was still biting his stomach. He took the opportunity, while no one was looking, grabbed Han Wenwen's hand and pulled her out from under the desk. Then, he dragged her straight into a nearby storage room. The tiny storage room was cluttered with old costumes, curtains, and random props. It was barely 2 square meters in size. Once they were inside, Lin Zhengran shut the door and knocked on her head. "You're getting bolder, huh? I already told you. There are tons of people in the practice room, and now my stomach is covered in your saliva." The room was pitch black. Han Wenwen clutched her head in pain, but didn't back down this time. She pouted. "So what? This time, I'm in the right. I was jealous because you were being a flirt. You and He Qing really are best friends. You both have the same crazy levels of guts." Oomph. As they spoke, footsteps passed by outside. Lin Zhengran saw that Han Wenwen was about to say something, so he quickly covered her mouth and pulled her into his arms. Don't talk. Someone's outside." Being held like this made Han Wenwen's face turn red. She inhaled his familiar scent and let out a soft hum. Then, she tilted her head slightly and whispered, "Zhengran, you're getting really smooth at hugging girls now. You used to be all awkward." Another group of students walked past outside. Lin Zhengran looked down at her. Han Wenwen looked up at him. Their faces were only inches apart. She had been jealous at first, but seeing him staring at her like that, she suddenly realized something. Her already flushed face turned even redder. "Why are you looking at me like that, Zhengran?" She slowly wrapped her arms around his back, as if knowing what was about to happen. Lin Zhengran held her waist and leaned in. Han Wenwen, both shy and excited, closed her eyes, tilted her head up, and slightly parted her lips. The warm breath from those red lips gently brushed against Lin Zhengran's face, fragrant and hot. Just as he was about to close the distance and kiss her, he suddenly asked, "Are you not mad anymore?" Han Wenwen, dazed by his voice, opened her fox-like eyes in confusion. "Huh? What?" I asked if you're still jealous." Seeing the teasing look on Lin Zhengran's face, she immediately understood. Her face turned as red as a cherry, her cheeks puffing up. If she really had a fox's tail, all 9 of them would be standing straight up right now. "Zhengran Gij, you're such a big meanie. All you do is bully me." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Zhengran suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist and kissed her, pressing their lips together. A jolt of electricity seemed to rush through Han Wenwen's entire body. Her eyes, which had been filled with all sorts of emotions just a moment ago, suddenly turned blank and dreamy. The warmth on her lips made her heartbeat race. Her hands clutched tightly onto Lin Zhengran's back, and just as she was about to close her eyes and let out a soft hum to respond, he pulled away. She had been stunned for too long. "Still mad?" he asked. At this point, Han Wenwen had no room for any other emotions. She looked at Lin Zhengran, her face completely flushed. She hadn't had enough. She hadn't even started enjoying it yet. "Mad? Who's mad? I don't know what you're talking about," she asked coyly. "Just now, weren't you biting me left and right?" Han Wenwen's brain short-circuited for a moment. She shyly shook her head, but kept her eyes locked on him. "I wasn't mad at Zhengran Gij. I was just jealous. Women would never dare to be mad at Zhengran Gij. But those things don't matter right now. I suddenly don't want to talk about them anymore. Let's talk about them some other day." She gently traced Lin Zhengran's lips with her fingers, still lost in a daze. "Was that Zhengran Gij's first kiss? Have you ever kissed anyone before?" Lin Zhengran shook his head. "You're the first." The little fox's invisible nine tails swayed excitedly, wagging nonstop. Her fingers continued to rub against his lips as she shyly but happily asked, "You gave your first kiss to me? But why did Zhengran Gij kiss me? You're usually not this proactive. I thought you were just teasing me earlier." She silently stood on her tiptoes. Lin Zhengran raised a brow. "Was I really that reserved? I was busy tutoring you guys before the college entrance exams, and there were other things going on too. I didn't have much time to spend alone with you. But now that we've graduated, isn't it time to make up for some things?" Han Wenwen's fox-like eyes shimmered with a seductive glow, as if they could drip honey. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "Is that so? But the kiss just now was so sudden that I barely felt it. And I didn't even have time to stick my—" Her cheeks turned a brilliant shade of red. She hesitated, but then went straight to the point. "Let's do it again. Come on, one more time. Hurry up." Lin Zhengran chuckled and pulled Han Wenwen into his arms again. The little fox, overjoyed, placed her hands on his shoulders and tiptoed to lean in. But the floor was covered in too many scattered fabrics, and she lost her balance when she stretched too far. With a crash, she knocked over a pile of cloth behind Lin Zhengran, and both of them tumbled backward, landing on a heap of costumes. Lin Zhengran ended up at the bottom. Han Wenwen landed directly on top of him with a heavy thud. He wasn't hurt, but he was still concerned. "Are you okay, Wenwen?" Han Wenwen let out a small yelp, slowly pushing herself up from his chest and shaking her head. "I'm fine. It's just clothes and curtains in here. It doesn't hurt." But right after saying that, she completely ignored the fall. Her eyes locked onto Lin Zhengran's lips. There was nothing else in her vision. She hesitated, bit her lip shyly, and was just about to say something. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Zhengran's phone suddenly rang. The loud ringtone shattered the mood. Lin Zhengran took out his phone to check, but before he could, Han Wenwen felt an instinctive urge to stop him. If he picked up the call, they'd be interrupted for sure. But she was too slow. Lin Zhengran had already seen the screen. It was Jiang Xueli. "Lily's calling?" Lin Zhengran muttered. "I'll pick up real quick." Han Wenwen, full of jealousy, pouted but could only rest her head against his chest and wait for him to finish. Just as Lin Zhengran answered, Han Wenwen's own phone started ringing too. She quickly put it on silent and glanced at the screen. It was He Qing. Han Wenwen immediately had a bad feeling. She had no choice but to sit up, cover her lips, and take the call. Meanwhile, Lin Zhengran lay on the pile of clothes and answered his phone. "Hello, Lily? What's up?" In the practice room, Jiang Xueli asked. "Zhengran, where are you? You're not in the practice room? He Qing and I came looking for you, but no one knows where you went." Lin Zhengran was surprised. "You and He Qing are here," Jiang Xueli, with a thunder tone, replied. "Yeah, we've been here for a while. There aren't any classes right now, so He Qing and I were bored. We thought we'd come check out everyone's rehearsals. Where did you go? Isn't Han Wenwen rehearsing here too?" "She's not here either, so He Qing is calling her." Lying on the pile of clothes, Lin Zhengran turned his head toward Han Wenwen, who was covering her mouth and also on the phone. He let out a helpless smile. "I'm out handling something with her. Just wait a bit. I'll be back soon," Jiang Xueli replied. All right, we'll wait for you in the practice room. After ending his call, Han Wenwen also finished hers with He Qing, laughing as she spoke. Yeah, yeah, I'm with Lin Zhengran. We're busy with something, but we'll be back soon. All right, King. I'll hang up now, okay? She ended the call, then let out a long sigh of disappointment. She had originally planned to kiss Lin Zhengran for half an hour, or even a whole hour. Now, there was no time for that. Lin Zhengran sat up. He Qing and Lily are looking for us. Han Wenwen gave a small humph and met his gaze. After a brief moment of silence, the little fox quickly climbed back onto Lin Zhengran's lap and placed her hands on his shoulders. I know, but let's wait one more minute. No, 3 minutes. 3 minutes isn't long. Just let them wait a little bit longer. Lin Zhengran could feel her warm breath against his lips, and he could clearly see the desire in her eyes. He chuckled. Wenwen, your face is so red. Han Wenwen's eyes were full of adoration as she whispered. Of course Wenwen's face gets red in front of Zhengran Gij. She leaned in, parting her red lips bit by bit, until she kissed him again, letting out a soft hum. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing against him on the pile of fabric. Their lips intertwined. Zhengran Gij is mine. 5 minutes later, in the practice room, He Qing and Jiang Shuili stood around, watching other classes rehearse. Jiang Shuili casually asked, He Qing, I've always had this question. Does Han Wenwen not like boys? He Qing was confused. Why do you think that? Jiang Shuili explained. I've known her for years. So many guys have confessed to her, probably hundreds by now, but she's never liked anyone. Isn't that strange? He Qing blinked innocently. Not really. Woman's always been like that. She's just picky. I've known her since we were kids, and she's always been like this. She covered her lips and whispered. I actually asked her before, and she told me she definitely likes boys, not girls. Really? Jiang Shuili glanced at the practice room's entrance. Then do you think she has a crush on Zhengran? I feel like she treats him differently from other guys. Huh? Woman likes Lin Zhengran. I was just saying. Jiang Shuili sighed. It just feels like every girl in the world is trying to steal our boyfriends. And Zhengran is way too much a flirt. She turned toward the door. He Qing, look, they're back. At the entrance of the practice room, Lin Zhengran and Han Wenwen walked in one after the other. Back in the storage room, 5 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. Originally, Han Wenwen had thought 3 minutes was too short, so Lin Zhengran had kissed her for an extra 2 minutes. But even then, she still didn't feel satisfied. The lingering sensation on her lips was utterly intoxicating. She never imagined that kissing could feel so magical and addictive. The moment their lips touched, it was as if her entire body melted into the kiss. If she had known it felt this good, she would have seduced Zhengran Gij much earlier. Because of those thoughts, even though she tried to act normal now, her face still carried a faint blush. Her legs were also a little weak. Lin Zhengran, on the other hand, looked much more composed after entering the practice room, though he could still faintly taste the sweetness left behind in his mouth. This little fox really was delicious. Lily, He Qing, you guys came? Jiang Shuili was the first to walk over, her voice still lively with a hint of tsundere. The classroom was too boring, so we came to check out everyone's performances. The underlying meaning was clear. I didn't come here just to look for you. Lin Zhengran reached out and patted her head. Jiang Shuili's face turned red. She quickly looked around, and, sure enough, many girls in the room were watching, some envious, some jealous. Feeling both proud and embarrassed, Jiang Shuili stammered. TT, there are so many people watching. Zhengran, why are you patting my head? I'm not a kid. Han Wenwen felt a pang of jealousy, but couldn't say anything about it. He Qing slowly walked over, watching Lin Zhengran pat Jiang Shuili's head. She also felt a little jealous, but she was more focused on something else, the conversation from earlier. Could Wenwen really have a crush on Lin Zhengran? At first, she thought it was impossible. They had all been together for so long. If Wenwen liked Lin Zhengran, she would have shown it by now. But thinking back, was it really impossible? She had never considered it before, but now that the idea was planted in her mind, it started making sense. Woman always paid special attention to Lin Zhengran. And whenever he was being a flirt, she would get jealous, even though she always claimed it was just for fun. But what if that was a lie? Could it be that Wenwen had secretly liked Lin Zhengran this whole time? He Qing turned to look at Han Wenwen, who had been standing quietly behind them. She wasn't speaking, just staring at Lin Zhengran and Jiang Xueli. Wenwen, He Qing called out. Where did you two go just now? Lin Zhengran replied smoothly. I had to take something to a teacher. It was too much to carry alone, so I asked Han Wenwen to help me. The little fox had no words. She was still lost in the lingering feeling of their kiss. She pressed her lips together, her heart itching terribly, afraid that if she spoke too much, she'd accidentally give herself away. He Qing called out again. Wenwen, Han Wenwen, startled out of her daze, flinched. Huh? What? She turned to He Qing with an awkward smile. What's up, King? She quickly walked over and linked arms with He Qing. He Qing smiled and shook her head. Nothing. You just seemed a little out of it. Han Wenwen leaned in and whispered, My period's coming soon. I'm just waiting for it. Oh, that makes sense. Wenwen's cycle is coming up soon. Han Wenwen chuckled, but her eyes still drifted back to Lin Zhengran, who was still patting Jiang Xueli's head. Jealousy filled her gaze. Zhengran Gij, how much longer are you going to keep patting her? Isn't that enough already? Meanwhile, He Qing continued observing Han Wenwen's expressions. She glanced between Wenwen and Lin Zhengran, her thoughts spinning. Wenwen is staring at Lin Zhengran. After a bit more small talk, Lin Zhengran led the three girls to sit at the judge's table. You three can sit here. This spot has a great view, and you can get a glimpse of what goes on behind the scenes too. Jiang Xueli took the seat to Lin Zhengran's right, while He Qing and Han Wenwen sat on his left. The twin-tailed Jiang Xueli admired the wide view. By the way, Zhengran, she suddenly said, I was thinking about something. Back in high school, you were the student representative. Now that you're going to university, are you going to become the student council president? Even in college, I doubt anyone could beat you. You're definitely going to be the president, right? Lin Zhengran immediately saw through her thoughts. What are you planning? You missed out on being the discipline officer in high school because of all your singing practice. So now you're itching for it again? Jiang Xueli scratched her head, blushing as she looked away. I wouldn't say I'm itching for it. I just think handling discipline is a great way to build leadership skills. And I heard you can earn academic credits too. Plus, it helps maintain order on campus. It's meaningful work. She grinned. I've decided, if you become the student council president, I'm going to be the head of the disciplinary committee. He Qing asked curiously, Lily, do you really want to join the student council? Wouldn't it be a lot of work? Jiang Xueli nodded confidently. Normally, yeah, it'd be a lot of work. But if Zhengran is the president, then we'd be busy together. She spread her arms dramatically, and he'd have a big office all to himself. If we have free time, we could just hang out there every day. If there's an event, we'll help out together. It'd be perfect. He Qing laughed. I get it. I watched an anime like that once. If that's the case, I want to join too. She raised her hand. Han Wenwen narrowed her fox-like eyes playfully. Then I'll join too. I'll be Lin Zhengran's secretary. She smirked. I remember the University Student Council has a secretariat which handles organizing documents for the president. Jiang Xueli got even more excited. Great. It's settled then. If Zhengran becomes president, we'll all join. If he doesn't, then we won't join either. We'll just stay the way we are now. He Qing happily agreed, but at the same time, she shot a meaningful glance at Han Wenwen. Meanwhile, across the room, Fang Ming was still busy checking props for tomorrow's performances. She turned her head and saw Lin Zhengran happily chatting with three girls at the judge's table. An unexplainable feeling surfaced in her chest. They locked eyes again, holding each other's gaze. Neither of them knew how many times they had done this before. In the past, Fang Ming always maintained a neutral expression. But after the KTV incident, she suddenly recalled how Lin Zhengran had comforted her while singing. Her face started heating up. Embarrassed, she quickly turned away. Forget it. I doubt you'd do something like that. Not my business anyway. I'm off to eat. If you need me to explain anything, just ask. Also, I still owe you a favor. I won't forget that. She left the classroom, walking down the hallway. But she slowly clenched her hand over her chest. Her heart was pounding. She didn't understand what was happening. Maybe I just didn't sleep well last night. That's why my heart's racing. Yeah, totally normal. Totally normal. A little later, Class 3's lunch break finally arrived. As the students crowded toward the cafeteria, He Qing, Jiang Shuili, and Han Wenwen appeared at Lin Zhengran's classroom door. The big three stood there, staring at him intensely, all clearly with something to say. Inside, Lin Zhengran sighed, standing up. Here we go. As expected, as the four of them left the building, He Qing kept her hands clasped in front of her, head down. Jiang Shuili had her hands behind her back, lips pursed. Han Wenwen clung to He Qing's arm, occasionally glancing at Lin Zhengran. Each had their own subtle actions. Lin Zhengran broke the silence first. So, you three already know what happened last week. They stiffened in unison and turned toward him. But before questioning him, they praised him first. He Qing spoke softly. We saw it. Lin Zhengran, you were so cool. Jiang Shuili nodded. It really was impressive. Holding that guy down all by yourself. I was in awe watching the video. Han Wenwen chuckled. Looks like you've gained a lot more fangirls at school. Whether that was a compliment or not was unclear. But after that, the three fell silent, waiting for Lin Zhengran to explain. He didn't beat around the bush. I was just helping her out. She took care of my mom, so I was just repaying the favor. There's nothing between us like the rumors are saying. You don't believe me? Han Wenwen's expression sharpened. Took care of your mom? Jiang Shuili frowned. Repaying a favor? He Qing hesitated. That's a lot of information. Wait, does that mean she knows Uncle and Auntie? She's even been to your house. Lin Zhengran. This is going to take a lot more explaining than I thought. Han Wenwen smiled mischievously. Jiang Shuili turned her head, letting out a little humph. He Qing, looking pitiful, spoke hesitantly. Okay, I believe you two aren't together. I believe most of what you say, but this time, I can only believe a little bit. Because, Lin Zhengran, you would never spend time alone with a girl you don't like, right? And your flirtatious nature isn't new. You've always been like this, since we were kids. Always playing with pretty girls and stealing their hearts. Lin Zhengran felt something was off. Flirtatious? Since when? Jiang Shuili crossed her arms. I agree. The second I take my eyes off you, you start charming another pretty girl. Can't help yourself, huh? Casanova. Han Wenwen added, bottom line, Lin Zhengran, this kind of scandal isn't something you can brush off with a couple of sentences. And besides, just now you let slip too much information in one go. It's not going to be easy explaining this to Lily and Qing. But it'll be easier if you explain it one-on-one. Jiang Shuili and He Qing both nodded at this. Not only did they want alone time with him, but deep down they felt words alone won't be enough. Shouldn't a hug or a kiss be involved too? Han Wenwen smiled. See, we all agree. She was technically helping him out for now. But if she ever got a private moment with Lin Zhengran, she would get to the bottom of what really happened with Fong Meng. Because even if she believed he wasn't dating Fong Meng, she had a strong feeling that Fong Meng might be starting to like him. After agreeing to discuss things further during PE class in the afternoon, the four of them headed to the cafeteria. Even though the news about Lin Zhengran's heroic act had stirred jealousy in the three girls, they still treated him as they always did, picking food for him, pouring water for him. They weren't the type to stay upset for long. After all, Lin Zhengran had already given them a general explanation. Though he hadn't shared every little detail, he hadn't tried to hide anything either. The three girls fully trusted him. If he really had started dating someone, he would have just told them directly. After lunch, everyone returned to the classroom early to study. In order to get into the same university next year, Han Wenwen, He Qing, and Jiang Shuili had been working incredibly hard. Aside from their weekends spent with Lin Zhengran, all their time was devoted to their studies. Once the four of them split up, Lin Zhengran headed to the restroom. When he stepped out, he was surprised to see Jiang Qian, her long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders, standing outside the restroom, waiting for him. As he met her cool gaze, she spoke, "Class monitor, do you have a moment? I'd like to talk." Lin Zhengran had a good idea of what she wanted to talk about. Before he could reply, Jiang Qian pulled out a bank card. I know your time is valuable, so consider this as payment for 5 minutes of it. There's 20,000 on this card. It may not be enough, but that's all of my allowance for the week. 20,000? You sure put a high price on my time, Lin Zhengran remarked in surprise. Jiang Qian explained calmly. I just don't want you to refuse. After all, what I want to ask might seem trivial to you. Without a word, Lin Zhengran. Just then, her phone buzzed again. Another message from Jiang Qian. Did Lin Zhengran ask why I didn't come today? If he didn't, then never mind. Fong Meng sighed. This was the third time Qian had asked her that. She replied, Not yet. He's still busy. If he asks, I'll let you know. Jiang Qian got it. It's normal that he didn't ask. But even as she typed that, inside her villa, Jiang Qian buried half her face into her pillow, looking completely lost. Why didn't he ask about me? Why isn't he asking? Just before lunch, rehearsals wrapped up. Lin Zhengran planned to take the 3 girls out for a meal. On the way out, he spotted Fong Meng still tallying props. He finally thought to ask, By the way, Fong Meng, Jiang Qian didn't come today? Fong Meng blinked. She had something to do, but she said she'll be here tonight for piano practice with you. Lin Zhengran smiled. Got it. Go eat something first. You can finish tallying later. Okay. Fong Meng's cheeks turned pink. Once Lin Zhengran left, she quickly sent Jiang Qian a message. Qian, he asked about you. He asked why you didn't come. Inside the villa, Jiang Qian's heart nearly leaped out of her chest. Really? What exactly did he say? How did you answer? Tell me every word. Don't leave anything out. I knew he'd ask. Fong Meng could feel Qian's excitement just from reading her texts. She copied the brief conversation word for word and sent it to Jiang Qian. Jiang Qian only replied with a simple "nem" on WeChat. But in reality, the second miss was already hugging her pillow under the covers, lost in daydreams. He really did ask me. After waiting all morning, she could finally drift into sleep, resting up to prepare for tonight's piano practice with Lin Zhengran. The afternoon passed quickly as everyone was focused on rehearsing. Even Han Wenwen, who only had a few lines as a tree, was too busy to reminisce about the morning's events, let alone find time to get close to Lin Zhengran. Before they knew it, night had fallen. The sky was exceptionally clear, and the stars were dazzling, an unusually beautiful evening, with the Milky Way stretching across the horizon. Even Lin Zhengran found himself pausing outside the stadium to admire the night sky. So many stars. At the end of the dark pathway, Jiang Qian approached with her long, sleek black hair, exuding a refined elegance. Although the second miss was thrilled to see her crush, she had even taken a bath, applied a face mask, shaped her brows, and trimmed her nails before coming. Her expression remained composed and indifferent, as if she didn't care about anything. Class monitor, I'm here. Lin Zhengran turned to look at her. You came? Fong Meng said you had something to do today. If you're busy, we don't have to practice. It's not like it makes much difference. I know your piano skills well enough. We could just do a quick run-through tomorrow morning. Jiang Qian stopped in front of him, her heart racing, but her face remained unreadable. Still, tomorrow is graduation. It wouldn't be right to be too casual about it. So even if I'm busy, I need to practice a few times. Lin Zhengran turned and started walking. Is that so? All right then, let's go to the piano room. Jiang Qian nodded and watched as he walked ahead, her face unreadable, though inside she was swooning. So handsome, the way he turns is so handsome, his side profile is so handsome. Even the way he walks is handsome. Everything about him is handsome. Noticing she wasn't following, Lin Zhengran turned back, puzzled. What's wrong? Let's go. Jiang Qian snapped out of her daze and responded coolly. All right. His voice is so nice too. I really have fallen for him. Before, I cared, but this feeling is completely different. Inside the piano room, they each sat at separate pianos. Practice went smoothly, just as expected. Jiang Qian couldn't help but admire Lin Zhengran's playing. His level still felt far beyond what a high school student should be capable of. Lin Zhengran also commented, You've improved again. You're even better than before. Jiang Qian stared at the piano, feeling warm inside at the compliment. But her voice remained cool and composed. You taught me some techniques before, and I've been working hard for the past 2 years. Of course, I had to improve. Shall we practice a few more times? Another 10 minutes or so should be enough. Class monitor, I have something I want to ask you. Jiang Qian blushed slightly, still looking at the piano. Before, when you helped me make up with Xiao Meng, I said I'd grant you one request. But now we're about to go to college, and you still haven't thought of one. Lin Zhengran hadn't really given it much thought. His plan was to bring it up only if he actually needed something in the future. If not, he figured he'd just leave it be. It felt like a waste to ask for something random. Besides, he and Jiang Jingshi were now business partners, so it wasn't like he'd never see Jiang Qian again. But Jiang Qian didn't know what he was thinking. She simply added, "Any request is fine. Whatever you ask, I should be able to agree to it. You can ask for anything, even the kind of request you mentioned last time is okay." Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. "Does it have to be now?" Jiang Qian, her face still flushed, looked at him in confusion. "Now? Use what? Use me? Is this a confession? If it is, as your girlfriend, I guess I can let you use me however you want." Lin Zhengran froze. How did this turn into a confession? And what nonsense are you talking about? I meant, does this request have to be used now? Is there a deadline? Jiang Qian blinked, then shook her head. No, there's no deadline. Lin Zhengran placed his hands on the piano keys again. Then I'll keep it for now, since I haven't decided yet. If I need it in the future, I'll let you know. After all, it's not like we won't see each other again. He had said it casually, but Jiang Qian, in a daze, mistook his words for something deeper. That he didn't want to be separated from her. A soft redness bloomed in her usually cool and distant eyes. She slowly nodded. That's true. It's not like we won't see each other again. The piano music continued in the room. Jiang Qian had never played accompaniment for anyone before. She had always performed solo. But with Lin Zhengran, she found that she didn't mind losing to him. In fact, being his accompanist felt wonderful. After all, who in this world could possibly outshine Lin Zhengran? To her, no such person existed. He was the best man in the world. No contest. He would always be first, and she would always be the second miss. The next day, the high school graduation ceremony took place as scheduled. Everyone was dressed formally, taking photos and lining up to enter the packed stadium. Each class had worked hard to prepare various performances, each more dazzling than the last. But the highlight of the entire event was undeniably the piano duet by Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian. After all, no one could say exactly how many girls had a crush on Lin Zhengran, nor how many boys secretly liked Jiang Qian. Han Wenwan, however, could tell just from the overwhelming applause when they stepped onto the stage. Some of the more emotional girls even burst into tears the moment they saw Lin Zhengran. Crying, sniffling. They weren't just crying because of the performance. They were mourning the fact that they would never again meet someone like Lin Zhengran in their lifetime. Years later, when they were working and catching up with old friends, they might still say, we had this guy in high school who was insanely handsome. I still remember his name, Lin Zhengran. Not only was he good-looking, but he was amazing at everything. If I'd had the guts back then, maybe I could have ended up with him. If I could go back in time, I swear I would have chased him. As Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian performed, Jiang Xueli and little He Qing sat together, clapping and watching the excited crowd. Jiang Xueli mused, Zhengran and Jiang Qian's popularity is insane now. It wasn't this extreme in our first year, but in 3 years, it skyrocketed. Their hype is on a completely different level from anyone else. Little He Qing clasped her hands together. She wasn't paying attention to anyone else. Her eyes were locked solely on Lin Zhengran at the piano. Just like when she had cheered for him in competitions as a child, today she was silently rooting for him again. Go, Lin Zhengran. Lin Zhengran is so handsome. His playing is amazing. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. And after the graduation ceremony, a shy boy named Jiang Qingxin finally found the courage to confess to the girl he had liked for years, Fan Momo. Hiding behind the stadium's bushes, he pulled out 2 bouquets he had stashed earlier and nervously stammered. Momo, I like you. I've liked you for years. Will you be with me? Fan Momo, munching on a banana, looked stunned. Blushing, she hesitated before saying, Xiao Xin, you're confessing to me? I don't want to lie to you. I've always seen you as my best friend. I actually like our class monitor, Lin Zhengran. I've liked him since our first year, for 3 whole years. What? You like our class monitor? I thought you knew. I never say anything when people talk about whether he has a girlfriend. I always get jealous. In fact, I was planning to confess to him later. Jiang Qingxin was baffled. But the class monitor already has a girlfriend. You're still going to confess to him? Fan Momo shrugged. Why not? I just like him. I even think about him at night when he's so handsome. Jiang Qingxin was utterly stunned. He knew Fan Momo was lively and often spoke her thoughts aloud, but he never expected her to outright admit what, or rather, who she fantasized about. After the graduation ceremony, Lin Zhengran saw Jiang Qingxin again, while helping Fang Meng, Jiang Qian, and the others wrap up the event. Jiang Qingxin walked over, holding 2 drooping roses, looking completely defeated. Jiang Qingxin, Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. Jiang Qingxin sighed. Class monitor, he held up the flowers, looking utterly dejected. I failed. Momo doesn't like me. She only sees me as a friend. Jiang Qian walked over just in time to hear this. Jiang Qingxin, you failed? He nodded helplessly. She wasn't surprised. So what's your plan? Are you going to keep pursuing her or give up? Jiang Qingxin hesitated, glanced at Jiang Qian, then indirectly changed the subject. I'll give up. But, class monitor, can I ask you something? Are you a pure love believer? Jiang Qian hadn't expected him to ask something like that, and was a little curious herself. Lin Zhengran didn't hesitate. Of course. At least, he considered himself one. Jiang Qian found him incredibly handsome as he said that. Jiang Qingxin let out a sigh. I get it now. Looks like Momo and I are the same. We both fell for someone we could never have. Some feelings are doomed from the start. Jiang Qian tilted her head. Momo has a crush on someone. Jiang Qingxin sighed again. He couldn't exactly admit that Momo liked the class monitor while Jiang Qian was standing right there. He glanced at Lin Zhengran. Yeah, but I can't say who. Lin Zhengran patted his shoulder. Don't lose hope. One day, you'll find someone who truly likes you back. Jiang Qingxin looked up at him, staring into Lin Zhengran's confident eyes. Because Lin Zhengran's charisma stat was so ridiculously high, for a brief moment, Jiang Qingxin felt his heart skip a beat. His face turned red as he blurted out. Class monitor, you're really handsome. If I were a girl in my next life, I want to be your woman. I want to have your kids, lots of them. Fang Meng, who had been drinking water nearby, nearly choked. Jiang Qian's gaze darkened, a barely perceptible hint of menace flickering in her eyes. What did you just say? Lin Zhengran, however, remained completely serious. Then you'd better stay a guy in your next life. If you become a girl, let's just not meet. Jiang Qingxin, still blushing, took a deep breath, feeling revitalized by Lin Zhengran's words. But you're right, class monitor. One day, I will find a girl who likes me. I'll work hard in college. With that, he turned and left, saying goodbye to Lin Zhengran and Jiang Qian. Before he left, he even wished them happiness together forever. This, of course, made Jiang Qian blush. She muttered, honestly, this guy acts more like a girl. Even the way he talks is so shy. Lin Zhengran chuckled. Yeah, but some girls like that kind of guy. He may be timid, but at least he has the courage to handle rejection. That's admirable. He turned to her. All right, let's finish cleaning up. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can leave. Jiang Qian nodded. A few minutes later, Lin Zhengran stepped outside to throw away some trash. That's when he noticed a familiar girl, wearing a short skirt and fidgeting nervously, approaching him. It was none other than Jiang Qingxin's crush, Fan Momo. Lin Zhengran raised an eyebrow. Fan Momo. She hesitated before stepping closer, clearly flustered. Class monitor, do you have a moment? I want to talk to you. I have time for a few words. Just say it. Thinking they were alone, Fan Momo decided to get straight to the point. She had no idea that a short distance away near the door, Jiang Qian had just stepped outside and was now watching them. Taking a deep breath, Fan Momo stared at Lin Zhengran and declared, "Class monitor, I like you. I've liked you for a long time. I want to be your girlfriend. Will you go out with me?" Jiang Qian's eyes widened in shock. But Lin Zhengran had already seen this coming. After hearing Jiang Qingxin's cryptic words earlier, he had a vague suspicion. Now, that suspicion was confirmed. "Sorry, I don't like you." Fan Momo was stunned. "Why? Am I not pretty? Is my body not good enough?" She hadn't expected such a blunt rejection. Lin Zhengran didn't even waver. "It's not about that. Whether you're pretty or not doesn't matter. I just don't like you." Tears welled up in Fan Momo's eyes. She clutched her chest, overwhelmed. Is it because I'm not a virgin? Is that why you don't like me?" Before Lin Zhengran could reply, Jiang Qian suddenly stepped forward. "Why are you clinging on to him? If you confess, you have to accept that rejection is a possibility. Once it happens, just move on. What's the point of saying all this?" Fan Momo turned in surprise. "Vice Class Monitor." Jiang Qian walked up to Lin Zhengran and stated coldly, "Begging and lowering yourself will only make men care about you even less. If a girl wants to be with the person she likes, it's the same as when a guy chases a girl. The only real option is to become better. Now, leave." Fan Momo frowned. But before she could finish, Jiang Qian suddenly stood on her toes, grabbed Lin Zhengran's arm, and kissed him on the cheek. Lin Zhengran froze. Fan Momo's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Qian, her expression still ice-cold, looked straight at Fan Momo. "I already told you, the only way to be with the person you like is to become better. Begging only makes you look worthless. Though, I doubt you'll really understand." Fan Momo stumbled back 2 steps. Seeing Jiang Qian's overwhelming presence, she suddenly realized something. The kind of girl who could stand beside Lin Zhengran was a completely different breed. Tears streamed down her face as she turned and ran away. Jiang Qian watched her leave, then recalled Lin Zhengran's earlier words about Jiang Qingxin. She muttered, "I think I finally understand why Jiang Qingxin might be popular with girls in the future. He's still got some masculinity in him." Of course, compared to the greatest man in the world, Lin Zhengran, he was still far behind. The stadium grounds fell silent again. Jiang Qian turned and met Lin Zhengran's gaze. He was still staring at her. She blinked, her face already flushed, but she tried to maintain her usual cool demeanor. "I just couldn't stand seeing her lower herself like that as a girl. A girl shouldn't use pity to get love. It doesn't mean anything else." She pulled a pack of tissues from her pocket, took one out, and gently wiped his cheek. "I'm heading back to the gym to finish up. There's still a lot left to do. See you." And with that, she quickly left. The moment she turned around, her face turned redder than a ripe peach. She bit her lip, heart pounding wildly. His face was so soft. So this is what it feels like to kiss him. I really want to do it again. Damn, my face is burning. I need to go splash some cold. Lin Zhengran watched as Jiang Qian hurried away, then touched his cheek. He frowned slightly. How does not being able to stand it relate to kissing me? Letting out a breath, he turned back toward the gym. By the time he returned, Jiang Qian was already gone. The second miss had dashed into the restroom to splash her face with water, then wandered outside to sit and stare into space. Though her posture was poised and her expression cool, her mind was replaying that moment, kissing Lin Zhengran's cheek. Countless pink bubbles floated and popped inside her head. Back inside, Lin Zhengran stayed busy for a while longer. Since everyone was eager to go home, he wrapped things up and let everyone leave once he saw that most of the work was done. In the end, only Fong Meng remained, helping him finish the last few tasks. Fong Meng checked off the last few props. Everything's accounted for, nothing missing. Lin Zhengran glanced at the checklist. Good, that means we're done. I'll just check the doors and windows one more time to make sure we didn't leave anything unlocked. You can head out now. Fong Meng nodded, but didn't move. No rush. It's only a few minutes. I'll help you check. Lin Zhengran didn't mind. All right, suit yourself. As they walked, she suddenly asked, by the way, Lin Zhengran, where's Qian Qian? Haven't seen her. He climbed the steps and glanced around. Maybe she left? I haven't seen her in the last 10 minutes. Fong Ming thought that was possible, but decided to call, just in case. She pulled out her phone, but hesitated when she saw how empty the gym was. Just her and Lin Zhengran. After a moment, she quietly put the phone away and continued following him as he checked the windows and doors. Lin Zhengran noticed. You didn't text her? No, but she probably just wandered off. If she left, she'd let me know. I'll call her later. As he locked a window, Fong Ming gazed at the now empty gym and sighed. I can't believe we've graduated. It feels like just yesterday we were doing military training as first years. And now it's over. Lin Zhengran chuckled. High school goes by fast. Most of the time, it's just studying. There aren't many other memories. But you're only getting sentimental now? The college entrance exams ended days ago. Fong Ming looked at his side profile as he checked the windows and recalled the moment she saw him singing at the KTV. I never used to get sentimental about graduating. No matter which school, elementary or middle, Qian was always first, and I was always by her side. I never thought high school would change that. But now I actually feel nostalgic. She smiled, voice sincere. Honestly, I never expected Qian and I would become friends with you. At first, I thought you'd just be another one of Qian's rivals. Once she beat you, we'd never talk again. Lin Zhengran smiled. I didn't expect it either. Fong Ming's lips parted slightly. If we could redo high school, I think Qian would have bought you bubble tea during military training. And I would have too. He turned his head just in time to see her stepping closer. Before he could react, she gently tugged his sleeve, stood on tiptoe, and pressed a soft kiss to the right corner of his lips. Then, blushing, she lowered herself back down and looked at him. Lin Zhengran stared at her, feeling as though he'd entered some kind of parallel universe. What's up with these two today? Fong Ming smiled shyly. It doesn't mean anything. I just wanted to kiss you. Isn't that what graduation is for? Leaving no regrets. Later, after locking up the gym, Lin Zhengran exhaled. A lot has happened these past 2 days. But he hadn't walked far when he spotted Han Wenwen, Jiang Xueli, and He Qing heading his way. He raised an eyebrow. Why are you three back? After the ceremony, I told you to pack up in the dorms. I was going to call once we finished here. Jiang Xueli scoffed. There wasn't much to pack. We finished the annoying stuff days ago. He Qing mumbled timidly. We didn't have anything to do in the dorms, so we thought we'd come help. Han Wenwen smiled, but didn't speak, her gaze meaningful. Lin Zhengran sighed. Help with what? The teachers left enough people to clean up. We finished in less than 20 minutes. But if you're all packed, that's good. I'll return the gym keys, then we can head home. The three girls responded in unison. Okay. Lin Zhengran called their class teacher to report that the gym was taken care of, then returned the keys. As they left the school together, he thought, once we walk out today, we won't be coming back. Even when vacation ends, high school will be over. Meanwhile, back at the gym, Fong Ming sat in the corner, blushing, lost in thought. Her heart still pounded from kissing Lin Zhengran. Then, suddenly, her phone rang. Startled, she checked the screen. Jiang Qian was calling. She picked up. Hello? Qian, where are you? From just around the corner, Jiang Qian's voice replied. Xiao Meng, I'm right here. Fong Ming turned, surprised to see Jiang Qian standing at the other end of the gym's exterior. Qian, you were there. Jiang Qian nodded. I've been sitting here. When I called, I heard your phone ring. Realization dawned on them both. They had been spacing out in the same spot, just on opposite sides of the gym. Fong Ming's heart skipped a beat. Thank God, I don't have a habit of talking to myself, she thought. If I had blurted out anything about kissing Lin Zhengran just now, Qian would have heard everything. Then another thought struck her. Wait, Qian and I both like the same guy. What now? Jiang Qian extended a hand. Let's go home. There's something I want to discuss with you. Fong Ming reached out and let her pull her up. Really? I also have something I want to talk to you about. Their eyes met. Then at the same time, they smiled. Neither said it out loud, but both already knew what the other wanted to discuss. After a brief conversation, they left the school together. As they walked, Jiang Qian called her parents. Hello, Dad. I need to tell you something. I don't want to go to Stanford anymore. A school like that won't help me improve. Xiao Meng and I have decided to go somewhere else.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.